Oh, I fixed the time. Taste the goodness of the biscuits. Don't want to get none of that sauce on me. All right, so what's going on, guys? What's up? Tree goblin, tree goblin. Man, first off, people, and I say people, I guess Mike Mahone, Mike Mahoney, Mike Mahanon. He doesn't like when I interrupt Raptor. He doesn't like when I get drunk on streams. It's like there's like the I replied like, "Hey, I thought you were blowing PTP, but also, yeah, I was pretty drunk and I had a fucking hell of a hangover the next day. It fucking sucked. I have not drank since. I have not drank anything since, and I don't think I'm planning on it. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, went camping, got a bottle of wine, did not open the bottle of wine, and so when I came home, bottle of wine was in there. So I was like, yo, let's just open it up for Raptor. Let's get a little wild. Too wild. Too wild, I would think. I don't know. I was seeing clips of shit that I didn't remember saying, and that's not a good thing. I mean, what I was saying was like, yeah, that's pretty funny. I agree with that. There's no takebacks. But I was just like, I fucking said that? Oh, shit. So that's not good. So we're just going to be drinking agua today. Actually, we're not just drinking agua. I have a glass of agua and I have roasted bean filtered agua. So I was like watching this a little bit and I like fast forward some and saw the head wound thing, which John Longbox totally nailed Liam against the wall with. Liam screaming. Okay, let's not get bombastic here. Let's just be honest. Liam was talking about like we're not going to be like, oh, you spook. We're not going to gaslight today. Well, let's just be honest. So Liam is like talking about people making fun of his mental condition, his stay at the institution, his fucking aneurysm or whatever that he said he had. He said he broke his brain and that he had a brain bleed. And then he also got stabbed in the head as a kid fighting red shoelace Nazis. And that's legit. I mean, the red shoelace thing, that's legit. Because you have like the actual like fucking forgot there was like different ranks or something. You know what I mean? It was like red was like pretty serious. Those dudes were like fanatics. Then you had like the white shoelaces. That was something else. And then you had the green shoelaces, which was like sharps, like skinheads against prejudice or equality or something like that. You know what I mean? It was like you know, you might even see a black kid wearing a pair of boots with green laces. Anyways, so this guy he's talking about people talking about all of these conditions and how it's not fair. And then John Longbach's like is like, well, what about Matt Barr? And of course, that just like you could see a second aneurysm happening in real time. So yeah, so once I was scanning through and I saw the head wound, I was like, all right, let me stop and listen to this fucking nut job. Because it is, dude. Like watching Liam shit now is like I've like called it. Anytime something weird happens, like he doesn't go on the King show, but he definitely is like proclaiming that he's still part of the Kings, even though they've like moved on to another DM group and have left him behind. Yeah, I just it's like he every time something happens, he has to make this weird off the fucking cuff stream. Oh, Jimmy Reyes, hey, he fucking does a stream, kicks on a stream, and then threatens Jimmy. Basically, like fucking pulls a night letter stream. I don't even know what it's it's like they're streaming, but it's basically a fucking the equivalent of a night letter. Hey, you better contact me within 48 hours or I'm going to swipe your whole thing and print it myself. So then that happened. And then the Rob Hunter happened. And then, of course, he had to say something. Then this happened. Then that happened. And now this Krishna kid thing happened. Liam has no fucking clue what's going on. And this dude is just fumbling through this. And he's clearly just fucking pissed at me. Just fucking pissed. Just the fact that I fucking exist to this dude is like a thorn in his side. He just wakes up pissed. Because it's just like a total gotcha. You know what I mean? It's like I got you, dude. No matter what move you make, I got you. You're in a fucking state of checkmate with me. So he's fucking pissed. It's like an infinite fucking chessboard. Like he just keeps fucking flipping this fucking chessboard between us, like it's gonna matter, and then it just like reappears with another checkmate for me. So he's just fucking pissed, off. And the crazy thing is that when he came back into Comicsgate and he was jumping on the Dark Skiff show, I thought it was cool. I thought, hey, Liam's coming back. I really didn't have a problem with him. I drew that picture, and that picture was fucking really towards JDA. Like, really, it could have been anybody. Like, whoever JDA was beefing with, that's who I would have drawn. Like, it wasn't even geared towards Liam, but he got fucking super pissed. But so he came back and started, accusing me of criminal fraud, impersonation, stories of us hanging out on streams and shit. Just like, what? I mean, it wasn't just me, but I think it wasn't just me in the sense of people that he was attacking when he came back. But I think I was probably the only one who actually fucking was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Right? He calls Irene, quote unquote, dead egg Irene. What the fuck? That's harsh, dude. Like, maybe just take a step back off of that. Like, she was on a show with two people who were talking shit about you, and she was just kind of there. You go be mad at Cecil, dude. You know what I mean? Go be mad at Chrissy. Who else was he was going after? Camel Moon, fucking swinging at Camel Moon because his daughter needed fucking clothes and he wasn't getting paid for his use of his voice on Camel Moon's video, like little cartoons that he was making. That sounds derogatory. Little cartoons. He was making animation. Everybody was loving it. And then Liam showed up and was demanding money So I was the one who was like, "Shut the fuck up, dude. What are you fucking talking about?" And then like it was like, "Oh, you're gonna lie about me? Well, then I'm gonna say some real shit about you." You know what I mean? And so it was just like I just didn't realize like how much shit there was, with this dude. And he thinks that's the crazy thing about like I'm just like I'm dumb as shit. But people who are like I'm a genius, you're like, are you? They're not. They end up not being. Like he said that he was a member of was it Mensa or something like that? Like the fuck, and he was like, yeah, I'm part of the Australian Mensa. So you're a genius. You're saying you're a genius in Australia? All right. It's crazy. So he's this is another video. I'm like I'm weaving. So I come back. I'm just talking about this guy. So we come back. So he's making another video again, and every opportunity he can, he's gonna talk some shit, which is wild because even fucking Frog Tony is like, yo, we're not shitting on Matt. Like this, like Matt doesn't have anything to do with the shit going on with this book. But people in the chat are like the fucking curse of the head wound. Oh, what did Matt Ba do? Matt Ba and like Liam like doesn't know anything that I've like really done. He doesn't know any of the work that I put into Comicscape. He's like done streams. Like, what did he do? He like, I want to help people. Like, how does that? Like, you started blood sports. So he like totally fucks up like what books I've done. Like he's like, oh, he did Rock and Roll Ninja, and I think he names like one other thing, and it's like that's all you can think of is just those two things. Whole bunch of other shit, way more than him, and I think that kind of bothers him. I think because I think if you took everything that was considered Comicscape, right? If you took all the work that was considered Comicscape by everybody, right? Liam's got like his 3 books, but like he hasn't worked as a writer in anybody else's book. He hasn't been an artist in anybody else's book. He didn't do the logos for anybody else's book. He didn't help with the design of anybody else's book. You know what I mean? Like it's like a lot of like hot air. It's like a lot of like you know, weird advice. I don't know from a position where he can't show any receipts or resume of like what he's done other than his own self-publishing, which he kind of fucked up. It's a weird thing, man, to be like, yeah, everybody that he's worked with in Comicscape, uh, he's like either fucked up their money or is like tried to fuck them. And that's why I call him a sex pest, because it's like that weird shit with Nerd Wonder was fucking weird. But so if you took all the work in like if you just totally fucking did an EMP and got rid of all the streams and all the fucking bullshit, and all you had were comic books laid out, my name would be on more shit than Liam, and that bugs him. I wouldn't say I was a pillar of Comicscape, but there's definitely some people who have done more than me. Like Vaughn's done more than me, but his list is longer, but like he's also got like Shinobi Sasquatch on it, and it's just like, bro, your second thing on your list is something that didn't get published. That's a bummer about that Shinobi Sasquatch. That shit looked pretty good, and then oh, that's a tale of woe. I also find Liam to be a weird little like cultural appropriationist. Is that a right word for it? It's like, does he not like? I guess it's like maybe it's okay because it's Australia, and I don't know what the fuck Australia has culturally other than their opera house. Like, do they have their own comic books? Who knows? But it's like he's just like fixated like a weeb on Asian stuff and is like trying to recreate Asian stuff. It just seems a little culture, you know. It feels a cultural appropriation to me. It's such an SJW thing, and I'm just totally fucking using that. But I think it is. It's like I like American comics, and I'm making American comics. That's what I want to do. That's what I like doing. I want my shit to look like American comics. I love it. I love American comics. I love America. I'm not like trying to like recreate shit from another country. It just seems odd to me. I guess that's coming from an American who like, you know, is proud. I don't know. I was able to, you know, be in the Boy Scouts. Liam got kicked out from what he said was inappropriate behavior. I don't know. I'm not saying it was sexual. Who knows what it was? Inappropriate behavior. Maybe he was fucking throwing axes around at him and shit. And they were just like, yo, dude, that's fucking crazy. So let's just, you know, we're going to be honest. You know, I mean, it's like we've joked about it, you know, like, oh, like what? Because he said it, like inappropriate behavior. The stream where he's like, he starts fucking crying. Like he starts crying because he says that. He's like, inappropriate behavior. And it was like, what the fuck does that mean? And, you know, of course, you go to like the darkest, fucking evilest place instantly. But, you know, it could have just been like, uh, who the fuck knows with him? You know, he could have been like teaching him how to throw a fucking axe against a tree, and the parents were like, what the fuck are you doing? Or he was, you know, bringing a Snapple bottle full of gasoline to start fires with. You know, who knows what he was like trying to do to these kids outside of, you know, that dark shit, you know, that he was, you know, just like not safe, or, you know, he's like trying to turn him into like little like Australian, you know, stormtroopers, and the parents were like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's some wild shit with this dude. I wish he just like chill out. Like I never did anything to Vinny. Like I knew Vinny for a long time. I never did anything that was inappropriate and unprofessional. I didn't do anything that would have hurt his campaign. I wasn't involved at all in the fake campaign or impersonating him. There was no skin suit. There wasn't anything like that. You know, I wasn't starting fights with a alt account to make people think it was Vinny. Like, what the fuck? Like, why would I do that? I used to hang out with Vinny and Red Gaze for a little bit, but you know, when I was doing that, there was no Liam there. I think the only time he ever showed up was in the chat once. And when I saw him in the chat, I drew his character from Adventure Island. Like that's I didn't have a problem with Vinny when I first met him. He had already like melted the fuck down from what I understand. Like at that point, like he had already like maybe had like just come out of the mental institute or something. Like he wasn't streaming really. He was just kind of like I don't know, but he was on his own and he wasn't streaming with Vinny. But I saw him in the chat, and it was like the shit that the way Vinny or the way Liam was acting, and like the insane shit that Vinny was saying about Ethan. You know, I feel bad for him because Vinny had some serious venom for fucking Ethan. Like it would be 2-3 hours of fucking rage sessions, like afterwards. Like we would like end the stream, and then it would go into like fucking raging about what Ethan had done that day. It was wild, man. But like Liam was never there. There's no screenshots of Liam. Like Liam says, there's screenshots. Like there aren't. There's no proof. There's nothing like that. I mean, it's criminal fraud that he accused me of. It's kind of fucking crazy. So Yeah, if he just like apologized for that, that'd be super cool. But until he apologized for that, because that's pretty harsh. Until he apologizes for that, it's just going to be checkmate, checkmate, checkmate. Because he's just a fucking idiot, and it's not hard. It's getting boring, actually. A lot of this stuff is really getting boring, especially when everybody, just the fucking drama is just kind of really getting boring, dude. It's like the same shit over and over. And now people are fighting over biscuits and handshakes. I Biscuits and handshakes, man. I have a lot of comics. I own a lot of comics. I love my comics. Read them. Collected them my whole life. I had an uncle, child of the '70s, who was really, really big into comic books, Marvel, a little bit of DC, lots of Mad Magazine, and those got handed down to me when I got to 5 or 6, 7 maybe, and then another family member gave me some comics and stuff. So from a really young age, that was what I was reading. I still have like all those comics from my uncle. He passed away from leukemia at like 11 or 12 or something like that. Like it was pretty gnarly. Like it was a nuke in the family, for sure. And my dad's family, not like our family, but because I mean, yeah, can you imagine like a bunch of kids and then the youngest one goes out like that? It was hardcore. But so I got his comic books. I got his box of comics, and I that was what I read. That's how I learned to read. That's how I learned to draw. Was just reading these comics. And in the '90s, uh, my stepdad, he gave me uh, he gave me two long boxes. One was long boxes of Heavy Metal magazine, and another long box of Savage Sword of Conan. And that just fucking that was like just jet fuel. Was seeing that stuff. So I guess my point is that my background and my love for comics is pretty deep. I went to college for comic book illustration. I was at Marvel and DC several times showing my portfolio. Um, Seemed like I was on a good track, no problems. The only thing is, reality wise, you know, um, between the big two, it's like I was talking to Shelley Bond a lot. I was talking to Jason Liebig a lot. Dave Johnson, I think, another editor at Marvel. I was talking to a lot, and he was like the editor for like Daredevil, and I was like just constantly just bugging the shit out of him, but not I was bugging them with it. You know what I mean? They'd be like, "Yeah, here's a script. Let me know what just work on that." And I would come back in a month and be like, "Yeah, here you go." You know, and but the reality is that between the big two, the working positions, maybe what like steady working, maybe 200. I could be wrong. Maybe 400. Let's go 400. 200 full-time pencilers at Marvel and DC, right? That's fucking narrow as fuck. And like I was like meeting with people from Harris Comics, because I used to wait tables at this place called the Mayrose on Broadway, and it was, I guess, Harris Comics was right around the corner, and they would come in, the editorial people would come in and have lunch. I don't remember ever seeing Ethan or recalling seeing Ethan. Like I knew who like the boss guy was, and that was the dude who like I talked to. Not to be like a fucking dick to the other people. I was super friendly, but I was always nice to the one guy with the glasses, the little redheaded dude. But there's like, so think about that. There's like 400 fucking jobs, positions in the big dude, because that's what all I was like. Nah. I like just grew up assuming that I would be like, yeah, I'll be in the Marvel bullpen. Like that's where I'll be. Like I'll be sitting there drawing whatever, and then Stanley will walk by. Hey kid, what are you working on? Speedball. All right, it all matters, right, kid? Yeah, speedball. All right. Enough said. See you later, kid. It's but which that's that I remember Zach being like, yo, the Marvel that you used to believe in is dead. I was like, yeah. So seeing like what was going on in the mainstream, seeing gay Superman and seeing fucking bisexual Batman and seeing like just shit drawings and shit art and just like a general disrespect for the characters and for the fans. That was crazy. What I was seeing was a whole group of editorial people, a whole bunch of people in charge who weren't comic book fans or real appreciators of the medium. It's like, you got one generation of people, that are making the comics, creating the comics, the Stan Lees and the Kirbys, and then you got the next generation of people who like are trained by those guys, you know. So there's like a love for the medium and like a progression of quality. You know what I mean? It's almost like a jazz thing where like, you got one, Charlie Parker is fucking putting on the licks, and then the kid comes, hears it, figures it out, and then builds on that. So you get like this progression in the quality of art in American comics, and it's all like just like for people who like love the medium. And so you get the creators, then you get their apprentices, and then you get the fans, right? So that's like, like the Liefelds and some, you know what I mean? You get like those people who are like, man, I grew up reading these comics and I love them. Maybe even like the 70s, you know what I mean? Where you're getting like, some of the cool stuff from the 70s, that's people who were like, comic book readers as kids. They get into the industry. Then you get the 80s, 90s, those people are into it. And then I feel like it kind of like petered out. Where like the people who are working in the industry now are like they don't care. It's all just kind of like, oh, cool. Like I get to say what I want to, rather than being stewards to the industry and to the craft, to the characters. You know what I mean? People just showing up and taking a shit on, 70 years of Captain America or 80, 90 years of Captain America and turning him into a fucking Hydra agent. You know what I mean? Like what? Or Peter Parker just cuckolding him. Just like, Mary Jane is supposed, like there was a fucking wedding. Like there's all kinds of shit. And now he's just like watching her just like get get reamed by some motherfucking dude. It was just fucking nuts, dude. I was like, what the fuck? So I got mad enough to start getting on Twitter and being vocal about it. And it's just not what it used to be, dude. Now I don't even know what the fuck is going on now, dude. Like people are fighting each other over biscuits and handshakes. I guess that's the point, is what I'm saying originally with the biscuits and handshakes. Just like, what the fuck has happened? Like the industry has like righted itself. You know, like the all the videos of, you know, Marvel and DC are gonna fucking crumble. Like, no, they're doing just fine. They're actually doing better. And some of this artwork, like Liam Gray is saying, no artwork in the mainstream can come close to Ethan's art. And it's like, you have not read anything from the mainstream, have you? Like you're reading your weird little fucking manga bullshit. Your little weekly quality style fucking bullshit manga instead of actual American comics to fucking even try to make that comment. I like, picked up some shit the other day and was like, damn, this shit's dope. Some of this fucking I picked up I saw some Phantom. I picked up some of the new Transformer stuff, some of the new G.I. Joe shit. That shit's hot, dude, and it's monthly. Or fairly monthly. You know, like Liam is like, oh, we get these little glimpses into Ethan's genius. Yeah. Every 7 to 5 years, you get a little glimpse. You get a little book of glimpses. Anyways. Yeah, and I feel like that's why I'm gonna. I mean, it's like this isn't like I'm making a departure, but it's like this is getting fucking crazy, and it's just not like, you know. At one point, Zach, you know, I think I said this earlier. Zach was like, you know, the Marvel that you remember is dead, and maybe it was at that moment. Maybe in that moment it was true, and I think it is the bullpen Marvel. I think it's now just like a corporate entity. I don't. I think it is pretty much dead. But I think the same could be said about Comicsgate now. It's like kind of morphed into like Comicsgate TM. It's not. It all revolves around one dude rather than a group of people. It's like we talked about like lunch tables and shit. It seems yeah, it's like a high school lunch table. Comicsgate, like, well, it seems like everybody's graduated except for fucking Ethan's table. Everybody's sitting at Ethan's table and everybody going to Ethan's table haven't graduated yet. They're still just like being stupid and fucking off. It's disappointing. It's disappointing. It's not a movement anymore. It's like it's fucking Nike at this point. You know, it used to help a lot of people in Comicsgate. Like I did more than just one wraparound cover for Krishna Kid. I did 4 of them. And now they're not going to get printed. It's like I don't even want to do anything for anybody else anymore. Just stay working on my own shit like right now. Either do something and they don't do it, or I do it and they fucking bitch about it on Ethan's stream. Yeah, I guess you're catching me saying it. I'm not done with comic books. I'm just fucking, I don't know, man. I'm just fucking done with like the constant fighting, and it's not even a good fight anymore. You know, we're not fighting for, we're not raging about what they're doing in comics anymore. The biggest channel in Comicsgate is raging about a guy who fulfills his books. Guy's fucking like, you didn't fucking take my advice, and he just keeps putting out books. So we're gonna do Trash Cast. There you go. That's it. That's what Comicsgate is now. It's just a fucking cry stream, cope stream over Eric July, which, again, man, I'll work with Eric. I don't give a shit. I'm down for it, dude. I'm down to do some stuff with Eric. I like doing stuff with him. I'd be cool with it. But I haven't bought, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't bought any of his stuff because nothing so far has interested me. And that's not poopy pants. He just hasn't put out a genre that I'd be interested in yet. Maybe if he does, I don't know. He started doing something sci-fi, but it's not really. It's like a Superman kind of alien-looking dude, which is, and I bet you whoever's EFAPing it will like be able to call out that fucking character's name, right? That'll be an EFAP test. Can you call out that fucking character's name that I'm talking about? Yeah, the Eric July character from space. You know the name? 3, 2, 1. Yeah. All right, now, what's the name of the character from Godlike? Exactly. What's the main character's name from fucking Dino King? Exactly. Honestly, if I was like, what's name one guy from Rock and Roll Ninja, I would be surprised if somebody said it. I mean, the book came out like a year ago. You probably read it then. I don't expect you to remember it now. I think so. There's a bunch of people staring at each other's dicks. And then there's some weird dudes in the back of the book who like want to eat and fuck kids or something. It's fucking weird, dude. People were all like, "Oh, John Longbox, he showed a picture of a girl who's kidnapped," and then there's just straight up like rape and cannibalism, and that's supposed to be groundbreaking. Wow, it's groundbreaking. It's amazing. That's the quote on the back of the book. But it's also from Malin. Like he's putting his own quotes on the back of his own book. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
First up, I'll give a shout out to Slappy McSlapster. Slippity slappity soppily slapping Mr. McSlapster. Coming in saying hello to Comicsgate. And we got Colonel Morg here too. Morning, I think. Actually,
what's up, Colonel Morgy?
About 10:30 at night, about 10:30 at night. I wasn't expecting to do a stream, but I mean, it looks like we've got some news. And of course, Only 64 is in here. How you doing, Only? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. So Krishna Kid.
So that's a big fucking like. So I almost wonder, is this
Commie Mark?
What would be wild is if it came out that Ethan was actually just like a paid op for Eric. That's going to be my new theory. There's no way somebody could be raging about Eric July and then even me this much. Like, I wouldn't even talk about Ethan if he didn't like bring me up all the time, or if Liam didn't bring me up all the time. They can't go very long without saying it on their streams, but oh my god.
Commie Mark is my I gotta go past tense. Commie Mark was my only communist friend, He helped me promote Xenotype. He was someone that
I think he's he's definitely an alt for somebody. Trusted. As soon as shit gets spicy, he fucking appears on Twitter.
Apparently he is throwing this book in the bin. I don't know. We're going to go over and watch this video together. I honestly haven't watched it beforehand. I don't know if this is a bit. I don't know the details. I don't know what's going on. But this meme here, which is being used to dunk on Comicsgate right now by God for Universe, says, finish your book before you crowdfund. No, that's stupid. The some 982 days after the campaign closed, I made the decision to shut the whole thing down.
I don't think it's totally stupid. It could be right and wrong. You know, your first book, you probably need the money, but I don't think it's stupid to have a large portion of your book done before it's launched. At least with your second book. I don't know. I'm like conflicted, and it's not because it's Liam. It's like, you know, you need the crowdfunding to start your company, but then after that, it should technically have been launched, right? Like to crowdfund each thing. Yeah, but then that's what we did with. Yeah, it's. I don't know. It's like it was one way until campaigns were late, and now it's kind of viewed as a different way. So there's like a BCAD kind of a thing. Like Rock and Roll Ninja was late, and so we're making sure that the next campaign that we do won't be late, but the book will be done. Like I'm working on it. I'm working on it right now, right? So when we do a quote unquote campaign, it'll be more of a pre-ordering of the book per se, I guess, right? Because the book will pretty much be done. Because I don't, you know, we don't want the book to be late. I definitely don't want the book to be late. So I'm like working on this, and every couple of days I'm working on the other book that we have. So we got Rock and Roll Ninja 2, then a sci-fi book, which honestly I feel like that's the fucking shit that I don't want to like fucking fight and laugh and shit on fucking handshakes and biscuits anymore. Like it's just fucking gay. I'd rather work on this other thing, which I think that's probably what I'm gonna do. Just like the game is, they're like, it's just not fun anymore, and it's just not. We're not fighting the fucking good fight. We're like fighting stupid shit. You know, people arguing over one person calling somebody a fucking fat Cenobite and shit. It's just like, it's really fucking unfortunate. I had no idea that like this. You join in Comicsgate and you think everybody's moving in one direction for the most part, and yeah, there's just people that are not moving the way you think they should be. And sometimes they're doing it on purpose, and then sometimes I just think they're fucking mental, like Liam. Like I think PTP is a fucking snake. Like I think he was dirt worming from fucking day one. And then you have people like Liam, who I just think is fucking retarded. So yeah, I don't know. Still rumulating, but yeah. So the Rock and Roll Ninja, and then the other book. So as soon as Rock and Roll Ninja is finished, we'll launch it, and then and then as soon as I finish Rock and Roll Ninja page, the last page, I'm gonna like kick into overdrive with the sci-fi story, because that's dope. I like drawing that shit because it's just like fucking spaceships and shit, man. You guys are gonna like get a kick out of it. I think I've shown a little bit of it, but I haven't shown any of the early pages. Like people will do like real stupid fucking uh blocks of text in the beginning of their books, and you're like, what the fuck is this? People do that shit. Like people who try to be edgy and are like new writers, They try to like just drop giant fucking paragraphs in the front of their books. I forgot what that's called. Something drop, info drop. Yeah, I'm gonna do like a visual drop. Like the script is like script, has script one, page one. But I've like, with permission, I've like, yeah, like let's just. I'm gonna do like 6 pages of just fucking no words, but you're gonna totally understand like where humans are coming from and where they were and why they're in this part of space, and it'd all be fucking visuals, no words, just all fucking all done visually. Because it's cool, the sci-fi story. I would really like to talk about that instead of the fucking stupid drama with Krishna kid, but it's like a you talk about Dyson spheres and these like giant structures that are built around stars. It's sci-fi shit. It's not like real stuff. This guy called Dyson like thought of it, and I'm not talking about the vacuum cleaner. I'm talking about sci-fi. So you have a giant structure, and it's built around a star, and with that, you're able to collect, absorb, and use all the energy coming off of your sun. Then you have, which is like there's like a scale, and I forgot what the scale was, but that was like number one. And then number two is you're able to like harness your whole solar system, and then I forgot. I'm just like fucking spiraling off with this shit. But basically taking the Dyson sphere idea and enlarging it so it's like a geometric constellation. So you're like flying through space, and then all of a sudden you see a geometric shape made of Dyson spheres. So each piece is a Dyson sphere star. It's like a Dyson's manufactured solar system on each of the stars. So it's classic ancient civilization. Long gone civilization has built this. It doesn't look like a snowflake or anything. It looks like one like a cool geometric shape. You know, that I saw in this mathematic book. It was like all these different. This is what a fourth dimension looks like within another. It was like squares within squares. I was like, oh, that looks kind of cool. And so I just kind of like stretched that out and pulled on it and made a map. So you have these stars that have all been arranged in this formation, and then on each star there's manufactured planets. Like each planet has been kind of like terraformed, but some have been in disarray. Some are being brand new because civilization had these like giant almost like automation mechs. You know what I mean? They're almost like they're like alive, but they're not. They're like automatons or something. Automatons. What the fuck? Uh, I haven't really figured out like what they're going to be. They could be like bioengineered creatures, but it's like giant fucking water bears and like giant like insect looking things that just kind of like grind the planet. So like the whole terraforming is being done by these like massive large creature robot things, because we don't know, you know what I mean? They were like there first, so you don't fuck with them. They're not kaiju in a way, but like they're big like that, and they're predictable sometimes, and they're on a like a cleaning cycle. So whatever ancient civilization had built the place also like built in this like cleaning system. You know, it's like taking like a cell, like a human cell, or just like a any kind of carbon-based life form cell and like expanding it to, several light years across. You have like little automatons. And I also really liked it's not a total swipe. It's like a rendezvous with Rama kind of thing where like there's this giant ship and the humans go in it and there's these like robots like just maintaining the place, but the inhabitants aren't there anymore. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. That's a cool concept. Arthur C. Clarke is a fucking weirdo, but that concept is cool. So I was like, let me take that idea and just like extrapolate that into like the size of kaiju. So the humans come to this. They're fucked up. They finally like they make it. They're like pilgrims, like space pilgrims and shit. And they finally make it to this formation, and there's like a name for the formation, but I'm not going to share it. Formation. And they find that there's like other species living there. You know what I mean? So it's almost like an oasis. It's almost like a Casablanca, in space where, different people, different races, spacefaring races have like come across this formation, have like maybe found a couple of planets, have like stayed, I'm also thinking about doing like security systems for the planetoids. Where like if you fly too close, you get like EMP'd or something, or maybe there's like frequencies. There's a bunch of like cool like backstory shit that I get to like make up and draw, but it's basically sci-fi shit with lots of like world building. And when I say world building, it's like a wink wink because it's literally world building. Like the aliens are like constantly like building new shit. So like the whole thing is automated and the humans show up and you just kind of like live there. So all this like visual storytelling, I'm going to get through some of it. Some of it will be a mystery. Um there's a center to the formation and you can't get there. There's something that like blocks your ships. It blocks sensors, but there's something going on. There's they don't know what it is, but there's a citadel or something. There's like a floating space station formation. And dude, I'm gonna do like just whole planets. Like what the fuck? Like yo, the planet's getting maybe there's like a time where like some planets are like demolished and they get like extruded out and like the melted core gets extruded out and then gets turned into another formation. I'm going off on a tangent. I apologize. Lots of shit in my head because I'm just kind of like going through my sketchbook uh, that I could think of stuff, but it's gonna be dope. And all this shit is like not even really like the full story, but Richard's just like letting me go nuts and just draw all kinds of shit. I was like, man, what if the space pilgrims like showed up like just all fucking they got beards and they're all just like emancipated and tired. Is that the word? Emancipated? I think that's freed. They're all like, like starving and shit. Like they've just barely made it to the formation and like somebody's pulled up. But like when the story actually starts, the humans have like taken their point as like the dominant race on the formation. I'm just calling it the formation right now, but there's another name for it. So different points in time, like this thing is old as fuck, and at different points in time, different alien races have shown up, become dominant, and then have gone down. You know what I mean? There's like an ebb and flow to different, people showing up and different, how long people are able to like maintain that power before something happens. Um, Maybe somebody built like this like fortress, and they thought they were the shit, and then they didn't realize that there was like a 20,000 year cleaning cycle for that portion of the planet, and it just got like bulldozed. You know what I mean? You can't do anything about it. It's like the giant kaijus that are maintaining the whole thing. And there's like other, like not just the kaijus that are like grinding up and smoothing off the planetoids, but like also maybe there's other like automations that are chewing up asteroids and like sending in. So like you got to watch out for certain spots because these creatures are just like flinging. I don't know. It'll be good. Trust me. But I guess I need to focus on Rock and Roll Ninja, which is what I'm doing right now as I'm talking, which is nice. So that's why I'm like trying to draw this dude's fucking head while I'm telling you about a whole nother project. Is that like patting my head and chewing my bubble gum and walking backwards? I don't know. What? I bent over here. What's going on? Yeah, that's the fella. Yeah, man, the infighting. I'm fucking done. Yeah, who knows what the fuck happened with Rob Hunter, man? I mean, I think you know if you do a campaign, you should definitely calculate how much you fucking want to get paid for your pages, right? It's like, but also be realistic. Like, yeah, man, I'm gonna do a campaign and it's gonna cost X amount of money because I want to pay myself $1,000 per fucking page. I mean, maybe you could do that. I don't know. I couldn't do it, but maybe somebody big shot could do that. But maybe one day, because I'm drinking milk every day. Um, yeah, the Rob Hunter thing, like he made 30K, like he should have worked on that shit like he was a professional and just like cranked out a page a day. And I don't know why he couldn't because a lot of his shit looked like it was like AI, not AI, but like CGI. Fuck. Hold on, let me drink some coffee. It looked like he was using like a poser program or some sort of it was like generating his shit for him. Like it looked good, the guns looked super good, but like the nobody looked like they were really on the ground. I don't know. It didn't look realistic as an artist. Like it looked like 3D assets. That's the word for it. Like the whole thing looked like it was a draw over of 3D assets. And even Ethan called it out. So you should definitely do more streams with John Longbox. John used to do a show with Kelsey where they picked a comic and talked about it. I like John Longbox. I liked him before all the shenanigans. Before they pushed him into a corner and made John Longbox fight back. Yeah, I like Clobbering Time. I wish he would do Clobbering Time at 8, but he's got shit to do at like 9, which is awesome. Like he's got like a board game thing. So 7 to 9, I guess, is the Clobbering Time, which I told him to do. I was like, yo, you should do a show called Clobbering Time where you have like 2 people fighting. It's a great idea. Next week, it's going to be Azrael versus Moon Knight. Mm-hmm. Azrael versus Moon Knight. I like Moon Knight. I like him a lot. I think it's pretty interesting. It's like Batman, but like what if Batman's like all the people that help Batman were just like his personalities? You know what I mean? Like what if Pennywise was just another personality of Alfred? Like he would wake up and like think that he was Pennywise and would start doing shit, Alfred, and just start doing shit. That's what it seems like with Mark Spector and Moon Knight. It's like all the people that help him are just like his different personalities, and he's able to like operate like that. That's how I remember it. Like that's like the lore in my head for the character. I didn't even think about like, actual fucking moon shit. I thought that was all like something that was in his head too, because he was crazy. Like he believed that he was this, avatar of the Moon Knight, or the moon god, when it wasn't. It was just him having hallucinations and having multiple personalities. I always thought that was cool. No, I do not have multiple personalities. People are like, yeah, you would like Moon Knight. You would like Moon Knight, Matt Barr. No, I like Azrael. I think a little bit better. He's just like a college guy, not realizing that he's been trained by his father with the system from an early age, where he's like a fucking basically an assassin for God. Or at least he believes to be, when he puts on the helmet and Wing starts swinging that flaming sword around, right? Which is kind of, it's like, oh shit, like religious fanaticism. Okay, oh boy, oh, that was interesting to like get into that. So yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. It's like he doesn't realize, at least in the beginning, that like Sword of Azrael with Joe Quesada and Kevin Nolan, like that was really dope. I read that shit over and over all the time. But for him to like put on the helmet and he like switches, I think that's kind of cool. I think that's a cool element, like a story trope. Like there, remember the Jet Li movie where he has a fucking collar on his neck? Like he's just like docile as fuck until you take off the collar, and then he's a super killer. I thought that was interesting, as as a story element. All right, so let's see what this guy has to say. He is super pissed, and I have been talking for an hour over random shit. Yeah, man, that's what I think. Rob's stuff was all like trace, and I think people could like sense it. And once Ethan started calling out Eric July's 3D assets, you kind of saw Rob Hunter kind of fucking disappear, right? Like his sales started fucking dropping because everybody kind of see it. Like when his women, their like feet don't bend or something. Like they don't, like there's no weight to the ground. There's no. Yeah, I don't know. It's so obvious. Yeah, man. This new CG dude, I don't know. What's going on, buddy? What are you doing? Backing a crowdfund means I am supporting your lifestyle while you work. Are some YouTube for hours? Why are some people YouTube for hours for money? If I am supporting your bills while you're working, then make the comic. Yeah, especially if you're a professional, like, and you've been in the industry for 30 years or 20 years or whatever, like you should be able to make a comic book pretty quick, right? I don't. It's like, hey, I have the funding to make the book, so just do the book as quick as you can, and then do the next job or move on to the next issue. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It boggles the mind as a. I know people are like, he doesn't even call himself a comic book artist. I am now. All right, dumbass. Commercial artist, comic book artist, painter, adventurer, uh, father, husband, equals. provocateur, rascal, scoundrel. Just kidding. I don't know about the scoundrel. I gotta look that up. Where am I? Starting to get bored, to be honest with you. Where was I? Oh yeah. So if these people are doing this shit, like you should as that is so weird. I like totally went off on a tangent. I apologize, calling myself names. So like as a commercial artist, it's like you find out how much you're getting paid, and then you get the job done so that you can move on to the next job. And you're allocating the money because you're not sure what's going to happen. You don't just start splurging your money when you get paid. There's some management involved. Like, hey, I don't know. Like he raised the 30K. That should have been like, okay, I'm getting paid, uh, you know, $200 a page. I'm gonna pay myself $200 every time I finish a page, right? I mean, that's what I would assume how it is, or what it's supposed to be for. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm like fucking just seeing all the hard tears. I'll just like leave the money in the bank, do the book, and then worry about what money is what afterwards. Like just put it away. Don't touch it. Don't pay myself. Don't do anything. Just get the book done as quickly as possible so that I could then print it and then get paid. I mean, I get it's like, oh, wow, some people need to while they're working or while they're living, but it's like, so just finish it then. Like, don't take 5 years to do it. I don't know. The lateness is like, see, I don't know. He's not wrong. It does affect crowdfunding. And then you know what? And then where are we right now? Look at this. We got Kami Mark being like, "Oh, sorry guys, whatever. Here's your money back." Mm, mm, mm.
There will be no book. There will be no fulfillment. The campaign is over. I know this isn't what anyone wanted to hear, but it is what it is. If you're expecting more, I suggest you tune in today for the full explanation, which is what we're going to do together, guys. Do it while you still can. While you still can? What's going on? Watch live, and here it is. That's Commie
Here
Mark.
it is.
This little meme came across the screen to me. Came across me while scrolling down, and they're using it to dunk on me. Well, on Comicsgate, I guess. This isn't difficult, and it's not tribal. Just treat back as how you like to be treated. Actually, I can't put that in an outrageous voice. That's reasonable. If you can update people routinely and maintain their trust through virtue, great. But finishing the work first removes the backer risk. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. What about Asgard? That was finished, right?
Ass what?
The whole finish the book first thing is nonsense. The beauty of crowdfunding is I can spend a small amount of money to go, is this an idea that you like? And if people don't like it, they can go, no, I don't want that. And then I can go, what about this idea? Eventually you'll get one that people go, that's awesome, and they'll put all their money behind, and then that's what you make.
I mean, he's not wrong. That is part of it, right? But it's like, then you have to finish it, I guess, is the problem that people are having. I totally think he's right about like, hey, here's 10 pages of something that I think would be awesome. I mean, you got to pay for that, but then you could probably reimburse yourself once you get funded. But that initial money is going to have to be yours, or either the money or your time. Both, actually, probably a lot of both. A lot of both is required. I haven't had my own campaign yet, but I've definitely like watched and participated in other people's enough to like see the issues and what they have to do, the hoops sometimes that they have to jump through. But I mean, it's not really, I don't know. That's not really what we're talking about, right? Like, we're not really talking about how the money is spent. I don't know. Fucking trying to draw here. I think that's also a viable thing as well. I don't know when it's like, okay, I'm going to do the whole book and then fulfill it. I mean, would that be the second book? I don't know. It's just different paths. There's so many different options, so many different ways to go with it. If you have the money and it's a proven IP, right? Maybe that would be a factor. Like if it's a proven IP and you have an audience, there's nothing wrong with doing it ahead of time if you have the money, so that it's not late. What? I got a boopy boop. Jim tells you. Who's Jim tells you? I'm trying to remember who Jim tells you is.
Hello, Matt.
What's up, Jim?
How you been, buddy?
I've been fine.
Long time no talk. What's new? What's going on?
Nothing. Just watching my name get shit on by Liam Gray.
Oh, really? What is the deal with him and you?
I'm just kind of getting tired of the whole back and forth shit.
Yeah,
we're fighting over handshakes and biscuits now, dude.
Yeah, it's all stupid stuff, man. So, I just wanted to come in and say hello and let you know that I think a lot of people need to really rethink what they've been doing. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. People have been really acting stupid.
The ratcheting up, man, I think is, I fucking, the fuck? Are you getting a night letter? Somebody calling you because you're on my fucking stream?
Yeah, telling me you got to get off or they're going to cancel me.
Man, 2 years ago, if you told me I was going to be talking shit about Ethan and his wife, I'd have fucking called you crazy, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen,
you know what I mean, but it's just like the ratcheting and like the inciting, just like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, I know that I could see a lot of the stuff that comes your way, and I can see that you have a reason to be upset with a lot of people. So that's all I wanted to say. And if I ever offended you or did something to that you thought was wrong, I apologize.
Thanks, man. If I said anything, and I'm sure I did, I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings if I did.
No, you didn't. I don't know if I don't know. Sometimes I'm joking around and I say things and I don't really mean it. So if I did, I apologize. That's all I'm saying. It's like,
I'm sure you'd said something. You know what I mean? Like, you were on my stream one time and we were talking about godlike, and then you like went back to BTM and was talking about it, and it wasn't quite the same way as it was on my show, the way you were remembering it.
Oh no, I agreed with you when you told me about godlike, about that whole 9/11 thing. I was like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't think that made any sense. I was like, that was weird. But I see people seem to get, when anybody criticizes something or points out something that in any book, and this is just anybody in general, people get upset. They take it personally, and they shouldn't, because it's just everybody sees things differently.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. And I don't know. People have I don't think anybody has said anything really like crazy about my stuff or my book. I think the only crazy thing that somebody was like, yeah, he looks like he's fucking Mad Magazine artist, and it was like, that's a compliment, actually.
Mad Magazine sold millions and millions of copies, so yeah, that
That's
would be
what
a
I'm saying,
compliment.
dude. I would be like, do you think I'm good enough for Mad Magazine? Should I call him up? Yeah, man. I mean, I've lived a life, and I think some of these professionals are aware of it. You know, editors at comic book companies are pretty harsh with portfolios, and being a commercial artist. You know, I had people like not liking what I was doing or making me change what I was doing. You know what I mean? It like became detached. You know, so
And I honestly, I think a lot of this has like a lot of people maybe if on the outside like don't realize that a lot of the stuff that's going on with Ethan and Eric, and it's purposeful to drive people to come and support them. You know, you got to give people an enemy or someone to fight. Like, oh, we're fighting, and I'm just kind of sick of it.
well, I was the original enemies were the people that were destroying the mainstream comics. You know, that's who it was, and then it like you know, morphed into like something else. You know,
Yeah, you know. And as far as like
that's what I
Eric,
think. I mean, it went from like, hey, what the fuck is Marvel and DC doing to our characters? To, hey, look at Eric July, he's making comic books while I'm not. You know, it's like,
well, in all honesty, I think Eric July actually does care about what he's doing. I think he actually loves comics. I didn't think that before. I thought it was like just something he was doing just to make money, and so that kind of offended me. But seeing now like the stuff when he's doing the song and he's doing this thing, it really seems like he really cares about it. I don't know. So in that case, I'll say good luck to you, and I hope he does well.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not into scream music and stuff. I
Well, I'm
wish
not
him the
into
best, and I don't need to be. You know what I
yeah.
mean? I'm not
But
here
that's
to
the
like
thing, you
shit
know,
on him or
everyone, yeah.
praise him. Other than like, yeah, like, you know, his stuff is, I don't know. He's producing. You know, he's doing it, and I feel like he's trying to get better at what he's doing because he's hiring better people. He's hiring. You know, it's like, hey, the writing on Isom 1 wasn't good. Okay, well, let me go get Chuck Dixon and fucking, you know, Mike Barron and some of these other people to, and you know, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. I feel like he cares about like what he's doing. He cares about it a lot, and he's kind of doing exactly what they said: build your platform and then put out your book. And
Yeah.
that's what he did. He built the platform, and then he put out a book. So this constant fucking shitting on him and the fucking puppets, and then going after Gary's wife, and it was just like fucking. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's gotten out of hand. It really has. I don't know. I kind of caught a little bit of the stuff with what's going on with Dan and Shane. I don't understand it. I don't know what the fuck. You know, I really don't.
It's crazy, dude. You're on here, Sniper. You're underneath the Lion Ranga show. Hold on. It's fucking crazy, dude.
What's up, guys?
You guys are recording each other and fucking like the recording about the Mandy stuff. I don't even whatever, dude. The hot wife Mandy shit is just bonkers. But the fucking more recording, and then it's like, yeah, I'm fucking done.
Well, it's like you got two sides both saying, "Oh, well, I recorded because I didn't want you to lie, and I wanted to be able to prove this." It's like, well, you're both up to no good. You should have just, if you don't want to talk to each other, don't talk to each other. Just let it alone. What are we, fucking 12 years old?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it.
They're supposed to be professionals, right? Yeah, that's the funniest part. Is like they, you know, professionals don't act this way, right? Am I right? I don't know.
Well, it's really sad too because, like, I buy all their stuff. I support all of them. I think they're great artists, but it's kind of
did you back? And this isn't a jab. Did you back Black Flag?
I did.
I did too.
And whenever
I want my ass. I want my ass titty shirt.
Yeah, but whenever it comes out, it comes out. You know, it's not. I don't get all weirded out about stuff like that. It's like I know.
Well, okay, all right. So just hear me out. All right, so I understand that, but like if you're somebody like me who has 32 pages worth of Indiegogo campaigns that they've backed, you start to lose track. right?
You do. You totally forget. I've backed things more than once because I forgot I backed it.
And right. And you know, and if you back 1 or 2 or 5 campaigns, I mean, I get it, right? But I mean, after a certain amount of time, I mean, I posed this question on Dark Gifts the other day when we were talking about Fund My Comics and stuff, and I'm like, at what point, like, it starts to look bad, right? And your reputation precedes you, right? And so we look at the campaigns now, and they're not quite doing as well as they once were. Now, there's many reasons that could be true. We can all sit here and debate the possibilities. I get it, but you know, the people who are really serious about this kind of stuff, especially like I go back to like maybe 2018, I guess, with this space community, whatever you want to call it. And these things don't happen in a vacuum, right? And so like the real serious comic book people who really devoted their time and energy and money into these things, you know, they start to get disillusioned, right? And so, you know, I've heard all kinds of arguments about terms of service. Well, this, that, the other thing. There's no guarantees. It's a perk. I hear all that. I get it. But again, we have people on streams nightly not fulfilling their books or their campaigns who cry about all kinds of stuff, and they're not getting things done. And it's like, well, you know, and here's the other thing: when they do these $500 goals on their campaigns, and these are guys who make like almost 6 figures, it's a joke, right? Like, so they don't take that seriously. They don't take the estimated delivery time seriously. People don't, you know, if you want to just set up a GoFundMe and donate to these people because you like them, that's one thing. But if you're promoting a product that you're supposed to deliver and give to people, right? I mean, at a certain point, you lose that good faith. That's all. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think about that, but that's just kind of how I look at it. You know.
Well, no, if somebody promises something and they take money for something that they promise, they should deliver what they promise.
Right. And well, and when they have an estimated time, and like you said, like I get it, things happen. You have issues. You get health issues, business issues, printing issues. I get that. And then you go to the Indiegogo campaign pages and you have nothing but like pages of comments, like you don't respond, you don't give updates, what's going on.
Where's
And it's
my
like
money? Where's my book?
yeah,
You know?
and after a while, it's like, dude, all right. CG was a movement that was a fan movement, man. It wasn't a creator. Look, yes, you need creators to establish, you know, it's like a 50-50, but it was a fan movement. It was born out of people rebelling from the mainstream comics because they didn't like what they were seeing. And it was supposed to be a customer-centric, fan-centric movement. But then you had certain creators come into the space. Goddamn, pick up the phone. Kidding. But then you had people come in and the creators just ran not everybody, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Certain creators just ran roughshod and they made it their own. And now it's like, you know, how dare you criticize us? Be thankful you ever get anything. And like I said, old school people who were serious about this shit, they pulled out. They're pulling out, you know, and they still get new people. So that's why like these things still keep going. But I don't know. I don't know what you guys think about that, Matt. I don't know what you think about what I'm saying here. Maybe I'm just talking on my ass. I don't know.
No, I like that you're talking. I'm sitting here drawing, and I don't have to talk.
But anyway, Matt, and also I wanted to tell you that it seemed to me like looking back on a lot of things that people took advantage of the fact that you would get overly, I don't want to say not emotional, but you would get excited. You know, you would take things seriously and get upset, and they use that to kind of drive views and static or whatever, you know what I mean, like conflict. And,
well, Matt's passionate. I'm passionate.
Yeah, that's passionate.
Yeah,
that's
I mean, like, talk to me about my fucking mortgage or talk to me about something else, and I won't be fucking passionate. You know what I mean? I'm up here. I'm talking about the shit I love. You know, I love comics. I love the medium. I love the production of them. I love reading them. I love the fucking smell and feel of a new comic book. You know, so yeah, I'm passionate about it. And like, do you not want people to be passionate in this fucking space? Like, do you want fucking stick in the mud shitheads? Or people who've got teeth and also talent? That's a question for you, Jim.
No, yeah. What'd you say? What about
you
me?
Motherfucker.
I have no talent.
I'm talking about me. You know what I
you got
mean? You're like,
talent,
yo,
bro.
like you're, you know, it's like, well,
I've
some of
told
this
you
stuff
many
is
times, I
crazy,
think
dude.
you're
Where
a
it's like,
great artist.
how am
I
I
don't-
supposed to react to people calling me, to people saying they're gonna come do shit to my family and that they're not joking?
That's not people.
You know what I
shouldn't
mean?
do
Like,
that.
how
That
am I
is pushing
supposed
it
to
too
react?
far.
Like,
You're
shit,
supposed to
like
react to
I'm not a
honestly.
robot. You know what I
No,
mean?
you're-
So when people make websites with my
Right.
name and the
Yeah.
word rapist or
Right.
should get
Yeah.
raped, and it's
Yeah.
fucking redirected back to my fucking YouTube channel. Yeah, man, that's like on another fucking level, dude.
That
You
yeah,
know what I
that's
mean? I'm not sure. Like,
that is pushing it too far. That is
there was
That's not just jokes.
ABBC. Like, I was never
Yeah,
fucking this
yeah.
like pissed before that. You know, like it was like not. I don't know, man. It
Well,
just
and you know what,
it
Matt?
just fucking
You put
evolved
yourself.
into like something else, and it was like, what the fuck, you
You
know?
put
And
yourself.
then and like
Yeah.
Frog Tony comes in and is like, yeah, oh, your dad's a firefighter. Yeah, he fucking lost firefighters, and it was like, dude, all I said was that fucking
Mhm.
Ethan was acting fatherless, and he jumped in to say that shit, and it was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then they fucking find my lawsuit with the fucking UN football shit, and they start reading that shit. Like, how am I like?
Well, all
It's
right. So
fucking
the thing.
crazy, dude.
Well, like me, you put your name out there. A lot of these people, you know, they hide behind these little name. And look, I don't blame anybody for using a screen name, but like, you know, when you put yourself out there, you know, that's just it comes with it. But is it right? No, it's fucking totally not right. Like the shit that, you know, like I said, you got to keep it within the court, right? If this is a basketball game, you can throw elbows and you can go hard in the paint and shit, but you keep it on the court. The minute you start going outside the lines, it's like, all right, well,
And that's what happened, dude. It started
right,
from that into, you know, they start bringing up people's families and shit. Then my
right.
family's brought up. You know what I mean? It's just like, and you know, Ethan just incites his fucking followers to just like keep repeating that shit.
well,
Right.
like I
You know
said,
what I mean?
Ethan's got
You hear
Ethan's got
Zach,
a
like, you know, when Zach talks shit about somebody, he's like, don't go fucking harass him. This isn't about fucking, you know, don't email him. Don't fucking, you know what I mean? Like he's like, I'm talking shit about this person. This isn't a fucking, you know, call for harassment. But
Yeah,
that's
well,
not what
Zach's never
Ethan
wanted
does.
any type
Ethan
of
is
pylon on stuff.
absolutely
He
an
wants,
inciter.
you know.
Of course. Well, he plays the biggest victim too, which is what the irony and the hypocrisy of the whole thing. It's like,
Guys,
You don't think
Yeah.
that's
he's
because
calling my
Ethan
wife
needs,
a vegetable.
Ethan
I don't
needs
know
to
where
have-
that came from. Just all of a sudden, Matt Barr's calling my wife a vegetable. I don't know why.
who brought her condition into the realm to begin with? Not saying it's right to make fun of her, because I don't make fun of it that either. But I mean, no one knew. I mean, he brought it up. It's like,
Yeah,
you
as
know,
a fucking, and he's used it as a crutch a couple times, dude.
no, I
Mhm.
know.
As soon as he's getting checkmated, or as soon as he feels like he's not got the pieces where he wants, he's like, oh, Andrew's calling me. I gotta go.
Yeah.
Well, his
Bullshit, dude.
whole Ethan's whole business model is to have himself under attack and people trying to cancel him or whatever.
Right. Right.
That's his, you know, which is fine. I mean, I'm still gonna buy his.
Yeah, but who's
comics.
canceling him? Who's trying
I
to
don't
fucking
know.
cancel
It's
him?
whoever he
You know
needs
what I
to-
mean?
he needs
It's
to have
anti-CG.
that-
Anti-CG is the new thing. That's the new
Yeah.
term they use
Oh,
now.
they're anti-CG. They're anti-CG. Like, what do you know?
No, we're against people who act and behave poorly. Look, my biggest criticism of Ethan isn't his art. It's not his lateness on his books. It's his bad behavior. Somebody posted something on Twitter with a laundry list of names and creators and people he's just like shit on. And he pretends like, oh, you need me to promote yourself. Like, that's the thing, the arrogance, right? The narcissism. He's a sociopathic narcissist in every sense of the word. I mean, you could put a picture of him in the goddamn the dictionary, right? And so that's my biggest problem with Ethan. He attacks everybody. He lives off that content now. I mean, he's been doing it for like 2 or 3 years. I mean, I was a big Ethan fan. I had a falling out with him at one point and it wasn't over his late books or any of that shit. It was just his bad behavior. It was your bad behavior. And even the other day, I responded to him on a tweet. It was about Rich Embry, you know, because Rich is going through the grinder now, you know. And I said, dude, you know, why don't you stop bitching? You know, he says everybody obsesses over him. I'm like, dude, you obsess over everybody else. Why don't you take your own advice? Stop that. You're the professional, bro. Like, you're supposed to. I hate to keep using that word, professional. but you're supposed to be a professional. How many professionals do you know who act like 12-year-old mean girls on the internet and stream all day about people all the time?
Well,
It's
there's a whole
there's a
sector
whole
of the internet that does that. So
I
agree.
know it's just crazy to me. It's just like, dude, I know. Well, you're right, to me it's just crazy, and that's really my biggest problem with Ethan. It's like, dude, go back to just having fun, goofing around, pushing your products. Nothing was wrong with that model. You were doing really good up until 2020.
And the
After
sad thing
that,
is his product speaks for itself if he just gets it out there.
well, he's lazy, and that goes back to why he didn't get renewed at DC. He tries to act like he got canceled. It was like, no, I don't know about him personally, how he acts like personality wise within the industry when he was there, but he's been known to be lazy and not get things done according to deadlines. I don't know about you guys, but I have a job where I have due dates and deadlines, and I got to hit him. If I don't hit him, I get in trouble or I'll get fired.
He's also known to like confront people at cons.
Well, yeah.
I saw
Oh,
that
Ethan?
recently. Yeah.
Oh, Ethan? Oh, he goes to
Yeah.
cons. He stopped going. I thought he stopped going to them.
No, this was a couple of years ago. He like confronted some
alright.
dude. He like rolled up on
Alright.
some guy. Him and Mark Wade.
Oh God, that was
Yeah,
wild.
that's how back. That's how far back. So he was rolling the cons like a fucking high school bully in the fucking hallways.
anyway, man, I generally watch your streams and stuff. I usually don't comment because people, if I say anything in the chat, they start talking shit. I don't want to deal with people getting all pissy.
Oh no, you don't say, Jim. Jim, you don't say.
I saw you had the link. I wanted to pop in and say, hey, just let you know, because I don't know. We were talking. You know, you were coming on streams, and I thought I was getting along with you great, and all of a sudden you just blocked me and didn't want. I was like, okay, what the fuck did I do to this
Well,
guy?
because I saw the way you were like you were acting one way on my stream, and then you went on with like Katie and BTM and was acting a completely different way, and it was like, okay,
I didn't realize I was doing that. If I was, like I said, I apologize. I don't try to treat anybody badly. I really don't.
Yeah.
Try to treat everybody this,
Another thing, dude. You think about
Heal it.
people fucking like calling out to my fucking possible employers and shit. You know, former employees, current employees.
Yeah, nobody should be doing that stuff. That's not right.
Some SJW shit, right?
Yeah, I saw some people talking some shit, but it's like, I don't know.
That is anti-comic skate. That is anti-comic skate,
about,
dude.
Here's his LinkedIn. He worked for this company, and let's do this. And there's two people doing it. I don't want to mention their names because I don't even want to.
Why not? Why not?
You know who they are. I'm not gonna
say it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say it, dude. If you really are apologizing,
okay,
just say the
guy,
two
Chris
people.
Bacon, who's going around doing all this stuff, like basically running around.
That
right?
guy, no.
Exactly. Chris Bacon and who else?
And he's been told multiple times that he's pushing things and going way too far, and this stuff is not, it's not what people do.
Have you read any of Crispy Bacon's
Here we
hooker
go.
reviews?
Hit the deck.
No,
Hit
I
the
saw
deck!
some of the stuff, and I don't know, like.
Yeah, dude, Chris Bacon is a fucking character. Who's the second one?
Well, Riley. I mean, Riley takes it.
It was Chris
yeah,
Bacon
there
and
you go.
Riley. Okay, so Riley, the guy who was like, I'm serious,
Saying
I'm
he's gonna
coming to
rape
your
you and all
house
this
to commit
stuff, and,
crimes.
I don't know.
And then you have Chris Bacon, who, I saw that he was going after Eric July, so I was aware of who he was, and then I saw his name, and I saw two other people's names pop up on my LinkedIn as people who searched my shit, right? And I'm like, yo, Chris, like, what's up, dude? Well, you searching my shit? And he was like, oh, I'm just looking. You're a fucking auditor, dude. What are you looking at a fucking commercial artist shit for?
I think Riley's main problem is that he thinks he wants to be like the next Sam Hyde or something, which is fine, but you can't.
I don't know what that means. There's already a Sam Hyde. All of these people need to be fucking more original. Ethan is never going to be Howard Stern, and Riley is never going to be Sam Hyde. They need to pull their fucking shit together. They need to be themselves because everybody else has already got their fucking jobs. You know what I mean? Just fucking be yourself. That's their fucking problem right there.
Anyway, I wanted to.
So Chris Bacon is like, yo, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. And hey, wouldn't it be crazy if like your wife and everybody that your family is on Facebook, if they found out what you were tweeting about? And it's like, motherfucker, you don't think they don't hear me in here?
No one cares. like
Yeah,
oh,
exactly,
like,
dude.
like
And so
nobody
it was
cares.
just
Yeah.
like, yeah. And so what did he do? He tried to contact my wife. He sent her like 5 DMs
Well,
on fucking Facebook, and she
that's
didn't
not cool.
reply because
Yeah.
she was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I was like, "This some dude," and she was like, "What?" And then I explained it was like it's some guy who like wanted a job with Eric July and couldn't get it, so he turned into a little crybaby bitch, and now he's like lashing out at everybody because I had like just I think I had said that I was going to do some work for Eric July, and that's when his like name popped up in my fucking LinkedIn.
Dude, there's another guy that.
So it's just like why? So it's like so I say I'm gonna do like a cover for Eric July, and suddenly Chris Bacon is like up my fucking ass.
There's another guy I stream with named Andrew.
Like just totally, and then dude, he like
Uh,
posted like a list of my fucking family members from Facebook, like which is like whatever, like contact them. But that's like okay, is that what you're gonna do? And then it's like why would you do that when you have your hooker reviews online? And some of them were dudes, dude.
Oh man. But anybody who could
You know
go
what
work
I'm saying?
for Eric
And it's
July
like, dude, like
should
how
go
about
work for Eric July?
You know,
it's a good
like,
job. It's a paying job that he actually pays people. There's nothing wrong with taking a paying job.
There's nothing wrong with it. And you know what? If I was like, hey man, can I work with you? And he says no, I'm not going to turn into a fucking weirdo like Chris Bacon.
Yeah, but I don't know if you know that guy Andrew Rowland, XP Comics, that did the whatever King of Justice camp. You know, he said that he talked to Eric July and was maybe going to go work for him. I told him, go do it, man. That's the best thing you could do.
Right.
You know, it's a job.
Dude,
it's
I am fucking.
Get your name out there.
I am
do
Django
stuff.
Fett, dude. If he's got the money, I'll fucking do the work.
Dude, a
Yeah,
gig
You know
is
what I mean?
a
I'm
gig.
just a simple
Yeah.
man making his way through
Yeah.
the galaxy, bro. Like
A gig is
these
a gig.
people want to get fucking weird with me. It's like, you know, whatever.
Anyway,
I'll
I got to
fucking-
take off, but I just wanted to say, Matt, I'm kind of staying away from all this drama stuff. I've been doing a show that's just like news, talking about news stories and stuff for the news. If you ever want to come on just talk about news stuff, you're more than welcome. All right. I'd love to get your opinion on just news, not this shit, news topics, stuff in the news, politics, you know.
I'm pretty simple. Pretty
Yeah,
simple.
really.
I think they should just wrap that shit up in the Middle East. Just let them go at it with fucking sticks
Right.
and rocks. Just be like, you guys, sticks and rocks, go for it.
Nice to
Wrap
talk
it
to you,
up.
Jim. It was good
All
to
right.
meet you.
Thanks.
Later,
Later.
Jim.
Take care, guys.
Let me read this before I say hello to John Longbox's beard. Gamergate was a fan movement, but they could never create an alternative to the mainstream. Yeah, games cost millions of dollars to produce. CG was a fan movement that had a chance to produce an alternative to the mainstream. Now it's missed chance.
That's
lots of
Michael,
opportunity. Hail, dude, for the $10. Thank you, sir.
that's that's Michael DHE. We all have new handles. Did you notice that YouTube switched it up now?
What?
Where look, TJ's in the chat. He used to be the son of Jor-El. Now he's Can I Finish? And if you notice, you can't have a space in your handle. Look at my name in the chat. I'm not 007. That's a different.
Is that really him?
Yeah, that's TJ. Yeah. Sorry, John. Nice to see you on here, by the way. I'm just bringing
What's
that up
going on,
because
buddy?
I noticed this last night. They changed something with YouTube.
Yeah,
with our
everybody was
handles.
complaining. It's clobbering time that everything's different now.
Right. Yeah.
I thought I hit something until I saw other people saying it was happening on everybody's channel.
Right. Yeah. Because that's not my normal handle in the chat. I don't normally use the 007 with the underscore between my name.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
came in.
bitch.
I wanted to I don't want to fight with Graham Nolan. I respect Graham Nolan too much, but what he said that crowdfunding is supposed to be that they could make a living while making their comic book. Well, that's a double-edged sword, and in my way of thinking, that makes it worse to have late books. Okay, so I'm paying your bills while you're working on a comic book. I don't want to see you 6 hours a day on YouTube getting super chats.
Right.
Because I'm paying your bills already.
Going to Phillies games, going to casinos, and taking vacations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm buying a pinball machine while you're paying my bills. Well, then why is your book late? Well, Shane Davis isn't late, but you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to see you at Phillies games. I don't want to see you, going to casinos and stuff like that. And then you have a 5-year, but I paid your bills.
Right.
You know,
I saw that post, and I agree with you.
You know what I mean? I believe that money is not your money until everything is fulfilled, and
you get what's left over.
Right. You keep what's left over, and
right.
I don't know about you, but my way of thinking is if I'm crowdfunding and this is paying my bills, this is put my kids through college, this is paying my mortgage, I'm going to have that shit done fast so I could do it again, so I could make another chunk of change.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like,
Yes.
This is what I thought the Comicsgate was going to do originally. I thought they were going to get better at this as they went along. No, they just took it and grifted it and just kept going with it.
So somebody made $400,000 on their crowd fund. That was 5 years ago. Dude, I make more money than that. And I'm not a comic book pro. You know what I mean? Get a regular blue collar job. You make more than $100,000 a year. Because
that's what pisses me off about Ethan. He's got no day job. He's got literally no excuses not to get his shit done. You know, I could see if you're a struggling artist. I've made this point on Dark Gift's channel. If you're a struggling artist, you got a day job, you're trying to scrape things together, trying to get it. That's one thing, man. Say things happen, you have issues, printer issues, whatever, business issues. That's fine. That's a grand canyon between somebody like Ethan who proposes to be this big professional, all-knowing professional. There's a difference there. You know, I just like to make that distinction. Yeah.
Also, okay, so I'm paying your bills. You know, when I say me, I mean I'm one ant out of a ant colony. So let's just say, okay, so Phil Moskowitz, he's my imaginary guy. So Phil Moskowitz, I'm paying his bills while he's working on the comic book. What happens if he crashes his car? Now he needs another $25,000 to buy another car. Does that mean the comic ain't coming out?
Right.
You know what I mean? What happens if, God forbid, one of your kids gets sick? Because none of these guys have insurance.
Right. You can't rely. Right. You're right. You can't rely on funding to fund your life. You can't do that.
So when you tell me that I'm paying for your bills, your life, you know, all of a sudden your kid needs dentures, not dentures. You know what I'm talking about, orthodontist or something like that. Or
braces.
All of a sudden you get diagnosed with cancer, God forbid, and now you need chemotherapy.
Right.
So what you're telling me is like, you know, this is more risky than it sounds.
Well, and if you want to have a donate, like, and that's the other thing, they pretend these perks are like you know, it's some sort of treat for us. It's like, no, dude, if you're just going to e-bag and do a GoFundMe. If you just need money to live,
this isn't GoFundMe.
Yeah.
This
right.
Absolutely. And again, I have the utmost respect with Graham Nolan, but you know, I paid for this comic. It's an excellent comic. I really enjoyed it, but I'm done in 15 minutes.
Right. And you paid $40 for it.
Right. So, but I willingly paid $40. You know what I mean?
Right.
But the bottom line is, this was 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Get over yourselves, guys. You're making a comic book. You know,
sorry.
Yeah, you know they were professionals. They were making monthly comics, weren't they? These guys used to make comics, you know.
Dude, I could have a kid
per month. Like they pride themselves and tell us about it. Like, we were professionals. We did monthly floppies. Okay.
I could have a kid and literally have him in kindergarten, 6 years old right now, before like Rainbow the Brute has come out. You know, like, you can't tell me you can't put a comic book out in less time than I can pump a kid and put him into kindergarten. You know,
but
a kid.
Again, I'm going to see Graham Nolan tonight. You know what I mean? So I don't want to start trouble or anything. I'm going to that cigar party tonight. But like,
oh shit,
saying that I'm funding your lifestyle instead of giving you the resources to make a comic, like, crowdfunding to me is like, I'm not the De Medicis supporting Michelangelo. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not supporting a piece of art that's going to last 600 years and be in museums and change the culture of the world. It's Cyberfrog. 3,000 people know about it. I like it. It's a fun comic book. I'm done with it in a half hour. Give me next. It's a candy bar. You're making a candy bar. You're making a hot dog. You know what I mean? You're not even making.
You're getting piecemeals. It wasn't
even
a
full
story.
Candy bar, dude. It was like, here, let me unwrap this candy bar and let you take a bite, and then he like took it back and like put the wrapper
you get
back.
You get piecemeals. Well, you get piecemeals of the story, and it takes them 5 to 10 years to get like each book. It's like, well, dude, I'm not waiting like 3, 4, 5 years for each new book to come out. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. So
I was bummed out, dude. I was kind of bummed out once I finished reading Cyberfrog. I was like, this is it.
Yeah, I paid $35, and now I got, you know, and another thing about comic books, like I was talking to Renzo, my artist. people like the Patriarch. We got to strike while the iron is hot, and I got to keep making it. So, we're doing it as fast as humanly possible. Renzo's got 3 other guys that he's working for. You know what I mean? So but we're doing it as fast as possible. If I wait 5 years to make my next crowdfund, I'm toast. Yes, he's more popular. He's got a name, but he's got 30 years in the business. But it's a freaking comic book. You need to keep it on an assembly line. Don't get it in your head that you're making the world's greatest art.
Yes.
Well, you know what it is. Well, you know what it is too.
Yeah.
He got famous off world-class bullshitters with his star. Look, he's a great artist, and there are
Yes,
comic
he
people
is
who
a
knew
great
Ethan,
artist.
but he got known on YouTube and got popular from the world-class bullshitters talking about Star Wars, doing those videos. That's how he built his fan base. He didn't get 132,000 subscribers based off of just comic book readers who knew his stuff from back in the old days, right? So now he streams every day, right? And he's trying to walk that line between being just a streamer and a comic book guy, but he's slacked off on the comic book end of it, and he's become just a drama, rage stream. I mean, every week it's a new creator. It was Rich Embry, John. It was you.
Yep.
Matt, Phil, Phone Tap Phil. I could keep going down the list of just Dan Fraga, Patrick Parnell. It's like it's got to be a new Eric July. It's a new boogeyman every
and
other
I know
week,
for a
every
fact
month.
that half these kings hate him.
Right.
And
Yeah.
they just don't want to
They
be the next
tolerate
Dan
him.
Fraga.
They
just
tolerate him. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't want the Frege treatment.
Yeah,
Again,
right.
just fucking handshakes and biscuits.
I saw that shit, man, from last week.
And somebody commented about Luke Stone and Fund My Comic. First off, I'm very loyal to Luke Stone, so consider the source. I'm biased for Luke. He's been nothing but super wonderful for me, a retard who made every possible mistake possible, and he fixed all my mistakes. So consider the source. But why is you think he's gonna cave to a guy that brought in less than $50 worth of business? He's taken in 1% of his only campaign. It made less money than Richard Embry's campaign that Ethan is making fun of. So according to Luke Stone, Ethan has as much influence as Richard Embry. And does anybody think that he's catering to me or he's going to cave to Richard Embry? You know what I mean? He made $50 off of Ethan's campaign. If you think Luke Stone could be bought for $50, then you just don't have a high opinion of Luke Stone. You know what I mean? If this guy had a $2 million campaign and Luke was making $200,000, I could see the temptation. But any human man who could be bought for $50, you know what I mean? Come on, you really have that low opinion of this guy? Luke is just like, he can't have another campaign. I think you're allowed to have 2. And one of his
it depends. Yeah.
You're allowed to have 2 open campaigns. And Luke has all the power because Ethan can't do master racers on Indiegogo. Then, you know what I mean? They're not going to have master racers on Kickstarter. So, I hate this. Again, consider the source. I like Luke. He's a good guy. He's done nothing but help me. So if you want to say I'm biased, fine. I admit my bias. But saying that he's compromised by Ethan, a guy he made less than $50 off of. And I really want to ask Luke, but it's not my business. Did these Master Racer backers actually tip Fund My Comic? You know what I mean? Yeah. So
yeah.
So guys are getting hysterical over it, nothing. But then again, that seems to be the way of the beast in this.
Well, you know what's funny though, John? I saw a clip. Somebody posted a clip about Ethan on a live stream saying Luke should let me do 3 campaigns.
Right? Yeah, I saw that too. People.
Did you see that? Yeah, it's like, come on, man.
I earned it. I earned it.
Yeah.
You know what that is? That's him.
Machismo. That's a bravado.
That's not a night letter. That's a day letter because it was.
Yeah,
dude, that's what I was saying. I was like, that's a fucking night letter stream right there.
But that's what it was.
That's where Liam has learned it. This like, hey, I'm gonna just talk to you better. You should do it.
The only juice that Ethan has is if Luke doesn't let him do what he wants, he could talk shit about Fund My Comic. But his guys don't buy comics anyway. Richard Embry had 2 cancellations after this whole big falling out. Ooh. Katie did was like, after I promoted you, I got 4 sales during her stream, and I thanked her for it. But then I realized I also streamed on my channel. And when we had the falling out, I didn't get 4 cancellations. So I'm wondering if those people just happen to be my viewers.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
you
She's-
overestimate
back.
your value, all of you people.
Right, right.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, all right, man. No, but I agree with you too. And I'm not here to talk shit about Katie, whatever. But
I
I've
never-
never known her to be a big bump. She's
I-
not like a big sales bump when people.
right.
Yeah,
Matt,
yeah, yeah.
Matt, I don't think I'm good telling tales too. You were a little upset with me when I went on Katie's channel, and I said I'll go on anybody's channel. I'll go on Hitler's channel. My job is to sell comics. You know what I mean? So I kind of got a little bit of trashed from my buddies for going on her channel, and I defended her. I was like, I don't really know what's going on with her fan fiction. I don't want to read it. And to be honest, there's so much shit talked by anybody, and I don't have the time, nor the will, nor the desire to investigate everybody I stream with.
You don't want to go into the lore. You don't want to deal with the lore.
I don't care about
Yeah,
the lore
yeah.
unless it's something so egregious I can't really ignore it. Like there's three things that I'm not going to mention. If there's three
Right,
things
right.
that I hear about, I ain't streaming with you. But like every other things, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Everybody gets the benefit of the doubt in my book. So I defended this woman, and she even admitted, yeah, you never said anything bad about you, but I don't feel that you're 100% honest. So okay, so go off on me because of a feeling.
What does that even mean, though, John?
Right.
Like, what does that even mean?
That means I was told to trash you, and I got to trash you because I know it's on my bread is buttered on. If she, you know,
Right.
and same with Mandy. You know how much shit I got from Mandy? I didn't even know Mandy when she was on my channel. All I just knew is she was a famous YouTuber, and let's face it, her boobs are going to get me some eyeballs on my channel, and it did. It's still my most popular video. She came on my channel. She was actually charming. If you watch her on my channel, you see me. I am totally won over by this girl. We talk about Dungeons & Dragons. She knew her shit. I was impressed. We talked even after it, going, wow, you know, I basically told her, I was told not to have you on, that you're a troublemaker. I said, and you were a lot of fun. She invited me on to pimp my comic. Same thing. I never said a bad word about Mandy. I never said a bad word about Shane Davis. And now and Dale Keough, they're all talking shit about me, making up lies. So, you know, so
John, it's part of it's the new
right.
It's the new Mean Girl Club, and you know they've become the mainstream people that they hated, that this movement was created to go against.
That's the point that I was, and now I got Arthur Roy. I said, listen, why are you repeating the story when you know it's not true? He goes, I don't care if it's true or not. It's funny. So there you go. So like with Liam, Matt, did you watch the whole thing with me and Liam?
Matt stepped away, I think.
Matt stepped away because I told Matt, I said, Liam, I said, I heard you talk about head wound when you know it's not true. He goes, yeah, I know. I said, so why are you saying it when you're I'm all about truth and honesty. I said, I heard you repeat lies. You know, because it's you're exactly what you hated. Now, I'm defending myself on one of Richard Embry's thing. I said, okay, I'm a liar. What did I say that was wrong? They go after.
It's not that you were wrong, John. It's just they don't like that you have your own opinion, and they're either they don't agree with you or they're being influenced to not agree with you.
Right. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. But but if you're gonna call me a liar, where's the lie? People are crowdfunding has gotten a bad reputation. The fact that this thing is getting so much traction is proof. Oh, you're painting everybody with a broad brush. Well, didn't Comicsgate point the whole mainstream industry with a broad brush? Not everybody was an SJW. Not everybody was in a Whisper network. You know, there was some good guys that were quiet and just did their work and made some good comics. There still are. But those guys we could paint with a broad brush. But when I say Comicsgate earned a bad reputation, now we got to name people individually. You know, no, I'm holding everybody to the same exact standards that I've always had.
Now you're anti-CG, whatever the fuck that means.
I am
whatever.
anti-CG.
Yeah.
First off, it was always gay. You know, anything gay is gay. Gamergate is gay. It's such a gay thing. You know, it was a fan response, and it no longer is a fan response. Once it was no longer a fan response, you know, it's not what it was. You know,
no, I agree.
If the United States of America becomes socialist, it's not what America was. It's something different. It's phase 2.
I think the reason it became a thing, and I agree with you with the names and all that, but I think the reason it became a thing was, like, you could just call it independent comics, but I think they wanted to create a group where there was a bunch of like-minded people who could collaborate, cross-promote. Like, it was a good thing. It was a good idea at the beginning, but like it just ran off the rails very,
Yeah.
very quickly. You know what I mean?
George Carlin said every group is okay when there's 2 or 3 people. You know, when 2 people. Once you get 3 people, you got to compromise. You know,
Right.
I've been saying on my stream for a long time, I'm not much of a joiner, and I was, you know, I was into Comicsgate for a while because I liked the fan response, and I liked that the fans were angry. But then once it became a brand, I was like, this is done. This is not what it was.
And who tried to brand it? I won't say the name, but we
He
all
didn't
know
try.
who
He
tried to
did
brand
it. He
Right.
fucking trademarked it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He fucking made T-shirts.
Thanks, Dark Gift. Dark
And-
Gift
and
actually
I-
helped them too, by the way.
Yeah,
I
you
reluctantly
fucking
stayed
bastard.
along with it because
Sorry.
you know I just didn't see like why create the hoopla by talking bad about it. But once I saw you know when the whatever his little documentary was, I was just like, yep, you know this, and now you see Richard Embry, he tried to leave quietly, and I know people have a problem with Richard Embry. You know, and I'm one of these people, you know, Matt could tell you, I'm like, Matt, you know, we shouldn't be fighting too much, you know, and I said the same thing to Richard. I said, you got a $5 comic book. Everybody should be buying your comic book. It's affordable. You know, for $5, I'll forgive the little mistakes. Who cares? It's only $5. I said, but you're making it difficult because you're fighting with people. And he said, yeah, but I like fighting. I said, well, I hope you like lower sales because that's what your fighting is getting. And now I'm fighting with everybody because I just can't freaking shut my mouth anymore. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, it's
The funny
tough,
thing
man.
is,
yeah.
I got a sales bump because of it. You know, I guess I should start doing trash cash against Comicsgate and sell comics.
Well, you know, I
But
think people
I'm proof
appreciate
that you can't be
your
canceled
honesty.
anymore.
No, but people, I think, appreciate your honesty. So those bumps, I think, are from people who,
Yeah, well, and some people who
you
didn't know me, some people who kind of agreed with me, and they're like, "Oh, I'm glad this guy," you know, because that's what Comicsgate was. You know, I bought Richard C. Meyer's book because I agreed with what he said. I was so excited for Jawbreakers. The first one I liked, and I'm like, okay, it's his first book; it'll get better. You know, and then what finally killed him was complaint. Oh, everybody's complaining about late books. Well, your book comes out, it reads like it came out on time. I'm like, what does that mean? What does that mean? You know, the Phoenix Saga came out on time, and that reads excellent. You know, the Great Darkness Saga came out on time, and that is excellent. Walt Simonson's Thors came out on time, and they're excellent. Your books were 3 years late, and they're undecipherable messes, except for Rock and Roll Ninja. That was excellent, but that was written by Chuck Dixon. You know, but like the Jawbreakers books, they came out 3 years late, and they read like they came out 3 years early. So shut the
you know,
fuck up.
and that's what's so wild about it. I used to teach music, and I was in music for a while. And the difference I've noticed between like the music industry and like the comic industry, it's like most musicians, we don't criticize. Like we don't, you know, if you don't have anything nice to say, usually they'll just back off. But like, you know, musicians and you know that kind of style, like it's just not so blood sports drama. Like you come to comics, and it's like, man, you know, everybody's criticizing
because everybody,
everybody and everything. You know, it's
it's a
weird.
bunch
What?
of
There's
rats.
beef. You don't think there's beefs in the music industry?
Oh,
Well,
there
a
is.
little bit, but
Look at
not like,
fucking.
you know.
Rap,
I mean,
there is.
I'm
but
thinking
more-
about it's more like Comicsgate is more like the rap scene, dude. It's just,
there you
But
go.
the problem is,
That's funny.
in the music scene, these guys can have beef, but there's infinite money to be had. You know, these guys are getting yachts and private planes and everything like that. In the comic book scene, it's a bunch of rats fighting over one cupcake.
Right.
So it's nastier and nastier and nastier. And as Comicsgate crumbles, these guys are getting nastier.
It's like
you know,
pizza
crumbles
rat.
like a biscuit. That's
you
the only
remember-
thing I'm just like, I'm like,
Biscuit.
man, if you're talking about Comicsgate, then I'm in the original like shit that we were pissed off about, the disrespect for the medium, the disrespect for the characters, the disrespect for the fans who fucking bought these comic books for the last 60 years before they were fucking cool and they were making movies of them.
Right.
You know, that's the shit. That's the Comicsgate that I'm talking about. But I don't think it doesn't exist anymore. And if somebody wants to call me anti-Comicsgate because I think Ethan is a fucking piece of shit, and
He's
they
a
think that
plague.
Comicsgate is Ethan, then you know that's their choice.
Comicsgate is Ethan.
Yeah, it is officially his.
It's
absolutely.
It's 4 people, and then a couple of like the kings that are who are too scared to say.
Well, you got to kiss the ring and bow down. You got to bow down and kiss the ring. If you don't do
you know
that,
what I mean?
You know, yeah.
And I mean, it's so bad that Ethan will admit, oh, if I was to disavow Bosch Fowler, he wouldn't even have a career anymore. And he's just sitting there drawing on stream like he doesn't even react to it because he knows how true it is.
Dude, Bosch fucking paid him to promote his book, dude.
Ouch.
He fucking said it in an interview. It was like, yeah, I gave Ethan
there was
$100 to you know what I mean? It's like, what?
And the lies. John's broke. He cashed out his 401k. Dude, I've been a freaking union electrician for 25 years. My comic book cost $6,000. You think I cashed out my 401k is only $6,000?
Sorry, yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's laughable.
Where did you get that from? Because I told Liam, I had a 401k loan that I bought a car with. It was $6,000 and I was out of work. And then that defaulted, so I had to pay taxes on that. And to make a point that I had some hardships, I was out of work.
Who said you spent
and I
that?
still made my freaking comic.
Who said you cashed in your 401k?
That's what Ethan says. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Dude,
just like I hate
Ethan just literally makes up shit.
Dude. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like Dillard, remember Dillard? Oh, he's homeless. He can't afford anything. Remember what he was saying about Dillard too? Like, yeah, it's like, dude, what the fuck, man? Why are you shitting on people? Like, that's what I mean. Like, that's nasty behavior. That's just bad behavior.
Well, the thing is, you know, like they say, SJWs always deflect, always project.
Right.
This to me tells me.
Yeah.
This means with this whole big thing is he's broke.
You lie, you double down, then you project. That's fucking SJW. Dude.
Ethan spent all the money. Why do you think he's doing T-shirts and cars and all these other goddamn?
Yeah, why do you think he's already pressuring Luke for another campaign? Because this one bombed, and he's so.
If he just put out the books like Eric did, he wouldn't have to worry about this.
Eric made a good point, and I'm not an Eric July fan. I'm not a hater by any means, but I'm not really. But he put something out where he said, this is why when you have a campaign, you can't sit around for years and let it hang there. You got to get it fulfilled and move on. Prices go up, inflation. Look at the tariffs with China, right? So you can't sit around and just be like, oh, I'll sit on this for 3 to 5 years. And then you spend that money on God knows what the fuck, right? And all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, I need to get more money to fulfill this campaign. Let me start another campaign. It's like a Ponzi scheme. And that's why, like, when people say that shit, I don't disagree with them, because it kind of is you're making money. It's like a never ending
right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm doing the opposite. I paid for my first campaign. My first campaign's paying for my second campaign. My second campaign, you know what I mean? So right now you're funding issue 3. Issue 2 is happening of my comics. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't touch that money. If I didn't touch that money when I was out of work for 6 months, you know what I mean? It's I just have to laugh. All of you guys, your comic failed. I'm like, how did my comic fail? It got into people's hands. So to me, that's telling. So I said to Arthur Royce, I said, so you're telling me getting the money, not touching the money, producing the book, shipping the book, get it to your fans is a failure? That says a lot about CG.
Right. Wait a minute, I didn't Liam go on your stream and say that just getting the book funded is the success, is the win?
Yeah.
That's like halfway.
No, my campaigns are all successful. I said, so no, I said, no, they're not. You didn't deliver Wonder Island. Yeah, but it was successful. I said, no, you collected the money. It's only successful when the fans when the last backer gets the book.
It's successful if you're a grift.
Right. So that's what I said. I said, this is very telling how you define success and how I define success. You define success as, I got the money. I define sex. I define sex. Female. I define success.
Come on.
I define success by did I mail everything out and are people like, hey, this isn't a bad book. This is pretty good. This this guy improved. That's a success. So getting the money is a success according to Comicsgate. Getting your money is a success according to Comicsgate.
That's the crux of the matter, right? Hi, Angela Curry, by the way. She said suck sex in the chat.
That's what I tried to do in my 20s. In my 50s, I just want to eat pizza and cheeseburgers.
There you go. Nothing wrong
I
with
met my
that.
cousin in Penn Station. He has the same name as me, and we see each other. And this guy's such a hound. He's exactly my age. He has a 3-month-old baby. He's got like 6 kids by 6 women. And as we're talking,
Jeez.
a girl walks by and he looks at her. I go, "You check out that chick over there. I'm gonna go check out Shake Shack. That's the difference between me and you."
That's funny.
I don't know.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, start off EFAPing this.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Fucking
Once you start EFAPing, I'm gonna go. I can't stand that. EFAPing is torture.
isn't it?
Yeah, I Frog Tony was like, "I'm gonna have you on, and we're gonna EFAP you." I said, "No, you're not." I said, "I'll talk to you, have a conversation, but I'm gonna sit there and you're gonna stop a video every 4 seconds and talk." I said,
Nah,
"Okay,
I'm gonna. Here we go.
all right. Well, I'm gonna go then."
Oh, not even a little. You don't
All right.
have to. You've already had to deal with this guy.
We'll see how much my tolerance can take this stuff.
Okay. I fast forward to the shit talking from the soy guy.
He's removed all the other tiers except for there's one you can give him $7 for good karma.
Fuck! Shut up! Shut up! I want to hear
All
what's
right.
going on. And
Goodbye.
Here we are. Now it's
Later, buddy.
Curse of the head wound. The campaign was destined to fail.
What?
Well, they drew their lines in the sand, didn't they? They fucking shunned Liam, who was
That's
only ever
Sambo
supportive and
Gambo,
nice
dude.
to him. Made himself
Samba Go-Go.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you what,
Samba
Billy
Go-Go.
Pascal's
Yeah.
other claim to fame is, other than I guess being whatever he's doing over here, is he's going around telling everyone that like I was asking him to be the colorist of Dino King, going around talking shit about me and saying I want him to be the colorist of Dino King. It's not true. Not true. Not at all what happened. He reached out to me when Dino King was, when I was showing off Dino King.
The story
like,
that he's
years
saying
ago-
right
years
now
and years
is
ago
not
when I was
accurate.
working on it.
Like Billy
And,
has already dropped.
Yeah, he reached out to
emails.
me and he said, "Hey, I could really see my colors working on this. There's a lot of empty space, and I could really make this look good. Send me over some sample pages and stuff like that." And I said, "Okay, well, you can give it a shot." I emailed him to him like, "You can give it a shot, and if I like what you do, well, I guess I'll consider hiring you. Let me know your rates and everything like that." And he didn't. And why did he do this? It was again a gay op to I guess with bar and shit like that. Because it was shit. But I never went to him or asked him at any point to like go and.
I had no idea that Billy went, or that Billy came out independently, was like, "Yo, Liam is lying about me asking for work. He came to me. Here's the email."
Wait, Matt, I'm shocked. Liam lie? Really?
Yeah, and I didn't know about I didn't know about
Yeah.
it. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
there's no gay op. Him
Everything.
emailing Billy and asking about colors is not a fucking gay op.
Everything's a freaking gay up to Mr. Koala guy over here.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
should just show some
and be the
receipts.
colorist on Dino King. I literally have like 3 other colorists I could have gone to. And he came to me and asked, and then trotted around and is trying to get clout and backpats by saying that, I sought him out. Never sought him out. Never did. If I did, I'd say I did, but I didn't, So I didn't know he was over in the CG UK. I assumed that he.
Why is he still taking So right now I'm looking at the campaign for Krishna Kid. He's removed all the other tiers except for there's one you can give him $7 for good karma.
How many people have backed that?
2.
No offense, but doesn't Graham Nolan have a buy
It says,
Graham a
included
cigar
items.
here? Right.
Yeah.
in the book, but
Yeah.
it's canceled.
Yeah.
So why would you? Shouldn't the whole campaign?
How many
just
people have
just
paid
say
for that?
ended, not like
Right.
in demand. Like it's right now, it's sitting in demand.
$15
They still
too.
give them money.
I'm all up for
$15
like,
for a cigar.
I'm all up for shenanigans
Yeah,
and chicanery and fun. You know what I mean? Like, but like, did anyone actually read the terms and service of Indiegogo or anything? Does he realize like he can have his account banned? You can't sell karma there. You're not allowed. All it will take is one fucking spurg to go and report him to Indiegogo, and they'll take him down. You can't accept donations, and you can't
That's
buy
bullshit.
karma.
That's a lie.
You can't
That's
sell
a lie.
concepts. You
That's
have to have a
that's
product.
a lie. That's a lie.
If it's a name in the book, I suppose that's a thing. But that would mean
Liam
it's
is pulling
nothing
this out of his
done, but
ass right now.
I don't know. I'm 22 minutes in, and I've got no fucking idea what the plan is at all. It's fucking not good, man. Not
Sounds like
good.
they lost the plot.
Yeah,
I was
it
in a back
sounds
room
just like chaos.
and they pulled up the
and,
terms
and
of
I'm
service.
looking over it like, who's in the chat. You
There's
got
so many
David
fucking
Feed
plot
over
holes
there,
in
big
that
fucking
terms of
surprise.
service.
whole
Give
bunch
me
of
a
other
break.
fucking people that have been, like dickheads to me. I'm like, oh, okay, this all makes sense to me now. Because I was like, where are some of these people coming from that have got fucking major beef with me if they're not like the De La Rose crew? I was like, where the fuck? Like, now I understand they were the CG UK crew. They were, or at least the guys gathered over there with Billy Basco and Matt Barr. That was the missing piece I needed. Now everything makes sense to me. That was
that's the part, dude. Everybody knew who he was before I showed up.
Right.
Everybody had already made up their minds before I showed up.
Yeah, I agree with. Yeah, yep. Roy.
Right? I mean,
Roy.
dude, if Matt Barr did not exist, Liam would still be where he is right now.
Abso-fucking-lutely. 100%. Yeah. Yep. He did it to himself. I mean, come on, right? I mean, Ethan shit on this guy for how many years? Like they were cool in the beginning, and then like Ethan like literally shit on this guy for like 3 years, and then
Oh,
decides
dude,
to
they
bring
did.
him back.
Him and JDA did hardcore streaming.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then Ethan brought him back as a pawn, right, to use him as a part of his attacks on other creators, right? Look, I'm bringing
Which is
Liam back.
wild because we've seen like Hill War campaign, but they've been like dropping DMs and dropping screenshots of conversations
Why do you think they get
where
so much
he's like,
shit?
"Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
I know Ethan fucking hates me. I know he's using me, but I
Yeah.
still got to sell my book. Blah blah blah. I need help. Blah blah
Yep.
blah."
Mm-hmm. That's what they all do. I mean, look at Mandy, Shane, and even John Malin. They are held hostage to Ethan. They really are, right? And maybe the only one who isn't is Anna, right? Because she's kind of different, right? She's
You
kind of
know
like
who's not? I don't.
what?
I'm trying to think. Like Shane puts out his stuff. Like
Oh, he
I think
does. He does
he could
deliver.
be
Yeah,
fine if it was like, hey, CG is not a thing. Like I think Shane would keep on moving.
I would
He
think
actually
so.
like he does like when I saw what's called Anatomica, right?
Or anatomic. Yeah, yeah.
Anatomic, my bad. Like I
No,
wasn't like
yeah.
when I saw that there wasn't like, hey, we're gonna get that fucking book. That
Right.
didn't cross my head. You know what I mean? That didn't go through my mind at all.
Well, Matt,
you know what I mean? I was just like,
yeah.
I was like, oh, he's doing the chick from Inglorious Rex. Like that's smart. Like he's doing an established like. That's all. You know what I mean? And then I was like, that guy's a fucking asshole.
Well, you know what I mean, and it goes back to my
Biscuit
point.
bitch.
Well,
But like there was no question or if like if his fans were gonna get a book. Is it gonna be well written? Is it gonna be pretty pictures?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back to my original point
bullshit?
though.
Yeah.
You could make the late books argument. That's a separate argument unto itself. My main argument, and this is what you were talking about with Shane. Shane's recent bad behavior is what's costing him on this new campaign right now. I think it's more about their behavior because people want to back. If you're going to be on YouTube selling yourself and putting your personality out there, people are going to back based off of that. And yes, the artwork, whatever, the story, all that other stuff. And to your point, Shane does deliver. He's not one of those people that sits around for years and years and years before they deliver a book. So I give him credit for that. And that's, like I said, the late books thing, it plays into it. But when you combine that with the behavior, look at the behavior of the people. And when you're somebody who watches these YouTube streams for years, like I have, or like I've been here since 2018, 2017, or even if you've been here for 2020, 21, 20, if you've been here 3, 5, 6, 7 years or whatever, you see this stuff. It doesn't happen in a vacuum. And after a while, certain people get turned off. And there are factors that go into that. Late books is one, bad behavior is another thing. And if you look at Shane's new campaign, it's doing okay. I mean, by most standards, 76, 77, whatever he's making $1,000 is not a bad campaign. But according to Ethan, if you don't hit $100,000 on the first month or first week, it's a failure or July. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, these people come up with these weird fucking things, man. And then they just start shitting on people. Look at that whole hero con. I caught up on a lot of that stuff in the last week because I've been kind of offline for a little bit. And it's like, dude, yeah, it's really about the bad behavior. People get turned off by that shit. They just do.
I'm not picking sides on that one, dude. I'm throwing eggs at
No,
everybody on that one.
no,
dude.
I hear you, man. But that just it feeds into everything. The late books, the bad behavior, the bloods, the drama. Like it goes like when CG first started, it was like everybody got together, we all had fun. It was about joking around, having a good time, people cross promoting each other. Like that's what made it work. That's why it was so good up until like 2020, early 2021. And ever since then it's taken a fucking nosedive, I think, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if the chat agrees. They can put their comments in the chat, but I've just noticed it just changed, and I started getting like turned off by it because I started noticing like these streams weren't fun anymore. Like you watch the Jack Show, and half the time they're bitching about somebody. I remember when the Jack Show used to be a bunch of people drunk on a stream just having fun doing stupid shit. Like
Yeah.
where are we now, guys? Like, what's going on? I mean, and then like you chase people off, or even if they back away quietly, you attack them anyway. Or God forbid they have a take on Twitter or something like, or X or whatever the fuck it's called, and then they get attacked. It's just what the fuck? Like, what are we doing here, man? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the chat knows. Maybe they have a better opinion. But it turns me off when you see that kind of thing. And I was somebody, like I
I'm
said,
gonna call it, dude. It's frog fatigue, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it gets, dude, I've got like 33, 34 pages on Indiegogo. I could go to my contributions list of shit this is somebody who's backed this shit. Like, I'm not just some dickhead. Oh, well, I'm a dickhead in the chat. I am an asshole in the chat, but like, I'm not just some like Johnny come lately, like I've seen this stuff. So it's just, that's my opinion. I mean, other people are going to have their opinions and that's fine. But I mean, the numbers don't lie at the end of the day, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So when you look at Ethan's new campaign on Fund My Comic, it's not even, what is it, $5,000? I don't even think it's, a lot of people go, oh, a lot of people already backed it on Indiegogo. I'm like, still, it doesn't matter. It's like, he's got fans out there that'll double, triple, quadruple back that guy. Like, I don't know why, but, it's just, I don't know. The numbers don't lie, but we'll see. Like I said, you just got to see what happens, just let it play out,
Yeah.
I just get mad. Well, I just get mad when people push back on people like you or Raptor or Pan or I hate to call names, but like anybody like pushing back because it's like you see their bad behavior and the way they attack other people, and then it becomes, oh, you're obsessed with Ethan. Oh, you're obsessed. Blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, he's obsessed with everybody else. It's only fair he gets pushback. If they have a problem with that, I don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to tell you people.
Worst bullies ever.
Right. Sorry, but I'm talking too much.
No. I'm sitting here drawing.
Oh, yeah.
I've got
what are you drawing?
I'm drawing Rock and Roll Ninja.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I've got a goal. 5. I was like, if I hit 5 super chats, I'll show what I'm working on.
Gotcha. Well, that's good.
Yeah. So you talking is cool.
As long as
filling in the spaces while I'm like,
as long as I'm not derailing. I hate coming.
I don't think you're derailing. You're just giving your opinion.
Yeah.
And I'm not opposed to anything you're saying. I'm just like, yeah.
Well, I debated Dark Gift the other day about this whole let Ethan when he went on Fund My Comics. You were there. I think I saw you in the chat for a little bit. Remember J Dollar and Finatra were there, and he gave me shit. Like Finatra, I went off on Finatra a little bit.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's part of it. Where I'm just like, man, like I don't care. I wish.
Yeah.
It's like he's not doing anything.
Well, he called everybody he called us cancel SJW.
For what?
Oh, look, and right. My whole point, and even me and Anthony disagreed on a lot of things, but we also agreed. Like, I never said don't let Ethan on. I just said, if you want to follow the terms of service on Fund My Comic, yeah, you can let him on to do that one campaign. But my whole point was, don't. Like, people know this guy. They know he's got late books. They know the grift that he does. So, like, don't be surprised when people for every action there's an equal opposite reaction, right? So don't be surprised if people are skeptical or have a negative opinion about letting Ethan on there either, because his reputation precedes him. So while I was saying yes, you can let him do that one campaign, you know. But then Ethan goes on a stream saying Luke should let me do 3 campaigns. I'm like, well, what the fuck? You know, it's like, God damn it, you know, like, fuck you. Like, what
His
do you want me to say?
fucking
Yeah,
night stream. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But you know, it's just, you know, it's just the ego, you know, the what is the word? Egotism, you know, nature of eating, you know.
Egotism. Is that like,
Is that a word? The
nah, I don't think so. If we were
oh,
playing
God.
Scrabble, I'd call you on. I'd be like, nah, man, you can't lay those tiles down, dude.
I know. Shit. Don't make me look it up. God damn it. But you know,
I know.
mean,
I think
you
I made up a word the other. I think I made up a word for this. Was cultural appropriationist. It's Liam Gray.
it's
like
close.
a fancy word
not-
for a weeb. You know,
You know,
making his fucking shitty anime.
egotistical. All right, Oz is in the chat.
Yeah,
I guess
there
that
you
works better. Yeah. But, you know, and then
He's
like
egotistical. Oh, here's to the goal.
dude, that song was a hit, man. Back in the day, I remember that. That was a jam.
Telling me with your questions. Yeah.
That was a jam. Yeah, I remember that was like an early '90s jam right there. Yeah.
Yeah, man, because you know the things you say are unbelievable.
Oh. Oh, goddamn. All right. I don't know. Are we going to listen to Liam?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going
I'm
to
gonna-
listen.
I'm glad
to
I watched
ramble on.
this. You know,
Yeah,
sort of opens my eyes to things.
connecting
Yeah,
the
let's get to
dots
it.
in his little
Let's-
brain,
all right.
in his smooth.
Here we go. Here we
flawed
go.
brain.
Let's get off this and back down. Let's go down this way.
Wow, it was destined to fail with me.
I know. I had
attached.
to be a little cruel. I'm sorry. I mean, there's no like stray pixels or anything. It doesn't feel like too harsh or abrupt. You could have had the head facing the other way because of giving out money and then like turning back. Like,
See
So
what I
is
mean?
this
Like,
the,
talking about a
this is
fucking
the-
meme
I didn't
that's
watch
irrelevant
this,
to
this
what
stream.
The topic is like
The Krishna kid is
the
canceled.
line of people
Russian
lining
missed
up
Troll
this.
Factory
Yeah.
to
301.
get
I
their
didn't
money,
watch
and then all of a
this.
sudden you've turned your head the
No,
other
me
way to
neither.
like realize
Yeah.
like how long the
He's
line is
echoing.
like wrapping around. You know, like the building. Like,
What that is me making sure that everybody
What
sees.
that
them
is
giving
me
the money
making
back.
sure.
Yeah.
Which
That's
is
what
very
I
much
don't
what
remember.
this whole thing is.
You getting this, guys?
Oh, and then it says almost everyone because there are like terms and conditions. So we're at the free commentary at Comics for Comrades section next.
as a gesture of my sincere gratitude and like appreciation, we are
I haven't
offering
talked
a free
to
digital
Commie
comics
Mark.
from the
Like
Comic
he just
3
kind of
Mark back
bounced.
catalog.
Yeah, he did. He kind of faded away. I've noticed that.
And it was
yeah.
just like, yo, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I've got more to do with my job. Oh, my kid's doing homeschooled or whatever. And it was like, oh man, I hear you, dude. And he just kind of like
He dipped.
dipped,
Yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
and you know,
I
he
hear
was,
it.
he,
Yeah.
he was, it was like, yo, I gotta go do stuff with my family. And I'm like, all right, man, cool. And the last time I talked to him, it was, you know, I assumed Krishna Kid was getting released, you know.
Well, it's a cautionary tale. You know, it's one of those things where if you're going to launch a campaign, you got to be all in. Like you can't. And I'm not saying he did it half-assed. I'm not saying that, but you really got to be all in because like unless you don't ever want to do another campaign again or you don't care or something, you know. I mean, at least I heard he is giving refunds, so I give him credit for that because I believe he hit his funding goal. Right? There's a lot of people who just take the money and run. Right? So
Yeah. Claude.
You
You read that one book? Well, the guy was like, later.
Peace. I'm out. Have a good one, guys. Right?
Hey,
Yeah.
boo boo, we got the funds, boo boo. Let's go.
So I give him credit for that. But it's one of those things where it's a cautionary tale, and this is what gives crowdfunding a black eye. And then it comes back to, well, what does a backer mean? Are you what can you expect? What are the terms of service? That's what brings this whole conversation to a full circle. And I was bringing that up on Darkiv's chat. I'm like, well, what's the expectation? How long are we supposed to wait? Are we investors? Because like I see people on Twitter like, well, you're not an investor, you're a
I feel
backer.
like
There's
this
no
is all
guarantee.
legalese queer shit.
It is, I know, and it just
Okay. Look,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
believe in like it. Look, I know handshakes are deadly right now, but I believe in them.
Yeah. Your
You
word is
know,
your bond, or something like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
this like, oh well, I got your money, but you're technically a backer and maybe an
Not a
investor,
customer.
but
Yeah.
you're not a customer because you don't have. So in this
It's
paragraph
semantics.
subsection of this
Yeah.
blah 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 blah
It's a
blah blah blah.
It's
You know what I mean?
it's
It's like, dude, shut the
yeah.
fuck up. Shut
It's
the fuck up.
semantics. It's
It's
semantics.
semantics,
Yes. Yeah.
you
Oh,
woman.
yep.
So
Yep.
fucking just, you got the money. Clearly there was meant for a transaction. Whatever the fuck you want to call, you want to play Mad Lib and call whoever the fuck you want to call them, that's fine. But the narrative of the page is that you get money and then you make a book and then you send it to the people in a timely fashion. I
Well,
mean, it's like, especially when you declare yourself a professional from an industry that is known for holding their deadlines. Like, oh, you want to work in mainstream? Got to meet your deadlines. If you don't meet your deadlines, you'll get fucking fired. Like, people will fucking steal your job if you don't meet your deadlines. That was like drilled, right? But now they're just like missing shit.
right. Well, and nothing else. If nothing else, it's also a cautionary tale to maybe adjust your your goal. Like Ethan does $500 goals, and it's like, dude, that's bullshit. You're gonna make $500. Like, why don't you come up with a reasonable expectation of a goal? Like, put
Why
out
does
what
he
you
do
really
that?
think it's gonna cost. Well, I don't know. Because they know it'll get funded, but that gives them an excuse to be like, oh, we hit our goal. We'll go in demand for 5 years, right? And just sit on it for 5 years. I don't know. I don't know why they do that, but like, especially the smaller creators, like, why don't you come up with a more realistic expectation of what your actual goal to get this produced is, right? And if you don't hit it, I don't know, man. I'm not a
It's
creator.
scary
I've
once
never
you
done
hit
a
like
campaign.
3 years, 4 years on a
Right.
book,
Yeah.
right? You're not talking about the same market.
No. Right.
I mean,
Those.
prices of
Yeah.
shit go up. Like if you're
Right.
like, hey, 2020, I'm gonna take orders for some t-shirts, some cotton t-shirts, right? Hanes BPT cotton t-shirts. They cost $3, right? When I
Yeah.
take the
Right.
orders. Now imagine when I finally decide to print those t-shirts 5 years later, and they're like, yeah, the price of cotton has gone up. So the t-shirts have gone up. So they're now $6
The cost of
in the
production's
next
gone
in
up.
over
Yeah.
5 years. The idea
Right.
that something could go up $3 over 5 years is fucking it's realistic. So
Right.
you're fucking your shit up the more
And
you
that's
wait.
why. Yeah, and that's why I agree with what Eric July said. He's like, you can't just sit on these things. You gotta get them done, pump them out, get them up, and get them over with, and then move on. The longer you wait, you're only hurting yourself. They take these things though as like interest-free loans too. Like they'll some of them are smart enough to dump it in a new account that accrues interest, so they can maybe gain some bucks off it. But if you're using that to pay your bills or go to like baseball games or gamble at the casino or go on vacations, I mean, it's just it's a misappropriation of funds, i.e., fraud. If you really think about it, because but they get away with it because it's crowdfunding, and I brought this point up to Doctor. I said, look, you know I hate to say Congress, but like the laws should get better about this shit. There should be more consumer protection with this kind of stuff. That's why I think the funding goals have to be more accurate. Like this $500 funding goal for something where you're going to get 1,000 backers and make almost six figures, having a $500 goal is bullshit. Like that's bullshit. What does it even mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's useless. It's a meaningless thing.
Do you get like
So
some sort of bump and you get a push, right? Visuals on the website, or there's no benefit to doing it at all?
what, the goals? Setting the goals? Well, because
Setting
if
the
they did,
goal that low, knowing that it'll be met in fucking
you'd have to ask
minutes.
Ethan. Yeah, I don't know, but like if you ever look at Ethan's campaigns, it's usually like a pathetic like $500. Like it's like this pathetic, minimal thing, and you're like, dude, you're clearly gonna make more than Even if $500,000, like you're gonna make more. Somebody like him, and that's the thing. Like you have two classes of creators, right? Where you got the struggling upcoming person who's just trying to get their book made and get it fulfilled, and then you've got people like Ethan or Graham or Aaron Lopresti or like name them, Billy, and these guys are clearly in a different category. And I can't speak to their campaigns, but I know for a fact Ethan puts like this pathetic thing, and it's like I just don't think there's enough consumer protection, and Ethan's like the top,
Did you see that
protagonist. With,
Billy Tucci's got She back into the comic book stores?
yeah,
That's
I like
awesome.
She too. Yeah, I like She. I mean, I bought that
Should bring
compendium that he did, that hardcover compendium he did a while back. I got that. That was dope.
Do you know is he distributing it or somebody else?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
couldn't tell you. Yeah, I couldn't tell you, but yeah,
That's a sweet deal. I mean, I
But
remember seeing She in comic book stores in the 90s.
Yep, I do too. As a matter of fact, I showed my mom that hardcover compendium, and she dug it. She was like, "Oh, this is great." I'm like, "Yeah, it's pretty cool." My mom's in her 60s. You know what I mean? So, like, it just goes to show you, like, cool art and good stories and stuff. Like, there's no real age limit to it. But but yeah, it's tough, man. I think consumer protection needs to be, I think, addressed, because otherwise, what are we doing here? Is this a GoFundMe? This whole like, oh, there's no guarantee. I'm like, well, you hit your goal. I could see if you didn't hit your goal, right? And then you get into the updates. There's no updates. We don't know what's going on. And then you go to the comments. They're like, "Can you refund this?" I'm not hearing a response. Oh, they won't give refunds. And then I see people on Twitter like, "Ethan gives refunds." I'm like, bullshit.
No,
Go
he
to his
doesn't.
Indiegogo. That's what I'm like. Go to his Indiegogo campaign. He already spent that money. He's in the hole as it is, right?
Well, I mean, I think Liam Gray had a great suggestion for people who aren't getting their money back from people. They should go to the bank.
Yeah. Well, I did that with Liam, so he
Yeah,
got that idea from me.
yeah. You should go to the bank and
Yeah.
get your money back that way.
I don't. I mean, that's the only
Salty's.
book
Let me
I've ever
read this
done.
real quick. This is a
Yeah.
super set. Salty's first Silence Do Good campaign had a goal of 75K. It made only 14K, so it was a failed funding. His second campaign goal is now $500.
Proving my point. He's taking the EVS approach now, right? So he was realistic on the first one.
$75. $75,000. Was he gonna like fund some animation as well and shit?
Was that like 800 backers or so? Like, I don't know what 75K would equate to in backers. So he was shooting high there, and all of a sudden now it's down to $500. It's like, dude, you're gonna get what, 10, 15 backers. You're gonna get $500. Like, so it's fucked up. That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, that's fucked up. There's something that needs to be adjusted with these funding goals as far as they go, and the requirements that come with it. But
I'm not somebody to drop DMs, but I should drop DMs from this guy, man. That dude's a fucking kook. The salty guy?
I don't really know him, to be honest.
He came on the stream and was like, I don't know, we talked on Twitter. It was like, yeah, you want to come on the stream, on a freaking awesome show and show your shit. He came on, showed it. It was cool. I did a cover for him. Right. And like the DMs were between us are like, hey, I'm showing him sketches. He's like, awesome. How much do you want to get paid? And I was like, what are you budgeting for the covers? And he said how much, and I was like, yeah, that's cool. That works for me. I don't think it was that much. It didn't even matter. You know what I mean? It was exposure, right? It was another cover, right? It was somebody else in Comicsgate to work with. So I do the cover. He's like, awesome. This is fantastic. He fucking pays me more than what he agreed upon. And then gets somebody to color it and then shows the colors to me and is like, hey, which one do you think? And I'm like, that one, whatever. And then Then he comes on the stream with Wiggles, and Wiggles and him start talking politics, and Salty gets salty. He gets a little
Oh,
butthurt, and you can tell it fucks with him because he sends like a wall of text to Wiggles and sends some shit to me. I'm just like, all right, man, whatever, dude. It didn't matter. And then a week or so later, he's like sending super chats to Ethan saying that like I had fucked up the cover and that it was impossible to sell the cover and shit.
so sour
And
grapes.
that
I'm hearing
I
sour
didn't.
grapes.
Yeah, dude. It was like, what the fuck?
Right. Well, no,
Like
he's
what?
a big.
Like he was sending
Yeah.
like he was sending some serious super chats just so that he could be like, I had to get somebody else to redraw the face on a woman with a mask. I mean, it was just like, what?
That reminds me of
Fucking talking about, dude. And like I was like, what the fuck? Like
no,
he
that
never
reminds
said
me.
anything, dude. And so now he's like fucking,
Well, it reminds me of Von Klaus. They're CG butt sniffers, right? So they'll say whatever it can take to get into Ethan's good graces because they want to like I said, you got to kiss the ring, you got to bow down and kiss the ring, right? And that's the thing about Ethan. He lost his credibility because like I've seen him over the years promote all sorts of people. Oh, this looks great. He played Camel Moon's cartoons. Fucking, he did all this shit over the years. And then when he has falling out, which is basically people just walking away from him most of the time, all of a sudden all their artwork is shit. Oh, it was crap. Oh, I never liked it. It's like, dude, you have no fucking credibility, man. No credibility. And these guys are doing the same fucking. It's cyclical, man. The cycle repeats itself. This is the new class: the bushy foreskins, the Vagisills, the Salties, the Von Cloud, and Von. All of his campaigns have suffered ever since his first Monster MD. And I'm not here to shit on their work. I'm not talking about the quality of their work. I'm just talking about, again, it goes back to behavior. This always goes back to behavior. And people who are in this space, who watch these streams, who are connected and dialed into this shit, we see this, we hear it. There's certain people who turn a blind eye. They'll jump off a fucking cliff. If Ethan said, guys, go jump off the Grand Canyon and plummet to your death, they'd fucking do it. you know? And then there's people with objective minds who think for themselves, who look at this bad behavior and go, well, this is just not for me.
I don't think it's that hard, dude. I don't really think
Yeah.
it's that hard to go from hey guys, I'm gonna have a campaign and we're gonna sell t-shirts and hats and we're gonna have a war chest against Preston Poulter, the fucking degenerate, because he tried to fucking take Comicsgate and destroy it. So I'm gonna, I need people to support me against this degenerate. Okay.
Mhm.
And then, within a year, it's fucking, Riley and Mince and shit. You know what I mean? It's just like,
I know.
what the fuck is going
Well,
on?
yeah,
And,
well,
the
we
whole
won't-
like
yeah,
dog thing, like he's the one who came up with that.
I know.
He's the one who came on Wiggles
I
and
know.
like called that out. And we all thought
know.
that was the funniest thing we had heard. And it's like,
just,
all right.
Well, it's just funny. It just goes to show you, like, it's funny how they can twist things, and we a lot of talk of terms like disingenuous and narrative lately, and that's a classic example of it, where whatever's convenient, Ethan will say whatever's convenient. Well, how about the Mandy tapes, right? Whores will be whores are whores, right? So it's like,
Oh, that was a hard pivot to fucking Phone Tap Phil.
Right.
Phone Tap Phil recorded me beat. Like, it's the bells and whistles were getting pulled.
Right. And I'll tell you what, Phil sent me at New Year's a postcard, Happy Holidays, and he had all his characters and stuff, on the postcard.
Because you were a backer, so he sent out holiday cards to his backers.
Yeah, and he said, "Hail
That's cool."
Sniper.
No, I'm not. That
Yeah.
sounds like I'm
No,
dogging
yeah.
it, but not. Yeah, that
No,
sounds
no,
cool.
no.
That was cool of him to do that.
Right, exactly. And
what
I'm
a
like,
nice way to use the addresses of your backers rather than fucking
I know,
telling them,
Well, he wrote a nice little heartfelt note and a message in it. I won't say what it said, but but it's like I can count on less than one hand the amount of like creators who would actually take the time and the effort to do that. So I give Phil a shout
out.
out.
Sleep under his bed.
he sent me like a photo on Twitter once with the Hard Rock Cafe, and it just said hard R, like the lights were out on all the other words, so it just said hard R.
Oh, that's funny.
That was fucking funny. So I mean, when I hear like somebody like Ethan shitting all over the guy, it's like, dude, Phil's a fucking good dude, man. Fuck you. You're the fucking asshole. Sorry, your bad behavior precedes you. Right? If people want to kiss his ring and bow down to him, that's fine. And look, I was an Ethan fan. I can't, I've got the fucking toys. I got the books and shit. I'm ready to fucking burn them and put them on a live stream or film a video of me burning it all because, like,
I came in at a weird time, dude. I came in at a time where there was no, and I'm gonna call it out, Hail War campaign. I came in at a time when there was like no real opposition to
there's no
Ethan.
beef. Yeah, there was
Yeah,
no
there
beef.
was nobody.
Yeah.
There was nobody
Yeah.
there to like to do anything. You know what I mean?
That was after
And
the
it's
fall
like,
of Rome. It
so
was after the
everything I
fall of Rome.
heard, it was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
hey, you know what I mean? And like nothing had come out yet, right? So if I'm going, hey man, like, what's up with that shit I heard about Mandy? Psh, that's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. I'm like, all right, cool. It's all bullshit. I believe you because you're
Right.
telling me it's all bullshit. You know, hey Mandy, I appreciate what you're doing here. I think that's really fucked up what they're saying about you because it's, you know, I'm being told it's not true. That's right, love bug. It's all fake. It ain't true. Okay, you know.
Mhm. Yeah. Yep. But then you
And
learn.
it's like, hey,
Yeah.
what's war campaign? Shh. No, you ain't
Mandy,
supposed. Don't talk about war campaign. Nobody, like, don't ask about war campaign. Don't say anything. Like, Pan is an evil fucking entity. All these people are fucking evil. You know what I mean? And it was just like, nah, man. They went after Anna's sister. Like all that shit, and like,
another
you know,
lie.
all
Another
the
lie.
stories. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there was nobody
Yeah.
really around, you know, to like
To
kind of
refute it. To refute it.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so it wasn't until like I started like Ethan and I started going back and forth that like people started appearing. You know, Pan reappeared, lots of war campaign, people started like reactivating their accounts and shit, you know. So I'm not saying that I'm the cause of the rise of war campaign, but you know, I know Wiggles was like, yo, I saw you going at him, and I wanted to like
you stoked the
meet
fires.
you.
And the thing about Mandy is Mandy
because
was
I
war
like,
campaign.
so people
Mandy
started
was
coming out
war
with receipts.
campaign. Mandy was war campaign too at one point.
And then receipts started coming out. So then there was like cracks in the wall. You know what I mean? Where it was like, oh, you do know about the Mandy stuff. That is real. Like, what the fuck? You know, like why did you lie about, like, you know, just different small things had it happening. And then war campaign, and suddenly I'm streaming with Pan, and he's like, yeah, look at this. These are screenshots from Ethan. Everything that he fucking says is a lie. He's a fucking dirtbag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, you know, and again, I was a fan of Ethan for a while. I'm not gonna lie, but it's one of those things, man, where it's a cyclical thing. The longer you're here, the more dirt you see and you hear. You start to
where
figure
else
it
is there
out.
to go, dude? Like we're
right.
You know what I mean? Like he's doing drugs in the parking lot. Like he's passed out. Like he's breaking chairs. He isn't getting his shit done. He's still screaming about the same guy. Liam is still spurging out and crying about weird shit. You know what I mean? It's just like
getting booted from green rooms or something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, bro. I'm just like, man, it's fucking handshakes and biscuits, bro. I'm fucking bored, dude.
I responded to Ethan once. He said something. I'm like, well, I'm not the one who smokes God knows what with crack whores, like, and passes out on urinals. Like, come on, man. He's the first one to throw.
Funny.
Yeah, like what's the term? Like throwing stones at glass houses or some shit. Like, anything Ethan said. And the funny thing about Ethan is, it's like anything he says about other people, you can immediately project it back onto him. That's what's so funny about it, because he says all this shit, and it's like, dude, just flip it around. You're talking about yourself. I've always noticed.
Yeah, name one thing, dude. I'm just like,
3D
assets. Oh, really?
Baseball field. Remember that one where you did the baseball field? You used 3D assets for it. Yeah, somebody pointing that out. Yeah.
Dude, there's like parts in Cyberfrog where there's like trees in the background that are fake. Where like Kyle is just like dropped in like these cone shaped things up at the top. I
Well, that
like
goes,
saw that and
yeah.
I was like, that's kind of sloppy up there.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying. Like he'll take whatever he can to use for content, and it's like, well, dude, like flip it back on him. And it's that's what he does. He's like an opportunist, but in like the worst way. Like being an opportunist isn't necessarily a bad thing, but the
No,
way
no.
right, but the way he does it in like the worst way possible and makes it like a bad, like a slimy, like a grease ball type of way of doing it. So, like I said, it comes down to behavior. I mean, forget the books, forget the late books and the quality of the book. We could debate that all day, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But it comes back to behavior, what you say, what you do, and like people have. Look, we're like elephants. We don't forget, right? Like people who have been here, who know the lore, and that's the worst part is he preys on the newbies. That's why, like when he got the Dick Masterson audience, the Vito crowd, or the mint salads, and the Ricada fucking rejects, like it's all new, like a feeding ground for him. And so like they come in and whatever he says, they just take it. How many people do I have to respond to on Twitter? And they'll say some batshit fucking weird fucking crazy thing. And I'm like, dude, have you been around? Like, and I'm not trying to be like all high and mighty, but it's like you're saying shit that's just clearly not true that you're parroting from what
Yeah.
comes out of his mouth.
Dude.
Yeah.
Parroting? Oh, dude, it's every time I see the head wound thing, it's just like you're just
Right.
parroting something that fucking PTP said.
Well,
You're not
Matt,
even parroting something that
I
Ethan
know.
said. Like you're parroting something
Yeah.
PTP told
That he rubbed
Anna in a
onto, right.
DM, and then
Yeah.
Anna shared it with Ethan, and then Ethan is like
Right.
spreading it around. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, I'm a big Spurg too, Matt. So I guess you got the head wound, and I'm a big Spurg. That's my claim to fame. But I mean, that's what these people do, man. They try to pigeonhole you, and that's
The
their
only
way
head
of
wound I
trying to.
have is circumcision.
Oh, God damn.
You
But
wouldn't
that's
call
it.
that a head wound, whatever.
Yeah, I laugh at people like that, and it's like, dude, whatever, man. Like you don't have to believe me. Keep living your own little bubble. I mean, that's what they
Well,
have.
it
They
is.
have
I'm
their own little
totally
bubble.
blocked on. I can't say
Oh,
anything.
I can't
Like,
either.
They
Yeah,
could talk mad shit, but I can't say anything. And
Oh,
especially
dude,
on
you're not
Liam.
alone.
Yo, Liam's
Yeah,
got
yeah.
like 11,000 fucking followers, and he's got
Oh,
maybe
paid. He
12
bought them.
people, maybe
Yeah, he
12 people
bought
in the
them.
chat who could talk.
He bought those followers. There's no way you gain like 10,000 followers in like a day or two. Like that. I don't buy that shit either.
I don't know.
Bots.
He says it was from the Kim Star shit.
Nah, I don't buy, dude. I don't buy that for one goddamn second.
Cricket,
For $500. Hey, at least Cecil stuck up for you. I saw some clip where he was like, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, and even
Yeah.
Ethan was like, "That shit's funny as fuck," because it was. I mean, it was
It
so
was
retarded,
stupid.
dude.
Yeah.
But like, it was what it was. I was like bored. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, I'll fucking try. I saw Ethan, or not Ethan. I saw Liam crash and burn on there. So I was like,
Oh yeah, that was like
fuck it.
nails on a.
Let me give it a shot. I
That
didn't
was like
think I'd
nails
get
on a
on there,
chalkboard.
and I didn't think I'd get as far as I got. Like they were like, yeah, next round, okay, next round, and then the moon cricket. But I think they were just like looking for something to like trash me on. But I got to be honest, their networking was spot on, dude. Like
Oh,
that
yeah?
dude's a fucking nut job, but to have it's like you're watching something and you're like going, oh, that could have been like CG. That could have been Comicsgate where they have like redirects where it's like
Right.
a fucking 24-hour stream of Comicsgate, and
Right,
each
right.
channel is being redirected and redirected and redirected. So, there's a constant flow, but that's like how he has it. He has a bunch of channels, and then like one channel will have their show from 12 to 3, and then they'll redirect it into another show that goes from 3 to 6, and then they'll have like the night show from 6 to 10. You know what I mean? Where they're like collecting most of the super chats and stuff, and then they'll like switch it to like 12 to, you know what I'm saying? Like they're and like
Wait,
it's just
they were
redirect.
well, they're calculated, planned, organized, and had their shit together. Like the
Yeah.
things we hope CG. That's the thing. Like a
Yeah.
lot of
So
the
it was
original
just
people thought
like,
it could get to that, but they
yeah, it
just
was like,
yeah,
wow, like
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
fucking crazy because there's so like 24 hours 7, like there's room for everybody to have a fucking, you know,
hmm
a couple of
Yep.
hours a week, and you're getting the visuals, and then at the evenings, like it ends up at the top rated show, like which would have been Ethan's, you know what I mean? But
Yep.
or
No,
somebody
no.
else's, or
Ethan's
eventually, you
yeah.
know, the ballers or whatever. Go ahead.
Well, Ethan streams over everybody. That's the problem. Like they're all fucktards. Like John will be doing a live stream and Ethan goes live, or the Jack Show will be live. Ethan's going live, or the Ballers will be going. Ethan's
Oh
going
yeah,
live.
they did some shit this week, right? Where they were like, "Hey, we're
Stupid.
gonna draw live feld characters and not have Malin on."
Oh, damn. That's a slap.
Yeah,
Kick to the
I'm trying
balls.
to think
Yeah.
of an analogy for that. It's just like, what? How does?
Yeah.
How do
That
you
probably
not
hurt his
like even
feelings.
like
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, dude, he kicked up his own live stream.
Right.
He
Right.
was like, "All right, well, fuck you."
But it goes to your point though, like they could have interconnected it in a way where it's like, Cecil goes live and then John will go live and Shane or Ethan, like they could have
Mhm.
connected it and made it flow. And like
Yeah.
you said, like make it a what's the word? Representative like thing
Mhm.
where they just all of a sudden it's just a free for all. People just stream whatever the feel they fucking want to do it. And oh, he's streaming, fucking I'm streaming over him. I don't care. And
I mean, you would still be
yeah.
able to be like, "Hey, I'm gonna stream if I want," and you know, it's like, okay,
Right.
it won't, it'll be what it is, you
You
know.
could always have an emergency live stream. I'm not saying it's got to be set in stone, right?
Yeah.
But it could be more calculated, organized, and better put together. And they just, to me, they come off even what the professionals. What was the other one? I know.
Like I want to feel like it should have been. It could have been more like Image, where it's like individual studios all working under a banner.
Right.
But that's not realistic. It was a fucking movement of people who were mad. I don't know. Just
No, yeah. Student of Gods in the chat. They never do raids. That's exactly what we're talking about. Like Bancroft even tried setting those up. Like he'll end a stream and he'll toss it over to Phil. You don't even have to. You just sit there and the stream ends and you're automatically redirected.
that's part of
Yeah.
it. That's a redirect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
cool.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
see, they have some of this. Phil and Bancroft, they got it going on. Because I've seen they'll be like, all right, on Thursday night we're gonna do this show, then Creative Block, and then this other show. Like they try to like lock it down. It's like, damn, see, they've already like positioned themselves to be Thursday night. It's like, all right, Phil and those people, that's their Thursday night Comicsgate, and then Sunday night you have like a fucking Comicsgate rewind where you talk about all the shit that happened during the week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, what could have been? I mean, it still could be. The problem, like I said, the biggest problem is the bad behavior. I mean, dude, stop attacking all these people. Like, just do your shit. Why are you attacking? Like, there's always a new boogeyman. Who's it going to be next week, next month? Like, that's the next question, right? I mean, it's just a matter of who, not if or when. It's just who. It's like every week. I mean, new guy's rich. Last week it was John Longbox. Before that, I mean, Eric July is always the bad guy underneath it all. When you're bored and there's nothing going on, or like Dan Fraga. I mean, it's just like, dude, why do you have to attack? Like, none of these people are bad people. Like, they're not bad people. They're treating them like they're like these horrible, evil people, and it's like, dude, no, you guys are like you're Mean Girls. You are fucking like the movie, like the shitty fucking movie Mean Girls. You guys have become you've become the fucking Mean Girls. Like, really, you're just looking Rainey. I mean, she doesn't, like she walked away. She doesn't even address it, and she still gets brought up. every now and again.
Oh, dude, in this stream,
a
Liam
pervert.
calls her a fucking dead egg Irene. Like, fuck, man.
Right? Yeah.
Because of
You know?
one stream that she did with Cecil. But you see, he'll stream with Cecil.
Right. You know, it's just that bad behavior, man. It turns people off. Like, you know, and again, it goes like, forget the late books, forget the quality of the books or the story or the art. It goes beyond that. When you just see like this bitch ass mean girl, it just, you know, it's negative, man. People don't like people like,
Dude, you know,
you know,
and I'm self-aware that, you know, me fucking throwing shit back is the
yeah, but you're
optics of
defending
it
yourself.
aren't good.
Yeah, but you're not somebody who typically will just pick a fight with somebody because you don't like somebody. You're always in a position of having to defend yourself. So I don't blame you for that, because look, if anybody says shit about me, what do you want me to do? Just sit there? I mean, sometimes I'll ignore certain things. You can't
I've
make fun of
started
everything.
to, dude. I've started to.
I know.
It's just
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
because
It gets too
I
much.
see that it's like, you know, just regurgitation. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like Ethan will
It's
say something,
tiresome.
and then you'll
It's
see,
tiresome.
yeah. It'll be like 20 people will like be saying the same fucking thing, and it's like, give me a break, man.
I hear the same shit. I mean, I'm not to the extent you probably do, but I hear the same basic shit about, like, whenever I'm like, oh, you're a spurg. Ethan took your wrench. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, dude, I flipped out on that guy. Yeah, of course he took my fucking wrench because I flipped the fuck out on him. Like, what the fuck? What's your point? You know? Like, I care. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. But to this day, that's the big thing. I'm a spurg and Ethan took my wrench. Yeah, well, I also told Ethan I can at least see my dick when I look down at it. When was the last time you could say that? And he blocked me on Twitter.
He's
He
a big
unblocked
boy.
me. He did unblock me though. I'll give him credit. I don't know why he unblocked me, but one day he did unblock me, because like one day I could magically respond to him before I couldn't. So I'll give
Dude,
him
fat
credit
people
for
have to get like they have to get like toilet paper holders and shit so that they can wipe their ass because they can't reach around.
that.
And like they have like weird shower heads and stuff that like detach and are on poles, you know, so that they could fucking wash their asses and shit like fucking elephants.
Oh man, I wouldn't know what that's like. My God, damn, that's a rough way to live.
Yeah, dude, like having to wear special gloves to like exfoliate shit because they just start forming mildew. I was like, what? Somebody sent me some fucking. I was like, that's gross. That's gross. And I thought of Ethan. I was like, that motherfucker can't even touch the middle of his back. You know what I mean? There's like something, and it's like,
yeah.
I don't know if that's a little bit more polite than he can't see his own dick, I think.
Well, he said some heinous shit too, and that's the other thing. It's like, you always get victimized, like not criticized for shit I might say or you might say, but it's like, dude, did you hear the shit they said about us? Like, fuck you,
Yeah,
right? Like,
bro.
Right? It's like, dude, we reciprocate. We retaliate. You can't just throw a grenade and fucking expect it not to come back on you either. No offense. But yeah, it's wild, dude. And that's the thing. Like, I still get sucked into it from time to time. But like you're saying, like, after a while, it's like you hear the same shit. It's tiresome. So I try to pick and choose my battles a little bit more. If I have an opinion or something, I'm going to state it. And if the one thing about me is like, and even you, man, you don't just go out there and attack people. You'll have an opinion, but if anything, you're defending when people hit you for like all the things you say. It's not something where like you're proactively going after somebody.
It's
You'll have an
always a
opinion.
reply, dude.
Right. It's the same thing with me. You won't see me just attacking people. Like, it's always me having to defend myself. And yeah, I'm going to fucking defend myself. But like, otherwise, I'll just speak my mind and I'll have an opinion. And that's when people come at you. Oh, you're ugly, you're fat, or you're a spurg, or you're blah, 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 whatever. Like, whatever the fuck they say. And it's like, well, at that point, ding, ding, bitch, let's go. I mean, I'm not going to back down either. Like, sorry, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to play that game.
It used to be fun. It used to be a fun game.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
It's not anymore.
That's what I mean. It gets tiresome after a while. It's like, you're ugly, you're fat, so fuck you, go fuck yourself. Like, all
dude,
right.
It gets a little bit more than that.
Oh yeah. I'm minimalizing. Yeah.
I hear you.
5th campaign that collects everything together at once. Like,
Let's
you
hear
get the
some more of
collected
these
edition
people.
and also the single
Gotcha.
issues all in one campaign.
Yeah. It seems odd to do that. Like, it seems unwise. And I'm not talking shit either. I'm not like trying to dunk on the guy. I just don't understand. Like, but I don't know. That was that part of Comicsgate. They very well could have just hey, I want to do this. I'm going to do it, and not think through the money side of things. Maybe I don't know.
But let's speculate.
Well, I
I'm
didn't
gonna
even think
speculate.
of the problem with me is like, okay, so if you're putting out a new IP, right? Like, hey,
Yeah.
I got this new IP. You can get the first issue, the second
Watch
issue, the
through
third
the
issue, and
fucking
also the collected
Matt
edition.
Barr
But
blame
you
is,
don't know if it's good or not.
strong
and
and
you can buy each
Liam.
issue on its own. Or you can buy the first, wait till you get it, and then decide if you want to get the second or third because the campaign's in demand.
He chooses
That's just
what
killing
comments to
momentum.
highlight.
Don't
You know
put
what
the
I'm
second, third in
saying?
there. Just put the
Mhm.
first.
Yeah.
The head wound
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
this shit.
exactly. 100%.
Yep.
You know what I mean? 100%. Like, and I said at the beginning of the stream, you know, of all of the Comicsgate IPs that I'd seen sort of churned through, I thought the Krishna Kid was probably one of the better ideas that I'd seen come out. I wasn't sure about the execution, but I thought it was a good idea. Although I always thought it was going to be, I mean, you know, I always thought the Kid Krishna was a better title, but you know, that's just me. But yeah, no, it's I'm sad to see it was cancelled and not fulfilled, or at least only partially fulfilled, I guess. So like I guess they tried to sell more. They made like one book and a whole bunch of people bought it, and they thought, I'm guessing here, I'm purely fucking speculating. But
Just
I'm guessing
making
that they
shit
thought,
up.
hey, okay, we've only got like
Has no clue.
you know, this
Just
many
making
backers, we
shit
want to
up.
make this much money, so we need to make more books,
Pulling
more
it out of his
products, and
ass.
the same backers will
Yeah.
buy more
With a
copies
little
of the
tool.
book, you know, different
Because
things,
you can't reach it.
so we can make our minimum or something. I don't know what they're doing. Hopefully Yan will come through. I don't know the time in over in the UK. I'll go check.
I mean, they have a website that doesn't have anything on it. They have so he spent money on this. This isn't just like
This book has been funding longer than Frog Tony's been around, by the way.
like
Yeah.
would not
I
like
tell you
it's
what,
not,
man.
it's not even about trust, but like this is just me going, man, this guy spent a whole bunch of money. He's refunding all the money. I would not be comfortable backing his next campaign thinking, well, he doesn't have any money, right? Like
He didn't back it the first
Yeah, I
time.
don't
clearly
know,
he's
man.
lost
Right.
a bunch of money on this.
Yeah, I just he has to. Then again, you know, he's a communist, so maybe he had a whole bunch of people working for free. I don't know. Sam Bagogo says Barr supposedly has been doing covers for free. So maybe it was all for the commissar, all for the all for the big red daddy government. Everyone was just doing it all for free. I don't know. I don't assume that that's the case.
Samba
I've never heard
Gogo
any
needs to take
controversies
that
around
cross
Comic
out
Mark
of
not
his
paying people.
soy avatar because he is
Yeah.
soy. Yeah, that guy.
Supposedly doing covers for free. Like, what cover have I done for free?
He's just throwing shit
In
out.
what
against the
reality
wall.
would I do a fucking wraparound cover for free?
Yeah, well, you know, let
He
him
paid
cook,
me.
right? Yeah,
Like, that's just part of like the campaign. You know what I mean? Like, he hired me and then paid me. I'm not sure.
he's just trying to sling shit at you. That's it. I mean, that's
It's all he's always assuming that I'm doing shit for free. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing shit to ingratiate myself, which is like a very odd. I don't know. It's very.
that's like the opposite way you operate, right? I mean, who does
right.
like?
Well, I mean, it's like I don't work for free, but like I am working for exposure. I'm not working for
Right.
favors. I'm not like working and getting paid for something and then using it as like blackmail. You know what I'm saying? It's like
right.
I don't go back to anybody and I'm like, hey man, I did a fucking cover for you. How come you're not fucking like I've never done that? You know what I
Right.
mean? It's like I
For
will
clout.
help you. Yeah,
For
yeah.
clout.
I mean, to honestly, yeah, it's like exposure
Right.
because like people
Right.
were like when I first showed up, it was like, hey, what are you doing? You know, what have you done? I'm like, well, I did this stuff outside of Comicsgate and nobody gave a fuck. They were like, what have you done in Comicsgate? Honestly, that's how it was, dude. So it was like,
Yeah.
all right, well, shit, I need to start like doing stuff, you know?
Right.
And Liam never did. Like, there's like Liam doesn't have credit on other people's books. He doesn't have fucking like the footprint that I do,
Well,
and I think that bothers him.
Well, you know what's funny too? It's like I've never seen a book by like somebody who is supposedly quote unquote CG ever put the term CG on their book, right? It's like we talk about that trademark all the time. It's like I don't think I have one book where it actually has CG anywhere on it, you know. So I think that whole argument too. It's like it's independent crowdfunding people. Like it's a space where independent creators get together and they try to cross promote with each other and try to gain networking. It's like any industry, right? You network with people, right? Because
it's like a niche within the it's like a niche
the space.
within
Yeah.
indie comics, you know?
Right.
It's
Yeah. Yeah. You know, and it got co-opted and then it got branded and trademarked and then it got taken over. And, you know, a movement that was supposed to be about fans. And yes, we need creators. Like I said, it's a 50-50 situation. You can't have fans without creators. Like they need something to support, right? And it just became, I think,
became
too
a mainstream,
lopsided.
dude.
Right. Yeah.
It
It
like
really
went
did.
mainstream as quick as
Yeah.
shit. Why? Because
behavior.
it just brought in a whole bunch of like mainstream people whose like whole
Well,
careers were operating like mainstream, which, you know, is just whisper networks, you know, conniving. People talk about how backstabbing fucking the
they
comic
took
book
what they
industry is,
learned.
and they just brought it in. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah. They took what they
Took the
learned from the
tactics they
mainstream.
learned and brought it in.
Yep. I agree. Yep. 100%. Yep. Damn.
So I don't know, but
he is a commie, so there's that.
he's a communist. He was my only communist friend, and I made an exception for him. I was like, you know what? I hate communists, but because you've been around here, because you promoted my book, you know, because we had a lot of laughs, and I always enjoyed being on your show. I'll make an exception, and I'll be friends with this one communist. And he stabbed me in the back. I was like, damn,
stab me in the heart.
Yeah, I'll never trust another communist now. He was the last one I'll ever give a chance.
Tommy Mark doesn't even know who Frog Tony is.
Heartbroken.
Like
he paid everyone in exposure. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not.
I've tried that before, but no one wanted to be exposed by me.
Yeah, you can take it a lot of different ways, but if you're exposing yourself to other people, that's not normally an acceptable form of payment either. Just so we're clear, you know, Liam's OnlyFans career didn't work out. That's what I'm trying to say.
Is that?
You know?
My OnlyFrogs is going strong. I got 200 OnlyFrogs backers right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. But yeah, no, I don't know, man. And it's confusing that even the Wayback Machine's having a fucking retard spasm over this. I'll tell you what, one of the things that, while I'm saying good things about oh, whoops, I unshared my screen when I meant to unshare yours.
So funny, they're like talking about
one
payment.
Of the things
Remember when him and his artists had problems getting paid?
Because I like his hustle.
Yes.
I like his, he is trying new things. Even this refund campaign, though I think it's kind of a little folly. Sort of, you should probably workshop this with a few people that have a brain in their head, you know, before you fucking just go ahead with it. But
well, why did he wait so long?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. I was hoping it would be explained in the stream, but we're 20 minutes in, and I fucking only have a vague idea. Like, but if that's a sign of anything, you know, I don't know. And I can't even reach out to Commie Mark because, you know, he secretly hates me, and you know, so it's like, I wish that he was someone that openly hated me. I thought that he'd be the kind of guy that would openly hate, but communists are sneaky. I should have known, you know. But like, I do like Yan. Hopefully Yan doesn't secretly hate me. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would be that way. And if I can get through to Yan and Charlie's London, maybe it's about 2:30 or 2:40 or something in the afternoon over there. They've got their heads on straight. They'll be able to sit down. And
I think they have like a new kid. I don't know why. I don't think they need fucking Liam to start contacting him to reach out.
No, they don't.
He literally spent.
No, they don't. Nobody needs Liam.
Yeah, a fake website, a fake campaign.
Jimmy
you know, but
Reyes
again, he's always done sort of
Rob
stuff
Hunter
like this,
doesn't.
and he's always sort of, you know, like sort of had bold ideas.
I love when Liam says that. They should have reached out to me. Like he's like this big savior.
One of the things that he did that I thought was very clever that never gets any fucking attention on it, and what I wished the kind of thing other comic skaters thought of was he went over to Comic Vine and various superhero Wikipedias across the internet, and he just did streams where he was talking to people and put his characters and other people's characters like onto these big Wikipedias so that you could find them when you're doing searches, and so they'd come up randomly to new people. And I thought that's clever. That's a good way to get eyes on your characters you wouldn't otherwise get. But it doesn't ever work out for everyone, you know. But this here is just a genuine like, what are you doing? Do you like? It seems like a celebration of failure and a little bit of an icky feeling, you know, just a little bit of an icky feeling.
A lot of coke. Seems like a lot of coke.
Yeah. All right, let's try again. Here we go. We're going in. Hold your breath. We're about to fucking we're going in. Over CG UK. Here we go.
Liam's been a part of every community known to man at this point.
Exist out there in the wild.
Sasquatch.
Just a little something to say. Thanks for believing.
The Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
I'm
getting the pacing, I think, a little bit better as I go on.
A note that has come up in the chat is that I don't say like, I say liker, and
Like
That's what I'm trying to
oh,
say. Like,
oh,
The fucking
Everyone spells it. Everyone spells it as the word like, then a space, and then UH. But that's not what it is. It's like. Thank you.
I'm sure that you have a feeling.
Oh, hang on.
like
I would just want to. There's a chat. There's a chat that I wanted to address from well-read
Oh,
comments.
okay, sorry.
Being the first person, like 30, 40 minutes in the show or whatever, to ask the question. So are we getting refunds for the project? Like if you backed it, you can have a refund. Perth Comic says I have Duradana Piranha. That is how you pronounce it. Like yeah, and Citizen Ronin says like spelled L-I-K-A-H.
Yeah, like that.
But no, that's not it either. What I'm actually saying is the word like, space, and then the letters E and R, you know, as a shortened version of like say.
Yeah.
That's why it is.
Like
oh, like I just heard like
Can you shoot me a message over Demon Bizrak? Shoot me a message.
Is that
over
Piper?
On, one
Is
of
that
the DM
Piper
groups
on
or
the stream?
Discord, and
yeah,
I'll
I
send you a
think
link.
she showed up.
Maybe you can tell me what the fuck's going on.
Ah.
But it
interesting.
sounds like I'm saying like us, but like the Russian dog that they blasted into space or whatever. Like but that's not what I'm saying.
like
Well, Red Comic says, cool, I'll reach out for one, thanks. So you have in your email inbox, if you backed it before the Indiegogo update went up, in your email inbox, there's an email that explains all of this. All you have to do is reply to that, like, and you'll be put on the list to get a refund. Like, it's all explained. I just watched the show, like, we're about to explain it all now. Like,
So pause.
So Mark,
Yeah.
So it sounds like if people aren't paying attention, or maybe change their email, or
Yeah, they won't get the refund. Exactly.
they won't get the refund. Yeah.
If they don't think to ask, they won't get it. You know, which is kind of fair enough, sort of. But like, really, you should be going through and sort of, I don't know, emailing everyone. So hey, this is canceled.
Well, to me, here's the problem with this, right? Excuse me. If you, at what point does he knew he was going to cancel this, right? That's always my issue, right? Because the longer you wait, the longer, the easier it is for people to miss the update, to not understand, to forget that they backed this, right? Like, so if he knew a year ago and he goes, well, if I wait another year, maybe I could get less refunds because people aren't going to pay attention, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay,
you
now
should
now
always,
he,
the moment you go,
that's
okay,
bullshit.
today I realize I can't fulfill, is the day I reached out to everybody and let them know, hey, it's not going to happen, right?
people change. People change banks.
I just
People
want to know what
change
happened.
emails.
Like, I honestly just want a fucking clear answer as to what happened. So
He
that
hit his
like,
goal.
Well, this happened.
That's the problem when you
and,
hit a
then
goal.
move on. Yeah, but it's like,
You know what
If
happened?
you don't
Liam?
hit a
They
goal,
fucked
it
with you and
automatically
karma
gets
came to
refunded.
collect.
that's what happens. They should not have fucked with me. Especially when like I was like so fucking in with them. You know what I mean? Like these were like, if any one of these motherfuckers came to me and were like, Liam, I need your help with something, I would like, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. You know, like fucking. But so it's like,
nobody
these were
did.
like guys that helped promote me when I got,
Right.
you know, when I was coming up. So it's like it's like Pete Gilmore and, you know, like all of the guys in the beginning, like fucking, it used to be like, you know, Yellow Flash and Tug and listen to this fucking Rogues Gallery now. Yellow Flash, Tug, fucking you know, like Gattori Hanzo Pan, you know, like Peter Gilmore, you know, Adam Post, he's gone now, or he's sort of a whole bunch of people. We're all coming up together at the same time in the space. So like,
But you're Australian, Liam. You're the you got CG UK, and then they took all their criminals and they sent it to CG Australia.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's just me and Bancroft. You know, I got kicked out of the CG Australia room after making it. They all hate me. All the other Australians hate me. Viz, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing? So, do you know anything about this? You said that you're a member there for a while and had to leave or something. Like, what happened? What's the story?
Well, sorry, just give a history of the group. The group wasn't kind of just like the CG UK doing our bit over here in the UK. Like we all got together. There wasn't that many of us, but we're having a good time.
Hold on 1 second. I've got to go through wood on the fire. I can hear you, but I'm not going to be on screen. Just keep talking.
But we were having a good time. Like people, like we had people, you know, the Pierre Gilmore, Charlie's London, Tommy Mark. We were all doing their bit, and we all got together in a group, and we're all making, you know, supporting each other. And then after a while, they started adding War Campaign and.
What?
Wait, what?
Looks like Liam has left, and our guest who was explaining what was going on has somehow dropped out. And I, who was eating an apple, thinking I could eat my breakfast while this was going on, now has to entertain you guys. And so Liam comes back.
God damn it! He's just solid black. His microphone. Your microphone must have
Disconnected.
been
He said
disconnected.
War
Welcome to
Campaign
technical
came into
difficulties. I'm like a
UK.
virus.
I don't know what. The fuck.
What's the
Yeah.
best is he's probably still talking, Liam, because he can't hear us. He doesn't realize that he's disconnected.
Demon Vizirac, you need to like.
Yo, when I joined the War Campaign Discord, you know who was in there?
Who?
Liam.
Sorry. Oh shit. I know. And that's the funny thing. Like Pan is actually I think he's still pretty cool with Liam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just like, man, I like him. I just want him to stop lying about shit.
Exactly. Dude, you don't know how many, well, you probably have an idea, but like, I can't tell you how many people have tried to give Liam advice over the years.
I didn't even try to give him advice because it's like, he
won't listen. It's worthless.
If you give him any advice, it's attempts to control, and he's like that fucking triggers him. So I mean, several times I tried to be cool with him in the Discord and tried to like fucking offer
meet him in the middle,
the olive branch. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, he just wants it.
There's some people. Yeah, there's some people, dude, where that's just look, and that's where I think he gets along with Ethan so much because they are very alike in many ways, right? Like you can't tell them anything, you can't give them advice. They don't listen. They think they know better than everybody, and they get butthurt over every little thing. And that's why I think Liam looks up to Ethan like a little brother, and why they get along so well, and why Ethan can't ultimately quit Liam either. So he keeps bringing him back around. It's like, oh, that's my little brother fucking straggling along, so he keeps roping him back in. It's crazy, dude. It is crazy. The longer you're around and because
it's like, yeah, like they're still, again, like they dropped where they talk to him in the Discord, and it's like, yeah, I know Ethan's fucking using me. I know he's fucking doing this, but like, look at the sales I'm getting with Dino King. I know. It's like, all right, dude.
Where's your dignity, man? Like, where's your pride, bro? I know pride's a sin, but like, I don't know. You got to have a little self-respect.
But this, like, War Campaign, they were bringing in War Campaign into CG UK. Really? When was this?
I know, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's news to me.
Like, I remember them hanging out. Like, I remember there was like a big meetup, and, I saw pictures of Kami Mark, and I saw, Gilmore and all them. And I don't recall anybody mentioning War Campaign. I don't even think they were around at the time. Maybe,
Dude, Peter Gilmore fucking hates War Campaign. That would be like, after Mandy was ousted, like it made no, because Peter Gilmore is the ultimate Mandy simp. I mean, he would fucking drink her bathwater. Fuck's sake,
Yeah. So the idea of like bringing in War Campaign is probably not realistic. Yeah.
That was bullshit. Yeah. So maybe he's just talking out of his ass, which wouldn't be a surprise.
Fix your headphones and leave and come back. I've got a fire that's got hot coals everywhere. What could go wrong? Entertain my chat. I'll be right back. I don't want to burn my house down.
Yeah, go do what you gotta do, Liam. I'll entertain the chat. What's up, Zombie Boy? Says entertain us.
What the fuck?
Oh man,
there's coals all over his house. He's gonna burn his house down.
Do a Frog Tony members only live stream.
That's better than getting swatted, I guess.
What we're gonna talk about? Probably gonna talk more about Ricardo, the Ricardo situation, how it keeps spiraling out of control. The guy who claims he wants to leave Comicsgate quietly, and then boom. He's out there taking shots at Ethan, taking shots at other people in CG, calling it me and Katie snakes.
This guy's such a piece of shit.
Frog Tony, yeah.
Oh, he's such a piece of shit.
But he isn't. It's like, yeah, he does have just two teeth and they're clacking together. But he is being honest about Richard. Like Richard was like, "Yo, man, I got to get the fuck out of Comicsgate," and then is just fucking going off, dude.
Yeah, well, Ethan is also the catalyst,
and I think it's I think it's catalyst, but I think it's also Umbre is like hitting the fucking streams. He's like hitting all the fucking spots, and like I think he's like getting a little clout boost.
Right. Well, I mean, like I said, this is everybody comes to their realization, at their own point, and it's one of those things where like Rich, even like I had words with Rich, and
he DM'd me and apologized.
He did to me too, and I give him credit.
We talked a little bit, and so I am like still sitting here talking shit, but it's like, bro, you were You got to give me some time. I'm still a little fucking.
No, I
What
hear
the
you, man.
fuck, dude?
I mean, your relationship's different than mine, but I give him at least credit for being like, dude, I just want to let you know, like, I know we've had our
Relationship.
issues.
I wouldn't
Well,
use that fucking word.
I just, I give people credit, like if, can we meet in the middle? Like, we can have disagreements and fight and shit. Like I said, look, I have a brother. We get into fights all the fucking time. We still love each other, and we go out, we have some beers, we forget about it, and we can move on. And I give people credit who can do that. It's the people who are like little bitches who they can't get over it. It's like that person at work, right? Say you work like an office
I'm
job.
being self-aware in the fact that I'm being a little bit of a bitch. Like, what the fuck?
No, I mean, like you say that one thing at work, right? Like, in a meeting that contradicts what they're saying, and it goes against them, and it's like you're dead to them forever in life. And it's like, come on,
Oh
man.
no,
But,
he's not dead to me. Yeah,
No, I know.
I'm not
Yeah,
like
yeah.
forever.
No,
but
I know. No, I
but I
know.
am gonna be like, bro, you're fucking going a little hard right now. Like,
Yeah.
you were going hard in one direction, and now you're going fucking super hard in
Well,
the other direction. Maybe
Matt,
just
you
maybe
got to
just
chalk
take
it
a
up.
break. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you, man. I hear you. But you know what? It's like this is what
Because he
happens.
called, he was like, "Yo, I'm taking a break. I'm leaving Comic Skate." Okay, you're leaving the scene. All right, you're stepping out of the nightclub.
Well, Dan Fraga did the same thing. When you're passionate about something and shit flips around and 180s on you, your natural reaction is to react, right? And so, like right now, he's in that stage where it's like, and like after a while, you step back and you go, fuck, what am I doing? Like, this isn't like, what the fuck, Don't worry. I mean, my advice to Rich is like, dude, just let it simmer, let it go. Next week, Ethan will find a new boogeyman, or CG will find a new boogeyman. Right now, it's Fraga again with this whole Shane fucking thing. So, like, the best thing you can
Handshakes and
do.
biscuits.
Exactly. So it's like, just, this is their shit, man. This is their shtick now. It's like, it's always, and when it's a dead week where they have nobody to bitch about, they'll recycle some of the old villains, and they'll bring up old names and try to stir up new shit. And the challenge is to take the bait and not to get sucked into it at that point. So I don't know. That's just from an outsider standpoint. If I was Rich, I'd be like, just back away, dude. Don't even bother. Do your own shit. Put your head down. Same thing with Fraga. Finish the book. Put your head down. Just back away, and just do what you got to do, man. Don't worry. They'll find somebody else to bitch about. I mean, they'll go back to Eric July. I mean, that's Ethan's old go-to every time.
Oh,
there's
that's the
nothing to
bread and
talk
butter.
about. Yeah, I mean, that's his trash cast moneymaker, right? So, that's the only advice I could, as just somebody from the outside can give, but I don't know. Yeah.
Good luck.
Then we got, of course, we got video games and stuff to talk about tonight, and that's going to be entertaining. But this situation is ridiculous. I have no idea why you would wait so long. Demon is back, so hopefully Liam pops him back in.
God damn, he's fucking pregnant.
Sorry, my mic just disconnected there. I don't know why.
Damn, Liam's gaining some
You
weight.
said WC, and then that
Dude,
was it.
he
Like
is
they
a
came
round
and got you.
boy. He's like
Exactly.
fucking that
Well, just
blueberry.
like the
Violet, you're turning violet.
into the group for a while,
Rotund.
they had
Yeah.
Rule come in, and that just put a bad taste in their mouth. Hate that guy, and also like Peter Gilmore hated him as well.
Chad, I'll be right back. I
Wait, I want to hear what that guy
Yeah,
said. That
go
little
do what you got
English
to do,
guy.
man. Demon is back, so hopefully Liam pops him back in.
I don't know who that guy is either.
Sorry, my mic just disconnected there. I don't know why.
You
Well,
said
just-
WC, and then that was it. Like they came and got you. They zapped you.
Well, just like the war, like they started adding war campaign people into the group for a while. Like they had Rule come in, and that just put a bad taste in their mouth. Hate that guy, and also like Peter Gilmore hated him as well. But for some reason he was added, and then we were supposed to be okay with that, and then nobody was supporting each other anymore, and it just became part of. It really just became Comic Mark's show that people were doing anymore. There was no really promoting each other anymore. And like I still stayed part of the group, so still in the chat, still talking to them, but other people left too, like away from them. And then just to be specific to Comic Mark, he always had issues with his artists. Like he was always saying, I'm not getting a report back from them, or they're not coming back to me. Oh, I sent them money, but they're not giving me the art back. And he was constantly saying that, and I'm like, well, shouldn't you be saying this to everybody out there? This was a while ago. I've been banned off Twitter, so I'm not in their group anymore, like over a year. But this is what I was hearing back then, and like he never seemed to make much progress from what I was watching from being in the chat. There was never anything really new for Krishna Kid, other than the odd cover, the odd bit of art, and then he was just like leaving it at that, and then he was doing less and less of his live streams. So I think he suddenly it dawned on him that he couldn't do what he was able to do here, like with Best Korea when he did that. And we had, you know, when CG was on its full
I think
go,
everything this
like
guy
Charlie
is
London
saying
did her thing with
is bullshit.
you know, Charlie's London.
I don't know what
And
he's
then we had,
talking
like,
about. I know, yeah.
Oh,
Now, if
Kami
had a
what's the
problem with
name of
other
it?
people in the
Before,
artwork,
like,
that's
TMNT
fucking on him.
Kickback
But you
guys.
know,
Oh, you're talking about the Mary Boys. I love
Yeah,
Mary,
Mary
Boys.
Boys. Yeah,
fucking,
Mary
Mary
Boys.
Boys
he
is
didn't
great.
have a
Mary
problem with
Boys is
me.
fucking old school. You know, I still
Yeah.
like
This is all
get updates and see
speculation.
their art here now. How that's still going strong. I should
I
probably-
think they're still working
hearsay.
on their stuff, but I haven't
Yeah.
seen them
Right.
because they used to be on Twitter,
Yeah,
and I've lost their like contacts and stuff. So
Yeah, no, oh man,
It's hearsay with
you
no
know,
receipts.
no one talks about Mary Boys. That's
Nobody
awesome.
else backing
Yeah,
up.
Mary Boys is
Get
one of my
sidetracked,
favorite.
Liam. Get
Sorry,
sidetracked. Back
sorry,
on
I'm
the time mark.
Let's get back to the topic. I'm going to talk about comic books.
Yeah, it
again.
was just like Mary
Sorry.
Boys was in the they were in the group. They were like one of the people that were actually doing stuff. Like they were showing art. They were doing stuff. Like Peter Gilmore was one of the people always putting his art in, always doing stuff. But then Mark was always talking about problems. He was always talking about problems going on, and then he started going on about internet drama. And I'm like, why? Like, if you have a book going, but we've not seen any progress, why is this not going anywhere? Like he was just constantly like focused on this show, Russ and Troll Factory, and then he would show his book, but then there would be nothing different. It was constantly just like, why haven't you just got somebody, another artist? Oh, I'm waiting for them, and nothing. Even at one point when he was saying he was struggling for like 10 pages, I said I would do them for free and help him out, and then he could, you know, if he wanted to, he could give me some money after, but I would do them for free anyway, just to get it finished for him. But he never got back to me. I'm like, I could do it for free for you. I showed you, like, I could do it the level that he wanted for, like, if I really put my effort in, I could do a good page for him.
Receipts
But
on this?
if I really took like a week on a page. Like,
Well, apparently, Kami Mark
really,
felt
like, if I took my
he
time,
didn't want you to
get
do
it.
that work.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, "Hey,
Yeah.
I could do this,"
So,
and he looked at your art
he
and
never
was
got
like,
back
"Yeah,
to me,
fuck
and
that."
kind of just dried up. So I'm never
Exactly.
going to offer
Yeah.
again because I won't offer a gift twice, you know.
Mhm.
And then I got out of the group after that because they were no longer promoting each other, and it became about his show or just having fun, and there was no products, there was no business, there was no growing the community.
This guy's an unreliable narrator.
And
You
I
ever
think
read a
that's just
book
ultimately he fizzled
where the
out,
narration is
and
unreliable?
he had nothing,
Yeah.
and he
This
was
guy
trying
is
to
an
get the
unreliable
internet drama to
narrator
go
right now.
and build his channel up so he could maybe get the money back and pull it, like get his book back, but that just never came.
So it sounds like, and please don't feel hesitant to correct me if I'm wrong. You know, what happened was fundamentally he picked up some artists. He wasn't getting work back from them. He wasn't having clear communication from them. They essentially ghosted him. He just sort of had to write it out and say nothing because it's not like he could really go to anyone else. He turned down, well, he was silenced when you offered.
He seemed
And
soft.
then, yeah,
Like with approach to these artists, like if it were me and I had I had an artist and they weren't producing after like a day or two, like if I expected it then, I'd be like, is this done? I'd be like, no, I'll give you another day, but if it's not done, I'm moving. Like that'd be it.
I don't know this dude.
He never seemed to have a backbone or put his foot down or make a decision. It seemed like it was
Who is
just like,
this
oh,
guy?
I'll wait,
Does this
I'll
guy
wait,
do
and then suddenly
comics?
it's
Like,
too-
who is
it
this
takes too long,
fucking
you've
guy?
not got the
I don't know
time,
who the fuck
everything's
this
got
guy
your
is.
stuff.
I think this might be a
Yeah.
troll.
yeah, you know, and that's an
honestly.
easy
I
mistake to
think
make.
Right.
You know, I get that.
Like,
I
all
get
right,
that. You
dude,
don't
you're
wanna-
talking
you don't wanna
real
push
big.
people too hard. That's, you know, what the problem I have. I push people, and I'm like, get it done, get better, get improved, be your best self.
Liam pushes
And people don't.
Yo, yeah, he pushes people and then he brushes their hair back behind their ear
Ask
and goes in for a
Lidl.
slow kiss.
Ask
right?
what's her name? Yeah, Manga Chan.
Yeah.
Yodi. What's his name? Yeah. Odie.
Talk
Yeah.
about running out of money. What about him and the Yuki? He
Yeah,
paid her, like, oh, I paid her, and then had to pay her while he cried online.
We was talking about Lidl stealing a tablet or something like that. Remember on Raptors? And Lidl's
Yeah.
like, I don't have that. I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah.
Projection,
Oh, God.
projection,
You always
projection.
appreciate that until
Three
they sort of realize
douchebags
the
chatting
advantage
right now.
of it, you know. But yeah, so that seems to be a thing. I
Half-wits,
sent off a
bro.
message to Peter Gilmore.
Yeah,
If he's busy or not, but hopefully we can get him in here and he can sort of tell his bit about what's happening. But
Never had an issue with Peter Gilmore. He was class.
yeah, Peter
Class
Gilmore's great. Peter Gilmore's
everywhere he went. Same with Mary Boy's his wife. They were great.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
And Charlie's London. They were
Yeah,
good.
Chaz is great. I like I said, I loved CG UK. They were my peeps. You know what I mean? I'm sort of sad to see that over here they got Liam haters over there. I'm like, oh.
I never liked that either. That's kind of as well. Like they started like hating, like there was about they started talking about people in those groups, and you know what I've said to you before. I don't do DM groups anymore because of it.
Yeah, exactly.
You said you were kicked off on Twitter. What are you talking about?
You can send me a message on YouTube. I've not got a Twitter anymore. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Because you
Yeah,
got.
but I'm glad that you take time to come in here and clear it all up for us and give us a bit of an insight on it. Do you want to stick around?
Yeah, I'll stick around. I've got time.
All right.
On the show.
Oh, hold on, I almost got a super chat.
Hey, you're
Hold
fitting into my narrative. You want to stay on?
YouTube to display our names again in chats and super chats. This is Wong. Welcome back, Wong. I didn't know that it had changed, but I guess it has.
It didn't. On mine, it shows John Wong when John Wong does a.
Well, he just did one here, and it says Vic Oz Tax Truckee. Look at the screen.
I know.
Wait, are you the real John Wong? How do we know that it's you?
That's him. Every once in a while, it will come out like
John Wong
on my comment section. You got to change your @ whatever your @ is. You got a display name and you got an @ name, right? That's the issue. So you got to change your @ name on your settings for YouTube.
You can rename your account to make it more sensible. Says, I'm sorry that can't.
No,
help
you can't.
If it was
You
another
can't
stream,
necessarily.
Crushing
Certain names are taken.
Broom,
Yeah.
floor, what the fuck am I saying? Just fucking don't listen to me.
Although John Young,
did you
he's
already
kind of
put
an
together like a digital file, like for how they're going to redeem their digital
Billy,
copies
the fucking
or whatever?
Yeah, like so like I said, I've already done 2 refunds since I got home from work. Those people, after they filled out their forms, they received their refund and then an email saying, I've sent your refund. Here's the books that you asked for out of the back catalog.
I like this is so kind of cool and well put together that like I would also like as a contributor on this project like to throw something in there as like a gesture of goodwill, but that doesn't require any like
actual effort. Jesus.
I think it'd be nice to have like all 4 wraparound covers like in their full resolution added into that little package so that people, if they'd like to have them as phone wallpapers or screen wallpapers, they would be able to have those.
Talking about my art.
Fucking spit it out.
Yeah, I know, it's fucking hard, isn't it?
4 covers, like in their full 16:9 ratio at like a high resolution so that you can, put faces or memes on them or have them as your background or something like that. Because I don't think the wraparound covers really translate to a digital comic form, like I mean, since they're never getting any version of that, like for memories. And I'll remind Mark so that anybody that gets a refund, you'll get those 4 high resolution images. Or you can. My DMs are open. You can DM me, and I will gladly share them with anyone that
Just put them on a fucking website to download.
What the fuck?
You got a website? Here, click, download. It's free.
$5 for a domain. $5.
Yeah, geez.
He's got a domain. They got a KrishnaKid.com.
Yeah, and then exactly. Just click download. Easy. Who cares? If you're giving it away for free, there you go. Go here, download it. Who cares?
I think she wants to do some gaming with you, Matt.
Great project that didn't.
Yeah, I believe so.
May I just say, please do not send Billy any dick pics. That's not what he's asking.
I'm.
Yeah.
He will ask.
Kind of flow state right now, drawing, enjoying this.
No, I know. No, but if you do, I think she's down. Just
exactly.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that.
Pixel Trader with a note saying that it's probably in your spam folder. Like a certain number of the emails that went out without subject titles. Like so they may have gone into people's spam folders. So do check them. And obviously, I'm gonna keep emailing people who haven't filled out the form.
Oh, look who shows up!
Look who shows up in the chat. Like that would have given it.
Who's in the chat?
Tree Goblin.
Oh, Katie. No, on their stream. Yeah, Katie.
Oh.
Yeah, Katie.
What?
Dr. Ben says,
what was that about me?
Doggy girl.
What was saying?
They said send your bank details to you,
Dr. Ben says,
just so we're clear, I ain't refunding any of the people for Krishna's book. That ain't how it works. God.
Well, here's a weird thing,
Back
Liam,
the camera.
real quick. The artist Vineet Kumar, 3 weeks ago on Instagram, he was still like promoting the comic.
2 weeks ago, you say?
3 weeks ago.
He
3
might
weeks.
just release it himself when he's finished.
And he's got some concept art from on his art station.
Can you bring that up? Can we have a look at this, please? So let me guess. So wait a minute. So the artist, is this communist going to fuck us? Is this guy going to release it for free? And what's going on here? I
have no idea. I just work here, Liam. I don't know the rules. You got to stop sharing your screen.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, here. Let's figure this out. Let's get to the bottom of this.
He's wearing
This
that
is our
fucking
station.
crown too. God, I hate that.
Is
guy.
he?
Pages from,
Hold on, let me look.
Liam-
Is he really
Liam-
wearing the fucking
like-
crown?
Yeah, Liam is the blueberry. He's wearing a crown.
So
And
he's
then,
only
like,
got 3 of them. When were they uploaded?
3.
Can
We
we
can
see
about
this
it.
one? Oh no, this is all of them.
Yeah, they don't have dates. These are the pages.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
You
yeah, it
should be
looks
able
pretty
to
good.
if you're in. Are you logged into ArtStation?
Well,
No,
Zuzu-
I don't
he's
have
like
an
a
access.
almost sounds
Normally
like
have the date on
Edwin-y. Edwinish.
Do you want to
Yeah.
just drop the link
I'm gonna
into
edit
the?
that out.
We'll
Everyone's
be a
gonna get
team.
mad if he
I'm
hears
gonna
it.
drop the link in the private chat real quick.
It'll sound like
dude,
that.
and I'll send
Yeah.
Rack over to check it out. We'll get to the bottom of this.
But here's the 3 weeks ago is panel from Krishna Kid Book 2 3 weeks ago. So this is 3 weeks ago. He was still highlighting it on his Instagram. So
What's going on?
did
gives
he
a
not
fuck?
know? Did they tell
Time
him?
to speculate.
Again,
Who
they
cares?
seem to never communicate,
Right.
so I don't
Wait.
know why. It seems like they've never spoken in their whole life.
Sounds like a get rich quick scheme. I'm emailing you for a refund, Liam. It's not. I can't refund on behalf of the commies. That's my money. That's capitalist money, not commie money.
It's our money, Liam.
I'm not associated. Yeah, it's our money. You can't have any, Johnny.
I hear you,
That's a
Sark.
verdict.
I mean, they're talking about something. All right, the book's canceled. Who gives a shit
Yeah,
if they
this
posted
seems,
updates a week or
seems
two?
strange.
Who
3
cares?
weeks ago,
That's
he's
not
doing
even
Yeah.
the
this stuff.
point.
Then this
Like,
just
who
happened, and you
cares?
just realized, like,
Yeah, he made the
what the
decision.
fuck is going on? We need someone that can tell us what the fuck is going on.
Campaign should also get a refund on principle.
Why are they
Anyone who
so
did
We need
embroiled?
somebody to tell us what the fuck is
can
going on.
100%
Okay,
have their
let's
money
play
back.
let's
Like,
play
I
the
will
video
commit
then.
to that.
Somebody said to
Right,
play this back
let's
at
get
like
onto the struggle section
175 speed.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I'm sure
Wait a minute. The way they all laughed. Maybe I'm just being fucking paranoid here, but you can't be too paranoid anymore. But the way they all laughed when Tree Goblin said, "Did Liam your details?" They all are laughing about the fact that when Chris Stanley asked for a refund from me, I said,
Oh,
"Okay,
here we
let's give you
go.
bank details," because
Ooh.
that's how I send people money from one bank
Spicy.
account to another. You know, like you give me your bank details and I transfer the money.
I'm
from
not
my
giving you
business
my
account to your
banking
bank
info,
account like a
you
normal fucking
asshole.
any business would do. Is this whole fucking thing? Now I got railed on it by that. Said, "Oh, you're trying to dox people." I'm like, well, Chris Stanley already backed me, so if I wanted to dox him or whatever, I've got his docs and everything there. So that's not the issue. It's just I can't send money back through the Indiegogo. It has to go by bank transfer. And I was dunked on that pretty hard by sort of the Raptor crew and all of those guys. It's like no one fucking thought about it even a little bit. It's like, imagine, I'm getting off the point. Were they thinking we got a refund, but we can't do that because otherwise people tear us apart like they tore Liam apart? So we've instead got to concoct this giant fucking communist machine to show that we're giving people their fucking money back and don't have to ask for their bank details. But aren't people wouldn't people have to put their banking details into the website to get the refund?
Dude,
Like,
listen to this guy.
Here's a wrinkle in this whole thing. So I'm looking again.
Wouldn't
doing
they?
research
Yeah.
while we're on the fly.
Thank you.
So there's an update from November 30th, 2023, right?
Okay.
And basically, he says that he wanted to get the book done before Vineet went to take his final exams in the summer, but they didn't. But when he sat down for the exams, the book was 70 or 80% complete, right? Then he went to go letter it. So he's like, okay, we got 70% to 80% of the book is complete. Now let me go letter it. And at that point, Liam, he realized this book was shit. The pacing was completely off and the art was subpar. And so he made the glorious decision to throw everything in the garbage and start over from scratch.
Run that by me one more time. That just washed right over my smooth koala brain. One more time.
Okay.
One more
What?
time.
2023.
Take your crown off your
was
fucking
too
head.
Let everyone know what's going on.
Yeah, dude.
No, 2023.
Right.
Not 23rd. November 30th, 2023, Liam.
Oh, okay.
He said, hey, my plan was to make sure that this book was finished before the artist went to take his summer exam. So he had exams. His artist was in school, in college.
Okay.
But that didn't happen. He goes, that didn't happen, obviously. We're not done. He went to take his exams. But we're like 80% done. 80% of the comic has been drawn and colored and everything's good to go.
Mm-hmm.
So he sat down to letter the comic and he realized at that point that the pacing of the comic was completely off, that it was too fast-paced, that the characters didn't have enough room to breathe. Plus, the art was just shit and not up to the standard he wanted. And so he then made the decision to tell the artist to restart from scratch at page 1.
Oh my God. Oh my god. Okay, hold on a minute. Oh my god. Okay, so it was a 48-page book, right?
Yeah.
So 1 minute. That's 38 pages, right? 38 pages.
Blue
we
looks
finished this
terrible
project.
on Liam, by the way.
And at that point, he goes, "Not do it again."
Blue.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's what roughs are for. That's what roughs are for, man. Like you're meant to get rough it out,
Blue
so you
and
know what you're gonna do,
orange.
and then you look, you go, yeah, okay,
Yeah, not a good
Is
combo.
it-
It sounds like from a demon here.
Is there any
Sounds like he
major
just did all
teams
the
that are
work
blue
on
and
his own.
orange?
Yeah,
Then
there was
send it to Kami Mark.
Watch
and he's
out.
like,
Well,
oh,
the
just-
Knicks,
just send-
the New York
One point-
Knicks.
At one point, he did say he had 10
They
pages.
suck too.
They
Yeah.
fucking
So
suck.
yeah, so
Like,
that would be
Yeah.
the time frame.
And then
48 pages, 38 done is 10 left.
Yeah, that's
and then he did. I know I'm remembering from this. He did say that he was going to redraw some pages, but I didn't realize he meant all the pages.
Oh, now he's
Did he redraw?
remembering after they
Said
read
the update,
something.
they
Now
would
he's
start from
remembering.
scratch.
Well, this is like in the chat. I've never seen
Mm.
these updates because I never paid attention after.
Funny how that works.
I just
Yeah.
knew he had the campaign out. So
Yeah.
It looks like you're
That's
fixed
crazy.
now, Mr. Wong. The problem is people trying to get by with an amateur or part-time artist, fundraise, pay your artist, be professional, get professional results. It's true. I mean, I regret hiring. You know, I've had my whole share of heartbreak around trying to lift up amateurs and stuff. But you know, I'm not going to go on.
Here we go.
Oh my
So,
god.
Here we go.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
firing Finbar and TJ after we finish this first issue.
You're going to take the back to the knees.
yeah,
I'm gonna get
and
better.
Didn't
I'm
he
gonna
try
get
to-
better artist.
his
He
artist,
tried to
was
seduce
looking
his
at
artists,
ArtStation,
too.
Yeah,
at least
dude.
2 weeks ago.
Look,
Yeah.
he either tries to fuck
Yeah.
his artist or fuck him over.
So 2 or 3 weeks
Right.
ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would laugh if the artist puts out like another post next week, like unaware that the comic was canceled. So
That
That would
Probably-
actually
probably could
see.
happen.
That would be funny. That would be funny.
Done with school. Let me get this comic book out now.
So that's
To
what
be fair,
happened.
think about it from
he,
the artist's
he
point of view as
realized
well.
the
Like,
book
how much
was
time has he
shit,
spent on this? You
and
know what I
so
mean? He told you
he's
tough
like,
shit,
"Yeah,
buddy.
I'm."
You know, like
Especially being like the Indian mythology and like this is something
this is his
totally different.
first. This is his first book and everything like that. Probably.
I mean, people
Well,
have their
like you're saying,
reasons
Indian
for
mythology,
canceling
so, Kumar is
campaigns. The
Indian.
fact that he's going to
Yeah,
give
I guess it's probably
refunds,
close to
like
home.
you got to give him a
Very
little
personal
credit,
story to his people.
Yeah.
Don't
right?
know. Never met the guy. Don't know. Have to speculate. But you know, I don't know. Maybe we could ask him what's going on. But apparently, it's hard to communicate with. I don't know.
I mean, he has
Yeah,
like 3 different
I mean,
things. He
did,
got contact his art station, got a contact
Is
page,
Rob
his
Hunter giving
Instagram has a
refunds?
contact
Is
page,
everybody
he's got
else
a
giving
YouTube channel.
Did
refunds?
Jimmy Reyes? I backed Jimmy
He has a
Reyes.
YouTube
Am I
channel?
getting that money back?
Are you
Yeah,
getting a
no,
refund?
He's got a couple
Nope.
videos.
I never heard shit about it.
Especially
If I
if people are
am,
interested, we can
no.
find out what's going on. Hopefully, like hopefully someone will show up and they can tell us so that they know a bit more. But we could reach out to him if we wanted, I guess.
I
If
never
anyone wants
backed
to,
Rob's
hey, you wanna
book,
come
so
on?
I
But it's a
can't
bit
say
short notice as
about
well.
Rob.
I mean,
But
that's happening.
Clueless. These
Okay,
guys are
fine,
just
different.
fucking
Yeah,
clueless watching this shit, making it
Oh,
up.
he's
just-
been in India, yeah.
pulling this shit out their
I
ass.
can give him like
completely.
$3. He can buy a house. You know.
Like feelings about Krishna Kid, about this refund campaign, even about me or whatever. And like honestly, I want to hear them. This is your chance to speak freely or whatever.
Or whatever.
While
That's
I sit
my
beneath the banner of
impersonation.
my own failure,
You're
and see,
stealing my
like,
shit,
your
Liam. I
words,
mean,
this cleansing
Billy.
fire of the people's judgment. When comrades complete their refund request forms, there's a designated section to leave a comment. Every comment submitted will be treated as free super chat and read aloud during one of the live struggle session broadcasts. Tell me how you feel. Roast me.
I don't get British
mock
humor.
me,
Is this supposed to be
call
funny
me
or something?
names.
He's American. Billy Basco's American.
No, this is Billy Basco, and thank God he is, because wait until you hear his real voice. Is copying. He's doing it.
I just love that Demon immediately was like, no, that's not our people.
Yeah, yeah.
Not, and like he still wouldn't be my people. I'm Scottish.
Oh, you like Finbar's people.
Yeah, I'm a Celt. They're Anglo-Saxons.
Here we go. But yeah, no, he's American. Piper's an American, and I know who this is down here. I don't know who this is here. That's Yan. Yan, I like. I mean, Yan is a good guy. He's
You
been
say
around.
that now. I would hold your judgment, Liam, until you find out anything that he said about you.
No,
Yan was pretty chill in the chat. He was just chill.
Yan is fucking cool. And it's true, Frog. I've got to stop being so soft, because if I found out tomorrow that Yan hated me as much as fucking Commie Mark hated me, it'd be like a big old spear with a flag on it right through the heart. I'd be like,
I don't think
we were
Commie Mark
friends,
hates
you know?
him.
It'd be horrible.
I don't think so either.
I don't think
Offer
he
solidarity,
knows
denounce
Liam
me
is
as a
Liam,
counter-revolutionary grifter,
Right.
and doesn't really bother him.
reaffirm
Doesn't really
your
fuck with
faith
him.
in our revolutionary cause.
Your reputation
Oh, is
precedes
that the commie way
you
of saying
around these
Yeah.
parts. And Commie's been around for
Yeah,
a
in the
while.
free super chat section.
They call me degenerate. Beat me. Beat me. Spank me. Spank me. Like,
Oh,
hey.
yeah, spank me.
They're like
What
celebrating
walked into?
All
the
statements will
cancellation,
be,
dude.
read aloud,
Oh yeah,
uncensored,
yeah. That's what it looks
unedited,
like.
Kind of a bummer.
uncomfortable, or whatever. Because this isn't just about refunds.
It's just a black eye. It's just,
accountability.
it doesn't make
It is.
crowdfunding look
Ritual
appealing, you
humiliation,
know.
or whatever. It's about
Yeah.
healing
The dude at the
communist
bottom
way.
didn't do
Your
shit
voice,
for the book.
matters,
The guy with the fucking glasses. I don't remember him doing anything for the book.
Yes, that might be on two types.
Piper didn't fucking do anything for the book.
When you fill out your refund request form,
Billy colored the covers.
A section.
I never got a fucking email saying that the book was canceled, that my shit wasn't coming out.
That's just.
I never even got a fucking cover of the first book.
Slagging us off or whatever, slagging us off. I include everyone else in that. Then
I honestly didn't back Krishna Kid, so I'm kind of out of it. Yeah,
I'm dude. The inside of the book looked like shit.
Comment so far.
Yeah,
outside of 50 super chat.
He literally hired an Indian dude.
Says, I warned Krishna Kid about his butter.
Like a dude that lived in a in a shack with like 5 other people, dude. And it's like, yeah, what I pay him, he can eat for like 3 months.
A street shitter.
Shame.
Sorry, I had to throw that up.
Shame.
Yeah. This man. Victor Shade says, "Let the commie mark show trial begin." That's it. Exactly.
So are we gonna, like, the next couple streams we do, just have a segment at the beginning where you read off the comments from refundees? Like, we'll just have like a special segment for that.
Yeah. Like
so now he's back. He's coming back.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
I don't know, dude. And I don't care.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
I say I don't care, but then I'm hitting play.
This is why
I'm totally self-aware today.
This is the most retarded thing I've ever watched.
Look, he's fixing his tiara.
I never really got the communism thing.
Oh, look at that. Oh, he looks. Doesn't he look?
Doing,
oh, he looks like a princess.
The communism thing never really ran with me. I'll say that.
Well, this bit or whatever it is they're doing is dragging on.
He thinks it's funny. That's what's funny about it. He thinks that wearing that is funny.
How many views of this guy, Liam?
1 moment, I'll tell you. Let me have.
Makes him look more like a joke.
258 views.
It does.
They're about my power.
Yeah.
Level. They're about my power level. Without you guys, this will get more now that I presumably now that I have someone to talk to other than.
I just love how he's so confident about himself.
Sorry, what?
Like,
I was just I can understand why.
Yeah, no. I don't know why
Refund Wonder Island.
So long and pretentious.
Just admit.
Like, fill out this form, get a refund. Sorry, like just like it could have been like 3 lines. Like, what's the like making it like, oh, woe is me, blah blah blah. Like, yeah, just say, I felt. Let me pick back up. Here's the new thing I'm working on. Like, or like I'm not working on anything. I'm just going to go on to doing YouTube. Like, what's your next thing? Don't tell me what you've failed at or what you're doing here. But use it as something to springboard off if you're going to do something new. Like, that's what I would try and do.
He's trying to turn it into content where he's going to self-flagellate in front of the entire audience and read angry audience comments against him. I suppose that's the kind of content that they think is people are going to enjoy given what's happening.
But they're not even going to get that. They're so boring. And
as opposed to doing I'm getting swatted streams that Liam
I don't think anyone can have any really good comments. I'm sorry that your campaign failed. Thanks for the refund. Like who's going to spurg out on them?
Who? Rob Tony.
Nobody.
Oh,
Liam's gonna back the book just so he can.
Yeah, I was gonna. There was time. They needed a spurg. Someone that could spurg greater than all the other spurgs.
The difference is Commie Mark isn't a dick, and Liam's a dick. So he's a LOL cow. That's the difference.
Right. They need someone to love them and be angry at them.
Pretty much.
For their misdeeds.
I am Spurgius.
Yeah, I'm Lenius, Spurgius, the great, and I will issue shame upon you that you have never felt before in your life.
They're communists. There's no shame.
Yeah, that's right. That's a problem. Damn communists.
Try to be a capitalist making a book. Yeah, doesn't make much sense.
Man, I love
How much
crowdfunding.
more
Man,
there is this?
I love money. I love money. Okay, can someone in the chat send me some more money, please? All right, here we go.
So far, only one of the people who have filled out their refund request form have bothered is the wrong word. That's only one person has left a message for us to read out. So if you're watching this and you're still yet to claim your refund, then put something in there. We'll read it out. You can be mean or be cool. I don't mind.
Arvid, Katie, you like everyone. Katie's just nice.
Yeah, Katie's nice. That's why I like Katie.
Katie likes everyone. Katie is just
nice.
Easy and friendly.
Whoa, you just called Katie easy? Liam.
I did not. I didn't.
Australia, in America, that's got a different connotation.
I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean now. Katie hates me. God damn it. Look, it was. God fucking damn it.
Katie's annoying. Katie's a fake.
I like that he calls you commie.
For attention.
I like that he calls you commie.
She's fake as shit, dude.
Oh man, as fake as her wig.
Use that abbreviation myself now. Sometimes
no, Katie, never.
It's pretty cool, actually.
I'm bully Liam endlessly.
But the answer to your question,
endlessly. Get in line. Get in line.
I'm gonna bully Liam, but in a nice way.
In a fun way that's fun to watch, rather than his misery and suffering. Mr. Wong says, "Toss a coin to your koala. Catch that coin." And I don't even need to pay conversion rate on it because this motherfucker's an Aussie.
Do anything for this past 980 some odd days. He paid for all the covers to get drawn and colored and produced. He paid an artist for 3 years to work on this comic.
Vinny drew issue 1 twice. And the second time that I made him draw it again, it was twice as long as it was the first time. Like, he did so much work. Like everything that I asked of him, like he did. Like it's not on him at all. And there's enough material. That
I'm noticing like the only
issues
people
of a
mentioning
book,
my name
like, really
with this
easily out of
Krishna
1.5,
Kid thing
but
is
it's
Liam
not
and Frog
the
Tony
two
in his
issues that I
fucking
said
chat.
in the campaign that I would deliver.
They're trying to
Do you know what I
lump
mean?
you in
Like,
somehow in
it is
some
making
weird
one
way.
Well, they're talking about these
Candy thing-
covers,
so-
and
so-
Billy is
hold on.
like,
How do you have 2 issues worth of
Right.
content, but it's not the 2 issues that you crowdfunded?
shut up, dickhead. Like he's talking about giving out full colored wraparound covers, and shit, which is fine. I got paid for the artwork. They can do what they want with it. But like they're not like saying my name.
Yeah. Well, that would be giving you a plug, and they can't. God forbid, right? Can't have that. Can't have that.
You could talk about these awesome wraparound covers, and you could offer them as digital downloads, but you won't mention who did them.
That's part of that convenient,
Yeah, dude.
selective picking and choosing.
Yeah. All these people give you shit.
What the fuck happened? Did you write?
I think he means that the first one was longer than he meant to make it, and then the second one just never got to where he needed it to be to fulfill.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Because I was like, you better have a script, and like I'm telling you guys now, the best way to do this, it's a little thing, and it's a bit of an extra bit of an investment in your time, but get your base pages done, and then have the entire book storyboard or thumbnailed out. It's my animation. So storyboard it out. So that I did it fucking wrong even when I correct myself. Thumbnailed out.
Let the expert speak.
Exactly how many pages is going to be? Roughly what it's
Yeah.
going to
What shit have you storyboarded?
This is the perspective. This is the angle.
Fucking liar.
Okay, this is what the book's going to be. I need to know to make sure that you.
Oh, he talks a big game though, huh?
That everything.
Oh yeah, dude! As soon as he started listening to my streams, he suddenly became a storyboarder, and he started doing fucking posters for rock bands.
Oh look, man, this is not fucking.
But like,
start again.
doesn't show any.
That's my approach.
He's got such shitty taste in music too. I gotta be honest.
Oh shit, you Tony! What are you doing? You'll end up.
It is complete dog shit.
Don't do that.
It is. I know. Yeah.
Liam is so professional. I gave Liam 4 pages in the book. I said, "Here, Liam, can you draw 4 pages?" And I'm thinking I'm going to give Liam these pages. I gave him the script, and he's going to come back and give me finished work. I go, "Okay, here's the stuff," and Liam's going to send me back finished work. No, Liam kept sending me shit. Here's the super roughs. Here's the sketch. Here's the thumb. I'm like, Liam, why are you sending me all this extra shit? I know what it looks like.
Because it's a collaborative effort. You need to make sure that you've got what you're wanting to get out of it.
Yeah, because otherwise you're gonna. It takes 5 minutes. It takes like a day to sit there and go.
I trusted you, dude. I have faith.
Just like
I mean, it wasn't, but you don't know, Demon. But what I wanted from Liam wasn't super complicated because there's like 2 splash pages essentially, and then a couple of stuff in the middle, right? So it's like, oh, I really don't need as long as you're pretty much following the script that I gave you, it should be fine. But no, Lee was still like insistent. Like he's like, here's the rough. Here's the next stage rough. Like Liam, fine.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that you got. I wanted to make sure that you got what you want. This is the first time I'd done work as Liam Gray for another company that wasn't my own with sequential work, right? Like it was going to be public. This is my first, if you hire Liam, this is what you're going to sort of get work, So I wanted to make sure
they will come.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure it looks to your satisfaction, your character looked the way you wanted. I wanted 2 to make sure that none of the energy was lost from any of the motion or anything in it, so it felt good to you. And I wanted to make sure it was high quality, so when everyone sees it, they go like, "Oh, cool, that's awesome," That's what we can get if we go to Liam for art. So, I wanted to make sure it was right.
Who would go to Liam for art?
Nobody has. Frog's only doing it out of fucking some kind of weird fucking.
That was the last one.
Well, their little hug box.
Man. Like, I don't know. I'm guessing, but I think it might be illegal in Australia. Maybe because we've got pretty strict laws about animal testing and shit. I think it might have actual squid ink or some shit in it. Like I use India ink, and I used to be able to just buy it at the news agency. It's all gone now. I can't find it in stores. I'm gonna have to go to use markets.
Can't find ink in Australia.
No, it's not illegal according to Google.
Damn. Oh, good. I can't fucking find it. None of the art stores have it. I've been to every art store up and down the coast, down into northern New South Wales. No one's fucking got it.
Go gets it.
Just to jump in on that, like the way Liam's doing that, like there's
sounds
updates,
like he needs to fucking
pictures,
compromise.
Step on step of communication back and forth.
So he's not doing he's not finishing the artwork because he doesn't have the right ink.
You're supposed to check each step, make sure it's on character model, make sure it runs well, make sure you're.
I mean, online.
Is that what I'm hearing?
You can get anything online these days.
He can't finish the pages because he doesn't have the right ink.
So I'm hearing excuses, right? That's basically what you're hearing.
What?
Yeah. Oh God.
What?
First mistake is going to Liam for anything. Look, I learned
4 pages. 4
I
pages
learned-
should have taken him fucking at least 2 weeks. That's it.
I've
Just-
learned an important rule in life. Anybody who claims to know everything, never do anything wrong, and have all the answers is the first person I don't trust. You know what I'm saying? And that's Liam in a nutshell. He knows everything and never does anything wrong, and he's got all the answers. And it's like, I don't trust you automatically right off the bat, because people like that in my life, not in all walks of life, those are typically they're the people who are full of shit, right? So I'll leave it there. But
no, I agree with you.
yeah, come on,
Usually the ones who do know everything are pretty chill and don't tell you.
Right. It's like the people with the biggest bark have the least to bite.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. It's like
over cost. Like you've got your line work how you want to get your line work, and you're not having to
You
go back
didn't
and
look-
forth more than you have to. Like it's about efficiency here.
It was really, he did it fast. He knocked it out. It is excellent work. It's
Oh,
going to make the
Tony's
rest of the book look so
autistic?
shitty by comparison. Everyone's like, oh my God, these 4 pages are great. Everything else looks like shit. I just got to do all of it. That's how great Liam's art is. And like I said, I almost want to do a, not an ash can, obviously, because it's just a 4 pages.
Tony wants to make love to Liam's art.
I want to almost
Yeah.
black and whites, the blue edition, which is just the blue highlights, and then the full color, like almost 12 pages. The art is so good, and it looks so good in the 3 different ways that we colored it.
Dude, I do
Mm-hmm.
not trust
Well, I mean-
Tony's opinion on art at all.
No.
I've seen all the stuff that he's pumped out. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with your eyesight?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen everything he's done, but
It hasn't been much like that fucking frog stuff, and then he did something else with he tried to do like a Boy Scout eagle thing, and it was just like wonky as fuck.
it sounds retarded. Just
There was something else with like a Shogun of Harlem, and it was like AI artwork, dude. Like you could tell it was the guy had used AI to do the fucking sword.
Do what you're gonna do with it. I think that the blue and I don't know. I like my black and whites because that's what I can't color. Like here's Liam's secret. I'm not perfect at everything, guys. I can't color for shit. I can paint, but like with inks and blacks, I don't know.
He
how
can
to do
paint
it.
now. Did you hear that?
But
He
like,
can paint now.
and so that's how I sort of imagine images.
Inks and blacks.
He's been in galleries.
But like, so you took those pages, you did this cool blue
Been
version.
national
That's nice.
television
That
with
looks
his
kinda
fucking
cool.
paintings.
So like, just
he had a book called
what else
Slime
can we do?
too,
Like,
right? Remember
based
Slime?
on,
Yeah.
I saw what he was doing. He showed me some stuff.
You can do it all.
I mean, I'll probably end up doing more for you with the character in the future. I just, at the moment, I'm bottlenecked with everything. I'm trying to just sort of get the last of my stuff out and done. I've been doing
Dino King 2 was good. Like,
I showed it. Yeah, I showed a little bit of of what the new Dino King art's gonna look like on my Twitter. I'll show you guys real quick before we get back to this.
Dino King 1, like with your art, I really enjoyed that. Man.
Thank you. That's
I like the visceral look at the end as the main character is getting more and more dinolistic.
Yeah, and that's cool.
Dinolistic.
It's not quite a shell because it's sort of hard
That's a
flesh, but
word,
it's like
right?
this-
Yeah.
I call.
It's
We have to get the dictionary.
and wakes up
for
3
that
million
one,
years
man.
later. Fucking, you read Dino. You said,
So that
I
it
don't
can
give
be
a
heard
fuck.
and clipped and retweeted and signal boosted.
This campaign, the reverse campaign.
Yeah.
See, that's the bit that I'm struggling with in my head, because the way I see it, if it's a proper reverse campaign, shouldn't the backers be giving you a book?
Pretty good, yeah.
Bravo.
I agree.
And no one should feel guilty for requesting a refund, Peppermint Space Capsule. This is what one would call integrity.
Mhm. Love that shit.
Looking at
Good
you,
shit.
No, this is just what you
Goblins are
actually
looking at
do.
you
It's not
and
integrity. It's just what you
touching
have to
Gilly,
do.
this is too
I
sincere.
said-
This
I
is
said-
too
So
sincere.
turn to
Like,
Jesus, man.
let's get back to being sarcastic and ironic so I can hide
Okay,
behind
yeah.
don't be saying things like that. Also somewhere up in the chat earlier I saw someone imply that I was rich. That's funny.
Yeah.
no, he is one of the poors. He is one of the poors.
He's
Choice of Airbnb.
in England, obviously, he's rich. All the lefties are rich in England.
The champagne communist.
Yeah, champagne communist.
It's not champagne. Well Read Comics asks, can I get the digitals of what was produced? They can review it. No, we have you can have a digital copy of the Duryodhana Purana, which is from the Krishna Kid series, and it's already finished, and done. Those two, I say I could cut 2 issues. I still have to. No, not yet.
He's a communist with a Gucci bag. Gotta get his kicks. Gotta have that swag.
I think what it means is they're not collated. Nothing's collated together yet.
Well, not properly. It's not finished.
No Snyder cut.
Yeah.
It's like God of War, he's due.
But I'll very happily send you the Duryodhana Purana to review
Huh.
because it's the best. I think it's the best thing that I've ever made. Like, please take one of those.
I feel like this fucking shit should have been a much smaller, like, quick video from Tommy rather than like a full panel fucking party.
A drawn out. Yeah.
Let's get to the white part.
I mean, this isn't like a declaration of victory. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Short and sweet would have been nice.
The story of why Krishna Kid has been declared cancelled starts surprisingly at a meeting in the office of the head teacher of the school at my.
It's like he wasn't. Oh my god.
What does that say?
So annoying.
North Korea thing with Kim Jong Un.
Best Korea.
40% he's ever had.
Best 40% he's ever had. Oh my god. But yeah, no, I legitimately said, even after, Commie Mark was like, shunning me and being a communist traitor, I always said that I think that, the Krishna Kid was a good IP and probably one of the better creative ideas to come out of Comicsgate, even though it's just, we're going to take Krishna and make him a kid and retell his story. But like, you do it like Kid Goku, you do it in shonen style, that could make big money. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, speaking of Goku, that is just the Journey to the West retold.
Yeah, reimagined through the eyes of Akira Toriyama. Yeah, exactly. And that's what that's a good idea, man. It's a good idea. And I'm surprised to find out. I'm not trolling, like I'm not doing a YouTube bit. At least this is a rare moment where you see seriously. I'm like, here we are, in 2025, and I'm not only surprised to find out it never fully went out, but that any of this happened. Like the 3 extra books on top of their campaign, like all of this is confusing to me. So hopefully it'll be explained.
Yeah, well before
that he would like.
Hold on.
Well before putting in the chat, like
cool.
Shinobi Sasquatch, like he got the money up front, and then Rob Willis was a slow artist, good artist, slow artist though, and then he started taking commissions and not doing his work, even though he got the money for it.
Wait,
just like that.
Somebody said Sasquatch.
Came out and it was like
it'll never
one of the
be
hottest things.
Yeah. And I remember reading it. I read it, and you want to talk about things being dated. Like Mark Waid was the villain in that book. I was like, oh god, what are you doing? I said to him at the time, I was like, you really want to sort of go this route? You've got a guy who can draw a kick-ass fucking shinobi Bigfoot. It's fucking awesome. Like, why are you doing this?
That character was like such a gold mine. That could have been like you could have had him going around cryptids, or could have had him go from like Alien Planet, or ghosts, or like
could have gone the tick route. You could have done anything. You could have kept
him a sidekick, like eventually, like a comedic element.
Yeah.
Don't you just love backseat drivers? These guys are totally backseat driving right now.
And just then Cal Jameson. I suspect that I don't know, but I suspect that that's the reason that Von Klaus actually fucking hates me, right? Because I blew the whistle on that whole fucking mess.
That's funny. That whole Von hates Liam thing. I found that hilarious. Yeah,
that's
funny. I like.
Yeah, when me and Vaughn were cool, he was a huge Liam. Like every time I would do a stream about Liam, he would fucking be like, "Hey man, can I come on and talk some shit next time?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." He never did.
Yeah.
And then Ethan gave him the crown and gave it a little tug, and that was it, dude. He was like, "Fuck you, Matt Barr." I was like, "All right."
Dude, the stuff I see that guy post on Twitter, it's like, Vaughn, you're such a fucking disappointment, dude. Like such a total disappointment. Fuck. Yeah. All of his campaigns have just gotten worse too, like less and less backers, which is funny because as he's cozied up to the Kings, he's making less money. Funny how that works. But just things I notice.
Telling you that he was gay for Shinobi Sasquatch. You don't have to agree with me. I'm saying, like,
and he was fighting with John Delarose back then as well. So like it was all everyone was going after each other when things weren't going well.
But back to what I was actually saying, Shinobi Sasquatch looked like it was a big deal. And when Cal paid the guy, Cal got screwed. I'll say, even though I think that he could have maybe twisted the story to make it a little bit better. I will say that the fuck up there was Rob Willis. That's the reason you'll find out. By the way, I'll never hire Rob Willis, despite the fact that he's fucking an amazing artist, because I just it's my opinion.
Wow. Okay.
You'll never hire him.
It's my opinion that if someone pays you to do fucking work, that it's your responsibility.
I call bullshit on that. Well, maybe though. He's such an idiot. He'd fuck it up anyway.
While you take work to do other things.
Well, I don't think. Why would Rob Willis work for Liam? That's the fucking. I'm sorry. What? He ain't available.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah. It's like, dude, they gave you $80,000 fucking dollars, right? Like it's like
Liam might as well declare that he's never gonna fuck Area Grande. You know what I mean?
No, but that's the point. That's probably why Liam's saying it, because he knows Rob wouldn't do it. Yeah. So now he's just butthurt. So this is how he
Wizards of the Coast now. Yeah, doing magic stuff. But I hosted that, and I promoted the fuck out of that. Andrew was like,
blah 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 blah.
I was born in it.
See that they're like just still giggling about just fucking failing on this job.
When I took my son out of school,
it's not a good look. This shouldn't be like that. Yeah. They're making light of it. Meanwhile, people dumped how much money into it.
I know. I mean, look, I tell you what, I'm flat the fuck out. I am flat the fuck out, but I still have the time to come on here and do a fucking 3 hour stream.
If his dad's a communist, I'm saying at least an 8. At least an 8.
It's a bummer.
I don't know, man. If you know, like fucking, you know,
Tree
like
trunks?
tree trunks, yeah, and he's just fucking.
It's true though.
Even
They shouldn't be making light of this shit.
really work
you know?
anymore or whatever.
Yeah.
As I
Yeah.
lost like 6 or 7 hours a day, my son would have been at school. Using that time wasn't possible now.
See,
yeah,
I'm.
Their lives trying to chase down and capture and kill this whale.
You fucked it up.
The guy drew what he wanted, but then when he looked at the pages, he went, "Oh,
Be apologetic. Tell people what they need to do.
So I guess he wasn't
You
satisfied
know.
with the art.
Yeah.
And then also it wasn't at the quality that he
Hey
needed. He
man,
needed
the
to
book
put
wasn't
different
where
art because
I
apparently
why
his
even
panels
say
were
that?
working
I
the
don't
way he thought
know
they were gonna work.
because
And then also they weren't as
because
good
then
as
it's
some
just like, so you didn't think about this
But
when
that
you
doesn't
were
affect you.
doing the
Like, check
work?
this out.
Yeah,
This is
I'm gonna take Ferry. Let's robotech the hell out of
Yeah.
this.
Like when you were getting the pages, you weren't like, yo, what the fuck is this shit?
Right. It definitely seems disorganized, unprepared. Didn't plan for certain factors to come into play. I could go on and on, but I mean, the point of this stream should have been short and sweet,
Here we go. Look,
and
this is
apologetic,
I wanted to,
and
I wanted to do it
informative.
like this.
How do you
Look,
get your
Yeah.
info?
fucking 5 minutes?
That should have been it.
Page
That should have
in an
been
hour
it.
and a half. Like there's no like this is what I need and sending it and waiting and then that comes back and then correction. Do you know what I mean? Like I will be able to go back to making those quote unquote meme comics. Like so to your point, like it doesn't mean that I'm giving up on making satire.
I just can't get over how retarded Liam
Like,
looks.
I'm still gonna
Look
do
how
it.
retarded this guy looks.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was saying. I was saying that you
Oh, look at
realised
that
this is going to
fucking
be
axe wound.
this conversation and what you're doing now. We could have been another 5 years down the road.
Yes.
Or another
Oh, he
5
took
years
his
down the
crown
road.
off. Good for
I
him.
know,
Yeah,
yeah,
because that shit was
I got you.
fucking
And to have
squeezing his
that,
head, dude.
Is it just because the
His
artist
head's
is
too
slow?
fat.
This is where I'm at now. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
okay, if
This
this
is
is
just-
because the artist is slow.
It's just a lack of commitment. Like make a decision. Like stop dithering. Go. Like no, you're not good enough or you're not fast enough. Either do the work or we have to move on and get somebody new.
Yeah.
Well, again, I think the original issue was probably he put out 3 comics. It should have just been Krishna Kid issue 1, 30 pages. There you go. Boom. Work on this one comic.
Yeah.
Not one. Now I'm gonna work on issue 1, 2, and 3 all in one campaign plus a secondary book. It's just too much.
Yeah.
And again, Tommy Mark is not like if Ethan did it or Shane or somebody where I go, they're gonna get enough orders on the individual issues and also the completed edition that it makes sense, right?
Does
It's
seem like a
stupid, but it
lot.
makes a little bit of sense. Whereas where Tommy Mark's gonna get,
Mm.
he's gonna get 100 orders on the completed edition, 10 on the issue 1, 12 on issue 2, 7 on issue 3. It's like
Fucking power through and crawl through the hard times.
The call to double the page count.
I'm starting to get hungry.
right?
Yeah, these are
So at
the
the very least, you should be able to
I hear,
do a-
bro.
Because you don't
I
like-
hear.
looking at
Yeah.
ladies' asses and guessing which cosplay costume this is.
My stuff eventually I'm going to be doing a comic, but it's a way.
in boobs or butt. I think boobs are gonna win.
I'm
Like,
still trying to figure out
you know,
who the
like,
guy is on the bottom.
that's
That
what I want
devil
the book to
dude.
be.
Like,
Where
who
people
is
are just
that
like,
guy?
what the fuck am I looking
Anybody
at?
in the
It's
chat
just
know who that guy is?
You know.
and comic
Boobs in
book
the
stuff.
chat.
All right. Okay. Cool.
So,
Like,
Do
who
like that
is
design.
that guy? Celtic guy on the bottom there.
I don't know.
I
Burned
don't
out
know
now.
either. Yeah, they take
My
the
ears
piss
are
out of
burned
you.
out.
Yeah,
Let me-
I know. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can only tolerate so much, you know.
I think we tolerated enough. I think that was the final.
Yeah, man. Yeah. All right, Demon Visorak, is that what that dude's name? I have no idea who the fuck that guy is.
Man, I am getting so hungry right now.
What are you gonna eat? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna go downstairs. I know we have a couple of cans of tomato basil soup, so I'm gonna make some tomato basil soup, and then I'm gonna grill cheese.
I was gonna say grilled
I'm gonna make
cheese.
some grilled
goes with
cheese
it.
sandwiches,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. There you go. I got some mac and cheese. I might heat up.
Oh, nice. You know, I
Yeah.
like to do like Italian seasoning onto my mac and cheese while they're frying up.
Oh,
Have you
that's
ever done
good.
that?
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like while
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
like sizzling and wet, you know, you
Yep.
fucking sprinkle it on
Let,
there.
let it absorb into the cheese and the
Because
pasta.
I use a fuck ton of butter, so I'm just like I like sprinkle it onto the butter so that when it's like you're just like infusing it with the
Mm.
oils of the butters.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. I hear that.
Yeah, you better not fucking pick it up, dude. It's mine.
I got
My
some
sandwich.
steaks later. I got some steaks for later.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What are
I
you
got
gonna do
a
with those
nice,
steaks?
I'm gonna actually. I got a cast iron. I was gonna
Oh,
grill them.
shit.
I could grill them, but I got a nice cast iron pan. I might just fucking sear that shit. Yeah.
I like a good searing, dude.
Yep,
I
butter,
like a
garlic,
good. Oh yeah.
thyme, a little salt, pepper, garlic, and away we go. Butter.
Yeah,
I
yeah. The
baste it with the
grill. I
butter.
feel like the grill thing is a little overrated. I feel like maybe I don't know. I prefer a nice searing and then
Right.
into
Well,
the oven.
yeah. Well, yeah, I do the reverse sear though. Sometimes I'll bake it, right, and then pull it out and get the pan hot as fuck,
Oh,
right? So it's cooked. Yeah, yeah, 30
Yeah.
seconds on each side, and you get a nice sear on each side. So I might do that reverse sear. Yeah. Fuck, man, you're
All
making
right.
me hungry. Goddamn. Oh shit.
That's somebody like that's the stuff I get passionate about. Food and
No,
comic
man, I
books.
love cooking. Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
cooking's fun, dude. I like food. Food's
it
great.
is fun.
Yeah, but
All
thanks
right,
for having me
man.
on,
So
dude.
we're
Yeah, yeah.
done. Yeah, dude. So you can have a good rest of the day. It's Saturday.
Fucking A.
Fucking A. Dude, I was up early as fuck mowing the lawn before the sun came out in Georgia.
Were
Like
you?
I
Oh,
was, dude.
yeah.
Like right when the sun came up, I was mowing the lawn real quick.
Is it
So
hot down there? I would
oh
assume
my
it's pretty hot.
god, bro!
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hot and thick.
Dude, it was like 100 where I am. I'm up in New England. It was 100 a couple days. It was like 95 and then 100. Now it's down to like 72. So I'm cool. I'm good with that. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
But
Well, yo, we're done. I'm out. I'll see
all right,
you
man.
guys later. Peace.
Peace.
I hear knocking on my door.